Chapter 71. Gu Jingming's shrewd gaze swept across the two of them. After a while, he smiled knowingly. Mu Wanqing immediately thought of Gu Jingming's marriage. Jingming, look at how happy your brother is. You should hurry up and find yourself a wife. Mom, don't worry about me. Since you want to have a grandson, you should urge Jingzi to work harder. It's more practical. Why did it involve her and Gu Jingzi again? Lin Che straightened his back awkwardly. Mu Wanqing snorted. That won't do. You're older than them. Why haven't you found a girlfriend yet? Lin Che knew that many people had been speculating about the president's marriage ever since he took office. However, Gu Jingming had never been anxious. Now that he had been in office for almost 3 years, everyone was starting to guess why the president was still unmarried. At first, no one had brought it up. However, coincidentally, there was a new election this year. Whether or not he could be re-elected depended on the last few months of the year. Therefore, Gu Jingming's marriage was once again brought up by others. After that, Mu Wanqing said, "The room is ready for tonight. All right, I won't disturb the two of you anymore. Go back and rest. Jingzi, don't chat with Jingna for too long. It's too boring to leave Lin Che alone in the room." Lin Che looked at Gu Jingzi, who was sitting opposite him. Staying here again, knowing that the two brothers hadn't seen each other for a long time and probably had a lot to talk about, Lin Che tactfully left. Watching Lin Che leave, Gu Jingming smiled and said to Gu Jingzi, "Sister-in-law looks pretty good." Gu Jingzi sighed. "I was forced to do it." Gu Jingming smiled and looked at Gu Jingzi. "I don't think you were forced to do it. Did you force yourself to be so nice to her?" Gu Jingming asked. Gu Jingzi said, "Since I married her, she is my wife. I should treat her well. Otherwise, she is only 23 years old. This kind of marriage is too unfair to her." Gu Jingming looked to the side and didn't say anything. Suddenly recalling something, Gu Jingming asked, "You called me the other day and asked me if there was a person, what's his name?" He accidentally barged into the Glass Palace's guards. The president's residence was called Glass Palace, so the guards were also called Glass Palace guards. They were the strictest security guards around the president. Gu Jingzi recalled what had happened that day. Yes, it was Lin Che's agent. Did I disturb you that day? Gu Jingming paused for a second and his eyes became colder. No. That's good. What's her name? Call him Yuminmin, Gu Jingzi said. Gu Jingming still nodded with an ambiguous meaning. The two of them chatted for a while before returning to their respective rooms. Gu Jingming watched Gu Jingzi leave and said to his secretary, "Go and check on Yuminmin. Make sure she didn't leave anything behind that day." The Secretary General naturally understood. He nodded and retreated. Lin Che paced back and forth in his room for a long time. When he heard the door open, he jumped out of bed. Seeing Gu Jingzi come in, Lin Che called out to him with a red face, "Gu Jingzi, what did you do just now?" Gu Jingzi looked indifferent. "What did I do just now?" Seeing that he was playing dumb, Lin Che shouted angrily, "You touched me down there." Gu Jingzi sat down and looked up at Lin Che. "So what? You're a pervert." Gu Jingzi spread his hands and said, "I did that to make our married life seem more real." Lin Che's face darkened. "But you acted very naturally just now." Gu Jingzi smiled. "You were very natural too." No. My acting is bad. It's not as natural as yours." Gu Jingzi raised his eyebrows and smiled. "So you mean that your expression just now was actually you acting? Then, your face was so red. Was it real?" Lin Che's face turned even redder. "Who's blushing?" Do you want me to show you in the mirror? Gu Jingze got up and moved closer. Lin Che quickly took a few steps back. No need. Lin Che really admired him. Under such circumstances, he could still perform so well. His acting was so good that she still couldn't tell if it was real or fake. Looking at Gu Jingze's smiling gaze, which seemed to be looking into her soul, she quickly excused herself and went into the bathroom. Take a shower, change her clothes, sleep early, and leave this place as soon as possible. In short, it was better not to come to the Gu family's house in the future. Even now, she could still feel the lingering sensation of him at the base of her thighs. An electric current streaked through her body, and she quickly shook her head, forgetting that passionate feeling. The next day, Lin Che followed the company to participate in the popular variety show, Winner of the Nation, which had high ratings. The company attached great importance to it, so Yu Minmin helped Lin Che borrow expensive clothes. Looking at the clothes and high heels in the bag, Yu Minmin smiled and said, "This is really not bad." However, the Gu family should have lots and lots of clothes that are more expensive than this. Lin Che said, "Really? But I can't read the brands, so I don't know which ones are expensive. Can you help me take a look next time, Sister Yu?" "Me? Forget it. Is the Gu family a place where anyone can just enter?" "Ha! Isn't it?" Lin Che was a little surprised. Yu Minmin didn't bother to explain to her. "Of course you can. We can't." "Okay, get ready and go get your makeup done." Lin Che soon arrived at the TV station. There was a special makeup room for this show. Lin Che was very excited along the way and looked around. Soon, Lin Li arrived as well. Seeing that Lin Che was also participating in the show, she snorted and walked past Lin Che. The value of this program has dropped. Even cats and dogs can participate in it. Lin Li's loud voice came from the back. Yu Minmin glanced at Lin Li and said to Lin Che casually, "I heard that the girl named Sunmira has just been frozen. I don't know if it's true or not. Someone saw her go to a small town to visit a den. She even paid 10,000 yuan for one show. Looks like she really needs money." Lin Li's expression changed when she heard that. Thinking that Gu Jingze was afraid of her, she snorted, raised her head arrogantly, and walked out in her high heels. "The air here is so bad. Let's go to the private makeup room." Lin Li left with her assistant. Lin Che said, "Wherever I go, I get annoyed." Yu Minmin smiled. Then, her phone rang. She looked at the number and was shocked. She told Lin Che that she would go out to answer the call and left. Yu Minmin didn't pick up the phone until she was outside. "Hello. Miss Yu, I want to talk to you face to face. If it's convenient, I can come to you." Yu Minmin took a deep breath. "I already said that it was an accident. I didn't plan it. Can we talk face to face?" "Okay. If you're worried that I'll secretly record it, then we can talk face to face." Inside. Lin Li peeked at Lin Che inside and her face turned green with anger. She pulled her assistant over and said, "Find Lin Che's clothes later. Do you see her bag? It must be the clothes she's going to wear tonight. You can go in later." Chapter 72. After a while, in the makeup room. The assistant's petite figure slipped into the room quietly. In front of him, Lin Che had just finished his makeup. He heard the commotion outside but couldn't find Yu Minmin. He could only ask the makeup artist what happened. The makeup artist said, "It must be because Gu Jingyu is here." As soon as she said that, Gu Jingyu pushed open the door and walked in. It was the first time that the makeup artist saw Gu Jingyu in a public makeup room. She looked at Gu Jingyu and smiled. Gu Jingyu came to Lin Che's side and sat down with a smile. Hey, you've lost weight. Why? Can't you see me every day now that you're done? Are you tired because of E? Lin Che looked at him speechlessly. The makeup artist next to them had been listening to their conversation. She didn't expect that Gu Jingyu was still so fond of joking. His image was so different from before. Moreover, this kind of person who usually walked around with his personal stylist was not someone ordinary makeup artists like them could interact with. This time, they were all very happy to see Gu Jingyu at such a close distance. Not long after, the director sent someone to rush them and said that they were about to start filming. Lin Che put on the last bit of makeup and put on the clothes he had brought. She was wearing a pale white one-piece dress with embroidered patterns and a pair of high heels, which made her look very comfortable. She was very suitable for this kind of variety show. Gu Jingyu patted her shoulder. Good luck. Lin Che was still a little nervous. He took a deep breath and walked in. The show soon started with the music. Because of Gu Jingyu, the production team didn't dare to make it too exaggerated. There were very few games and they mainly let Gu Jingyu do the interview. Lin Che watched Lin Li walk out as well. She glanced at Lin Che and snorted. Then, she raised her head with an arrogant expression. Then, all the main cast went on stage. Lin Che stood high up on the stage and looked at the fans who were cheering passionately. The headlights made his face feel hot. Lin Che was about to go forward when Lin Li squeezed him to the side. Lin Che was stunned. She didn't know how to squeeze back because she didn't have much stage experience. At this moment, Gu Jingyu grabbed Lin Che and pulled him to his side. The experienced host on the other side naturally noticed this immediately. He smiled as he watched the first line of people line up properly. His gaze swept over Lin Che and Gu Jingyu. We noticed that Lin Che had nowhere to stand, so Jingyu pulled him to his side immediately. The host changed the topic to Gu Jingyu and Lin Che. Behind them, Lin Li looked at Lin Che who was standing beside Gu Jingyu, and her face froze. Lin Che looked a little embarrassed, but Gu Jingyu said generously, "It's Lin Che's first time on the stage, so she has no experience. As her senior, I should give her a hand." The host immediately said, "Oh, Jingyu is so considerate. Lin Che, how does it feel to be cared for by Jingyu?" Lin Che smiled and said, "Caring. I feel like I might be beaten to death by his fans after the show. Can the security guards from your production team take care of me later? How does it feel to be cared for by Jingyu?" The audience laughed. Lin Che seemed to have slowly found the feeling. Because of Gu Jingyu, her topics of conversation also increased. During the interview, she actually had the opportunity to talk about most of the time. As for Lin Li and the others, they only introduced them to each other and interviewed Lin Li about her recent engagement. That was all. Lin Li's face darkened with anger. She glared at Lin Che who was joking in front of her. Lin Che was lively and relaxed during the interview, which made people feel comfortable. Seeing her interview so well, Lin Li couldn't help but think, it's all because of Gu Jingyu's help. Humph. Lin Li thought viciously. But you won't be happy for long. As he thought about it, he cast a malicious glance at her sharp stiletto heels. Then, the host asked all the main cast to pick up the candy in the basket and distribute it to the audience. The audience was excited, especially when they looked in Gu Jingyu's direction, asking for candy. Just as Lin Che was grabbing a handful of sweets and throwing them down, he already felt that something was wrong with his shoes. He furrowed his brows and wanted to lower his head to take a look, but it was too late. When he grabbed another handful of sweets, he heard the heels of his shoes suddenly move. Lin Che's feet slipped and she almost fell. The people behind her exclaimed. Fortunately, Gu Jingyu immediately supported Lin Che from the side. Lin Che's heels broke. The host was stunned. "Oh, your shoes are broken. Change your shoes." Lin Che blushed. She felt the camera was still on her. In a moment of panic, she looked up and said with a smile, "Am I that heavy? Even my heels can't hold my weight." Everyone burst into laughter when they heard that. Lin Che hardened her heart and immediately took off her shoes, breaking off the heel of her high heels. She then took off her other shoe as well, and with a forceful knock on the stairs, the heels of her shoes broke off as well. She threw the heels away, and under everyone's astonished gazes, she put her shoes back on. "I'm done." The host was stunned, but he reacted quickly. "Lin Che, you're such a tomboy." Gu Jingyu said, "Yes. No one in the crew treats her as a woman." Lin Che looked up at the camera and smiled. The series of dashing moves just now was recorded in the camera. The director smiled and nodded. He reminded his assistant, "Keep this part. It's good and effective. It can be used as a preview." Involuntarily, the people below the stage also looked at Lin Che. This girl was quite nimble. Lin Li snorted. She felt much better seeing Lin Che embarrass herself in front of her. However, she didn't expect Lin Che to be so calm in the face of danger. It was a pity that she didn't fall flat on her face. Lin Che returned to the program. When he turned around, he saw Lin Li's smug look, and an idea came to him. Everything went smoothly until the end of the show. Gu Jingyu got off the show and looked at Lin Che. "Is your leg okay?" Lin Che looked up and smiled. "I'm fine. Thank you for today." She was really grateful for Gu Jingyu's help. Gu Jingyu said, "Don't say it. Treat me to a meal next time." Lin Che agreed generously. "Okay, I will." Then, she saw Lin Li walking away with her head held high. Lin Che's smile froze on her face. Yu Minmin had already come back. What the hell happened just now? Yu Minmin was also shocked to see such a frightening but not dangerous scene from below. Lin Che picked up the heels. "I don't know what happened. These shoes are expensive." Yu Minmin picked up the shoe and examined it. She said, "This was obviously damaged. There are traces of it being cut." Lin Che narrowed his eyes and snorted. "I know who did it. Lin Li. Who else could it be?" Chapter 73. Yu Minmin walked out with Lin Che. As they walked, Yu Minmin said, "Luckily, you did well this time. There shouldn't be any problems." Lin Che said, "This Lin Li is really all-pervasive." Yu Minmin looked at her with a smile. "Aren't you two sisters?" Lin Che said, "Forget it. The Lin family doesn't even remember that they have a daughter like me. You've been raising me for a long time. You should know." Yu Minmin looked at Lin Che with a smile. "I don't really understand the ways of the rich and powerful. My family is just a commoner. I send money to my mother every month so that my brother can go to school. That's enough." Lin Che said, "Commoner. I'm a commoner too." Yu Minmin said, "Okay. We don't have anyone to rely on and we have to rely on ourselves. But you should be much better now. Look, Gu Jingze is so good to you and your career is on the rise." Lin Che said, "Forget it. My career is more reliable." "Men, why? Do I think Gu Jingze is also very reliable?" Lin Che said, "He's just more responsible to me now." "Responsible?" Yu Minmin asked curiously. Lin Che said, "Anyway, it's very complicated. Forget it. I'll take it one step at a time." Anyway, I have to work hard for my career. Yu Minmin said, that's right. Career is the most reliable. Money is in your hands. Yu Minmin smiled as she looked at her silly face. To Lin Che's surprise, the next day, the video of her on the show was immediately posted on the internet by the netizens. In the video, she knocked off the heels of her shoes and put them back on. She continued recording the show as if nothing had happened. Everyone thought that Lin Che was very professional. Moreover, her movements were very cool. They couldn't help but think that this was a real tough girl. She was beautiful, but not pretentious at all. She was so free and easy. The number of fans on Lin Che's Weibo continued to increase. On the last Weibo post, there were already thousands of people leaving comments. Lin Che scrolled through Weibo for a long time at home. She felt her vanity swelled as she read the comments. The news that day came out soon. The headline was that Lin Che and Gu Jingyu participated in the show together. Gu Jingyu protected Lin Che handsomely and Lin Che was worried that she would be attacked by fans. In comparison, Lin Che had the most pictures among all the actresses on the show that day. The company was very happy. The CEO praised Lin Che and said that she had a bright future. Gu Jingze saw Lin Che giggled on the sofa and walked over. Che. Lin Che said proudly, I suddenly feel that I have the possibility of becoming famous. Look, I already have millions of fans. Really? Gu Jingze glanced at her and smiled. He felt that she was really easy to satisfy. Jingyu already has tens of millions of fans, right? Lin Che raised his head. Gu Jingyu is an A-list movie star, okay? I'm just a newcomer. She went back and Lin and Che went to go and went Lin went. Lin Chen went back to the room and went. Lin Che walked out. She looked in the mirror and realized that the clothes were translucent. Lin Che shouted at the people outside, Gu Jingze, who bought these pajamas. They look so weird. Gu Jingze said, how so? Lin Che said, they look weird. Gu Jingze frowned. He opened the wardrobe and said, they seem to be new clothes from my mother. Lin Che said gloomily, your mother has such a bad taste. Why did she make such ambiguous clothes? Maybe she wants to have a grandson soon. He smiled. Lin Che looked at himself in the mirror. Help me get another set of pajamas. Gu Jingze looked at the different sets of pajamas. Every one of them was very attractive. He couldn't help but be curious about how Lin Che would look in these seductive pajamas. He looked around but couldn't find a normal set of pajamas. It seemed that his mother had made up her mind to make them a couple. That was why she got so many clothes. Gu Jingze said, I don't have any clothes to wear. What should I do? Lin Che thought for a while and said, lend me your clothes. Mine. Gu Jingze said, just wear it. I've seen every part of your body. No. Don't worry. I won't let you wear them after I wear them. You have so many that you haven't worn before. It's not a big deal to lend me one. After a while, Gu Jingze knocked on the door, and Lin Che opened the door carefully. Inside, the water mist from the shower, accompanied by the fragrance of the shower gel, drifted out leisurely. Gu Jingze looked at her cheeks, which were covered with a blush like a baby's face, and couldn't help but feel his body freeze. Lin Che didn't notice his abnormality. He grabbed the clothes and closed the door. Soon, Lin Che changed and went out. Satisfied with his loose clothes, he said cheerfully, I'm smart. Hearing the sound, Gu Jingze turned his head and saw a cloud of white mist floating past. Lin Che was wearing his pajamas. It was big and bloated, making his body seem even more petite. The sleeves were too long and were rolled up. His fair arms were swaying back and forth like lotus roots. The collar was too wide. His collarbone and chest, which were not wearing anything, were faintly discernible. Gu Jingze turned his head, his Adam's apple faintly moving back and forth. When a woman wore a man's pajamas, it would be very ambiguous. It was easy for people to think of many strange things. Gu Jingze turned his head and said, "Lin Che, change back into your clothes." Lin Che turned back in surprise. "What's wrong?" "I'll get someone to buy clothes for you," he said as he stood up and opened the door without looking at her enchanting body. Lin Che pursed his lips. "It won't be ruined." "Fine, fine. Since you don't like it, I'll return it to you." Lin Che said, "But if you get someone to change my clothes, Mom won't find it strange and suspect our relationship, right? After all, if they were husband and wife, it shouldn't be a big deal for them to wear that kind of translucent clothes." Gu Jingze glanced at Lin Che and walked over. He said in a low voice, "I have a way to make them not feel strange." Lin Che looked at him strangely. Gu Jingze smiled and picked up Lin Che's translucent clothes. He exerted force with both hands and the thin fabric was immediately torn apart. Lin Che's face turned green. Gu Jingze opened the door and said, "What kind of clothes are these? They will be ruined if you tear them. Help Madam change into something more sturdy." He put the torn pajamas aside. The servants looked at it and couldn't help but look at each other. Were they too excited that the clothes couldn't stand it? Lin Che's face turned red. This damned Gu Jingze. The servants hurriedly took the normal pajamas and glanced at the two of them. Their eyes were full of ambiguity, as if to say that they were too intense. Chapter 74. The door was closed. Lin Che glared at Gu Jingze, who had a calm expression on his face. Gu Jingze raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong?" Lin Che stomped her foot at him. "Humph," then she grabbed her pajamas and quickly went inside. Gu Jingze pursed his lips and smiled as he watched her enter the room. Looking at the different colors and styles of the pajamas, he couldn't help feeling a little regretful. She had a good figure. She would look good in these clothes. Gu Jingze picked up the clothes and looked at them regretfully. Then he heard the door open and Lin Che came out. Lin Che changed his clothes and heaved a sigh of relief. The pajamas were a long linen dress. It looked like a bucket and didn't show off her figure at all. Lin Che felt great. Gu Jingze threw away the pajamas and looked up at Lin Che's clothes with narrowed eyes. These servants. What kind of clothes did they bring? Lin Che returned to the bed comfortably. After sitting down with her legs crossed, she picked up the nail clipper and trimmed her toenails. Gu Jingze looked at her speechlessly. Lin Che's fair and tender legs were crossed, revealing a white spot in the middle of her underwear. It was so small, triangular underwear with a bit of lace on it, causing the tender flesh around it to show a few marks. Gu Jingze couldn't help but take a few steps closer. Seeing her indecent movements, he felt depressed in his heart. However, his gaze couldn't help but wander deeper, wishing that she could move a little more. That way, more tender flesh would definitely be revealed. After Lin Che was done with her nails, she grabbed her fair feet and blew on them. When she lifted her feet, the inside was even more exposed. Gu Jingze couldn't stand it anymore. "Lin Che, can't you sit like a woman?" Lin Che looked up. "What's wrong with me? What's wrong? Do you want to know?" Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows. Before Lin Che could react, Gu Jingze had already walked in front of her. Lowering his head, he placed his hands on either side of her and pulled her petite body into his embrace. Just a little more and he would have pushed her to the ground. Lin Che's eyes flickered as he stared at the man who had appeared out of nowhere. His gaze was unfathomable. His gaze landed on her chest. It was as if a large hand was caressing it. Lin Che felt uncomfortable and wanted to move away a little. What are you doing? Lin Che's eyes flashed. You seduced me first. Gu Jing's breath smelled like orchids. You. I didn't. Never wear this around a man. His gaze was filled with warning as he scanned her body. His voice was dark and husky, like the beautiful sound of a cello. Why? Why? Because they're too easy to take off. His gaze followed the wide hem, as if he could see through the clothes and into her body. Lin Che was stunned. In the next moment, his long arms pulled her into his embrace. Lin Che was shocked and fell into the soft quilt on the bed. She quickly grabbed his hand and struggled. Gu Jingze, you're a hooligan. Shoo, don't move. His long arms reached out from behind and wrapped around her body. His magnetic voice was like a magic that pierced her ears. Otherwise, I'll really be a hooligan. But Lin Che was about to move when she really felt something behind her. It was so obvious that it was pressing against her body. She was stunned. Her eyes widened. After she figured out what it was, her heart skipped a beat and she didn't dare to move around recklessly. Gu Jingze hugged her just like that. All right, that's it. Sleep. What? Gu Jingze frowned. I'm asking you to sleep. Don't you understand? But or do you want to exercise a bit before sleeping? He was almost biting her ear as he whispered. There was a hidden meaning in his voice. Lin Che's body was extremely stiff. She felt as if her blood was flowing backwards and her brain was dizzy. No, sleep. She said hurriedly. Lying in his arms for a while, she seemed to feel that the thing pressing against her back finally relaxed a lot. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief. Gu Jingze felt that the woman in his arms was becoming more and more relaxed. Slowly, shallow breaths came to him. He also slowly relaxed his body. However, a certain part of his body was obviously not as sensible as other parts. He sighed. Looking at the woman sleeping soundly in his arms, he carefully changed the position of his arm. He lowered his head and could still smell the fragrance of her hair. He closed his eyes fiercely. What an idiotic woman. The next day, when Lin Che woke up, she realized that Gu Jingze was no longer there. Lin Che ran out and saw Gu Jingze eating at the entrance of the dining room. Gu Jingze didn't look good, as if he hadn't slept well. Lin Che walked over embarrassedly. She remembered what happened after she fell asleep in his arms last night. She had already forgotten. She asked Gu Jingze, "What's wrong? Is it because I don't sleep well at night?" Actually, I toss and turn easily when I sleep. No. He only moved his arm uncomfortably. The arm that she was using as her pillow was a little stiff. It was the result of not moving for a whole night. The helper quickly brought breakfast up for Lin Che. Lin Che raised her head and thanked them politely. After breakfast, Lin Che wanted to go to work. Gu Jingze said, "I'll bring you along." Let's go. Lin Che quickly stood up. Really? I'll go and change. Gu Jingze shook his head speechlessly as he watched Lin Che run in. She was always acting like a lunatic. The helper smiled as she tidied up the things and said, "Sir, are you really going to change all the clothes that Madam sent to Madam?" Gu Jingze thought of those strangely shaped pajamas. Throw them all away. Okay, but it's a pity that they're all the right sizes for Madam. The helper said, "The other pajamas have already been placed on the table." Gu Jingze nodded. The helper heard Lin Che's voice and guessed that he was looking for clothes again. Gu Jingze said gloomily, "She's so clumsy." The helper laughed. Everyone has their flaws. Madam is such a nice person. It doesn't matter if she's clumsy. She's a nice person. Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows. The helper said, yes, Madam doesn't put on airs at all. She treats us servants like her own family. No matter what we do, Madam always says that we're good and often gives us clothes that we can't wear off. She doesn't forget to bring us supper when she comes back. Madam is really nice. Lin Che walked out very quickly. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che's shadow quietly. He narrowed his eyes and looked deeper and deeper. Lin Che came out and said in surprise, "What's wrong?" Gu Jingze stood up and put on his clothes. "It's nothing. Let's go." Lin Che had to attend a promotional event today, so he simply put on his clothes. After all, he still had to put on makeup when he arrived at the office. Chapter 75. The TV series was finally going to air after everyone had been waiting for it. At this time, the advertisements of Sword Emotions could be seen everywhere. Sometimes, Lin Che could even see them when she was shopping. However, she had just gained some popularity. After all, she wasn't a household name like Gu Jingyu. People didn't know what she looked like, so even if she went shopping, no one would pay attention to her. She was just like an ordinary person. However, it could be seen that the first episode of the TV series had attracted a lot of attention. The TV series ratings were steadily at the top, and the news about Sword Emotions was always on the list. The leading actors in the TV series were also pulled out to create all kinds of hype. Gu Jingyu, of course, had a lot of fans. His fans followed him to do publicity every day, which made people envious. Mu Firen was a low-key person and didn't like to do publicity. She only went to a few important places. It could be seen that she had the style of a big shot. As for a small actor like Lin Che, she could only go to the places where she was needed and follow them to do publicity. However, she gained a lot. Gradually, she was able to answer the reporters' questions. She began to learn from Gu Jingyu and knew how to beat around the bush. Gu Jingyu had been taking good care of her all the way, so her reputation had also risen. What made people happier was that Lin Che's role as a tough woman in the TV series was very popular. Soon, some people claimed to be Lin Che's fans and a fan club was established. Lin Che knew that this was just a temporary effect. Whether it could last or not depended on the development in the future. However, even so, she was already very satisfied. One day, when they went to the Gu mansion for dinner, the TV series was playing. Gu Jingze saw it at first glance. In the TV series, Lin Che was holding a whip in her hand and looked very handsome. Gu Jingze didn't expect that Lin Che could have such a side. He couldn't help but watch the TV series that he had never watched before. He didn't expect that Lin Che, who was usually so muddle-headed, was really good at acting. The two of them had dinner at the Gu family and were about to return to their own homes. While waiting for the driver at the door, Lin Che suddenly said, "Actually, this place is quite close to home. Why do we have to wait for the driver? Let's walk back. We ate so much tonight, and it's good for digestion." Behind them, Qin Hao was just about to say something to stop Gu Jingze when he saw Gu Jingze calmly reaching out his hand to stop Qin Hao from saying anything. Gu Jingze looked up at the sky and secretly gave the bodyguards behind him a look. He then nodded at Lin Che and said, "All right, I'll listen to you." When they were outside, the bodyguards quietly dispersed. Gu Jingze looked back and understood what was going on. Then he relaxed and walked along the street with Lin Che. This was the famous wealthy district of B City. Behind it were garden villas and manors. There weren't many people. However, Lin Che felt that there were fewer people than usual today. She didn't notice that there were many bodyguards following behind her. She felt very comfortable walking on the road. The streetlights on the side of the road illuminated a stone path. It looked very serene. Looking from afar, it looked very interesting. Lin Che saw handmade soaps on the side and was attracted by the gadgets. He called out and quickly walked over. Gu Jingze, look, this bunny is really made. I think I won't be able to bear to use it when I buy it. When the shop owner saw the people following behind him, he felt that they had an extraordinary aura. They didn't look like ordinary people, especially the bodyguards in black who were following them. They made people shudder. Thus, he was very fearful and respectful of the few big shots who suddenly came to the shop. He said to Lin Che carefully, "These are all handmade. You can make them on the spot. They are definitely made with the most natural spices." When Gu Jingze heard that, he said to Lin Che, "If you like it, you can try making one yourself." Lin Che said, "Really? Can I make one myself?" The shop owner quickly said, "Of course you can. We provide handmade molds for our customers." Lin Che was very happy. She was smiling so widely that her mouth was open. Gu Jingze looked at her and the corner of his lips also curled up slightly. Lin Che was really a very easily satisfied person. He could smile so happily for such a small thing. When the two of them went inside, the bodyguards outside naturally retracted and waited quietly outside. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze and smiled mischievously. "Boss, I want to make a handmade soap like this one. Do you think it's okay?" The shop owner said, "Well, it's not impossible." Gu Jingze was standing beside her. When he heard that, he lowered his head and smiled. "Don't you think it's a little inappropriate?" "How is it inappropriate?" Lin Che said. Gu Jingze laughed secretly. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. "Handmade soap is for bathing, isn't it? Do you mean that you want to use my handmade soap to rub all over your body when you bathe?" Lin Che blushed. "I didn't mean that." Gu Jingze lowered his head even more. Looking at her little neck, he took a quiet breath and purposely pressed his lips against her hair. He said softly, "It's okay. I'm looking forward to it." "Do it." "No, I don't want to do it. I want to be a little bunny too." Humph. When the shop owner heard that, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. He helped Lin Che make the handmade soap, but it was obvious that Lin Che's hands-on skills were not good. Gu Jingze said, "Look at you. You're so clumsy." He couldn't stand her clumsiness, so he started to help her with it. "This should be done like this. Idiot, put your hand over there a little. This looks like a bunny." "Lin Che, how can you be so stupid?" Lin Che looked at him speechlessly. "Anyone would be anxious if you were to rush me like that." The two of them quarreled with each other, and in the end, they finally made the handmade soap. The shop owner smiled and said, "We can engrave your names on it as a souvenir." Gu Jingze nodded and said, "Engrave it then." Lin Che's heart skipped a beat. She looked at her name and Gu Jingze's name engraved on the side. The smile on her face deepened. The two of them were finally done. The shop owner put the soap in a beautiful bag for them. Gu Jingze picked up the bag and continued to walk out with Lin Che. Lin Che said with a sense of accomplishment, "I'm so talented. It looks so good. I'm the one who made it." "Nonsense. I laid the foundation. You made it by standing on the shoulders of a giant." "Okay, as long as you're happy." "Hey, there's ice cream. I want to eat that." Gu Jingze looked at it. It was ice cream that was made on the spot. The children were eating it. "It's unhygienic. Don't eat it." "No, no. It's dirty. I won't get sick if I eat it." "Hubby, buy it for me." When Gu Jingze heard her call him hubby, he felt his body go limp. He glared at Lin Che helplessly and said reluctantly, "Let's go." "Oh yeah." The two of them quickly reached the bottom. However, just as they walked down the stairs, they suddenly heard a familiar voice behind them. "Jingza, why are you here?" They actually met Mo Huiling here. Chapter 76. Mo Huiling looked at the two of them. One was tall and the other was slender. They stood close to each other and looked very intimate. Gu Jingza was holding a small gift bag in his hand. The name of the shop was painted on the bag. It was called Time Sculpture. Mo Huiling quickly walked over and grabbed Gu Jingza's arm. She quietly inserted herself between the two of them. "Jingza." She looked up and smiled at Gu Jingza. She reached out to take the thing in his hand. "What are you holding?" "Let me see." Gu Jingza instinctively dodged. "It's nothing." Mo Huiling's expression froze when she was dodged. She looked at Gu Jingza and pouted. "Why didn't you bring anyone? Why do you need to carry the thing? Let me help you." Gu Jingza couldn't help but look at Lin Che. She stood there and looked at the two of them. Her expression seemed to be calm. Gu Jingza said, "No need. It's not anything heavy." Mo Huiling couldn't say anything else. She could only turn her head and glare at Lin Che. Lin Che didn't know what he had done wrong to make Mo Huiling hate him so much. But thinking about it, it would be strange if Mo Huiling liked him. Mo Huiling looked at the two of them. "Why are you here?" Gu Jingza said, "Oh, we just came back from dinner at the Gu residence." Mo Huiling turned around and looked at Lin Che resentfully again. "How did you walk back?" Gu Jingza said, "We walked back if there's nothing else." "Why are you here?" Mo Huiling raised her head and looked at Gu Jingza adorably. She didn't care that Lin Che was staring at her eagerly. "I just wanted to buy something to eat, but I didn't expect to see you." "Jingza, there's a cafe over there with a nice environment. Would you like to go and have a seat with me?" She paused and turned around to say to Lin Che, "Lin Che, it's rare to see you here. Let's go together." Lin Che glanced at Gu Jingza. He didn't want to disturb their two-person world. However, just as he was about to say no, "I'll go back first," Mo Huiling held Lin Che's arm and pretended to be intimate with him. "Let's go. Let's sit over there." Lin Che was pulled over. He looked back at Gu Jingza speechlessly. However, Gu Jingza's expression was as cold as usual. He couldn't tell what he meant. Lin Che could only follow her into the cafe. After sitting down, Mo Huiling sat next to Gu Jingza and looked at Lin Che. She smiled and said, "Miss Lin, what do you want to drink?" Lin Che said, "I'm fine. Anything." In fact, she didn't really like coffee, so she couldn't tell the difference between different types of coffee. Mo Huiling then called the waiter over and said, 3 glasses of Blue Mountain." Mo Huiling said with a smile, "Jingza only likes to drink Blue Mountain. This shop's Blue Mountain is considered authentic, right?" Gu Jingza could tell that Mo Huiling was deliberately getting closer to him, so he couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. Gu Jingza said, "Anything." Mo Huiling raised her head and looked at Gu Jingza. Her face was full of heartache. "Jingza, you've lost weight. Have you been too tired recently? You need to rest more. Don't focus on work too much. Your health is the most important thing." Gu Jingza felt Mo Huiling's hand on his arm. He couldn't help but feel uncomfortable and moved back, pushing her hand away without a trace. Mo Huiling felt that he was avoiding her. She got even angrier and almost leaned on him. Gu Jingza frowned deeply. Even though he knew that Mo Huiling was just acting like a child because she was jealous, he still felt unhappy. What she did was a little too much. Mo Huiling seemed to suddenly remember that there was someone else beside them. She coughed and smiled at Lin Che embarrassedly. Lin Che smirked and looked at her indifferently. Even though he felt uncomfortable, he still looked calm as if it had nothing to do with him. Otherwise, what else could she do? Mo Huiling and Gu Jingze were a couple. Lin Che knew that even without Mo Huiling's reminder. Mo Huiling smiled at Lin Che and asked with concern, I think I've seen a lot of news about you recently. I have to congratulate you. That TV show seems to be very successful. Lin Che smiled and said, thank you. Mo Huiling said, I don't know how you artists work, but I think it's a success for an artist, right? As she spoke, she took a sip of her coffee. She seemed to be high and mighty, and there was an unconcealable disdain in her eyes. Lin Che couldn't be bothered to pretend. He raised his head and smiled. It's just the beginning. I'm still far from success, but I'm still young and I still have a long way to go. Mo Huiling had grown up with Gu Jingze and was about the same age as him. Naturally, she was much older than Lin Che. No matter how well she took care of herself, the age gap between them could still be seen. Mo Huiling's expression changed when she heard what Lin Che said. However, since Gu Jingze was still by her side, she couldn't say anything. She could only suppress her anger and smile at Lin Che. Is that so? I wish you success in advance. However, I didn't expect you to know Jingyu. It seems like you have a good relationship with her. Lin Che said calmly, yeah, we're friends. Jingyu is a good person. Mo Huiling said deliberately, he's nice to people and he's good at taking care of people. You two look like a good match on TV. Gu Jingze stood up and said unhappily, all right, Huiling, we should go home. Mo Huiling's heart sank. She stood up and looked at Gu Jingze angrily. What's wrong, Jingze? At this moment, Gu Jingze's phone rang. Gu Jingze looked at Mo Huiling deeply. Seeing that it was Gu Jingming's number, he went out to answer the call. Seeing that Gu Jingze had left, Mo Huiling turned to look at Lin Che and said, Lin Che, what's wrong with you? Lin Che sneered. He saw that Mo Huiling's expression changed immediately after Gu Jingze left. She was really good at acting. Lin Che said, what's wrong with me? Mo Huiling snorted and said, you asked Gu Jingze to carry your things and accompany you on the road at night. Do you know how dangerous it is for Jingze? Dangerous? Of course. Do you think Jingze is like you, a nobody? His life is worth more than 100 of yours. If anything happens to him, do you know what regret you'll feel? I know he'll be a scourge sooner or later living with a commoner like you. Lin Che, you can die if you want, but don't drag Jingze down with you. Lin Che sneered and looked at Mo Huiling. Miss Mo, in your eyes, Gu Jingze is a dangerous person who can't go anywhere and can only stay at home, right? Chapter 77. What? Mo Huiling hadn't expected Lin Che to retort. Lin Che said, that's right. I went shopping with him and strolled home together because in my eyes, he's not a dangerous man. He's a man who has the right to enjoy life, a man who has the right to be an ordinary person. He's my husband and I share the same bed with him. There's no relationship between our identities. He helped me carry my things and walked with me because we're husband and wife. I don't understand the danger you're talking about. In my eyes, he's never a big shot. He's my husband. Mo Huiling's face turned purple with anger at Lin Che's words. Lin Che snorted coldly. So, no matter how lowly I am in your eyes, I'm Gu Jingze's wife. I don't need you to tell me what to do with my life with Gu Jingze, Miss Mo. With that, Lin Che turned around and left the place. When he was outside, Lin Che heaved a sigh of relief. He stood by the door and looked at the neon lights in the sky. She was also worried that she would be a burden to Gu Jingze. Because her life was too different from his, there were many things she didn't understand and was confused about. Closing her eyes, she sighed and took a step forward. When Gu Jingze came back, he found that Mo Huiling was the only one left in the cafe. When Mo Huiling saw Gu Jingze, she cried and laid her head on the table. Gu Jingze was stunned. He walked over and asked, "What's wrong, Huiling?" Mo Huiling looked up with tears in her eyes. "Jingze, I really don't want you to live with Lin Che anymore." Gu Jingze frowned and looked at her. "What happened?" Mo Huiling looked at him pitifully. "Do you know what Lin Che did to me just now?" Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows. "What about her?" "She told me that she and you are husband and wife. Whatever she does is right and whatever I do is wrong. She and you are on equal footing." What am I? Jingze, am I the third party? But we are clearly a couple. Why did she say that to me? Why did she hurt me? Gu Jingze looked at her with his eyebrows lowered. Did she really say that? Yeah. Mo Huiling said, "If you don't believe me, you can go and ask her." Didn't she say that you're husband and wife? She didn't say anything in front of you, but as soon as you left, she started saying such things to me. What does she mean? Alright, Huiling, I think you misunderstood what she meant, Gu Jingze said. Impossible. Mo Huiling said, I'm not a fool. I heard what she said clearly. Why, Jingze, you don't believe me? Gu Jingze took a deep breath and sat down to look at her. No, I just don't think she's that kind of person. You must have misunderstood her and that's why you misunderstood her. Alright, Huiling, stop crying. Mo Huiling bit her lips, but her heart was even sadder. Gu Jingze said, let's go. I'll get someone to send you home. Aren't you going to send me home? Mo Huiling raised her little face and said sadly. Gu Jingze didn't see Lin Che. He was anxious to know where Lin Che had gone and what had happened. He was worried that she was angry, so after some consideration, he said to Mo Huiling, I'll look for you tomorrow. I have something urgent to deal with now. Mo Huiling remembered that he had answered the phone hurriedly and left. She thought that he might really have something urgent to deal with. She thought that she wasn't like Lin Che, who didn't understand how busy he was. Thus, she held his hand, careful not to touch his body in case he got a rash. However, she missed his body temperature very much. Looking at his perfect face, she whispered to him, go do your work then. Don't be too tired, or my heart will ache. I know you're busy, so I won't disturb you. Gu Jingze took a deep breath and said to her, go back. Okay. Remember to look for me tomorrow when you're free. I'll wait for you. Okay, Gu Jingze agreed seriously. After Mo Huiling left, Gu Jingze asked where Madame had gone. His men quickly took him to find Lin Che, who was walking home alone by the roadside. Gu Jingze caught up with Lin Che and said, why did you leave on your own? Seeing that he had come so quickly, Lin Che thought that he was going to comfort Mo Huiling for a while, so he said curiously, why didn't you have a good chat with Miss Mo? Seeing that Mo Huiling was so angry, she knew that Mo Huiling wouldn't say anything nice about her after she left. Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows and looked at her. Why? Do you want us to talk more? Lin Che said, yeah. It's rare to see you. You're so considerate. Should he praise her for being a magnanimous wife? Lin Che looked at him. Of course. I'm just. What's the idiom again? It says that a person is magnanimous. Magnanimous. That's right, that's right. Are they talking about me? Gu Jingze looked down at her chest. Yeah, big breasts. Lin Che lowered her head and covered her chest. Get lost, hooligan. Gu Jingze smiled. Seeing that she wasn't unhappy, he was relieved. However, he remembered Imo Huiling's words and asked her sideways, You told Huiling just now that we're husband and wife, so everything we do is right? She knew that Imo Huiling wouldn't say anything nice about her. She didn't seem to say that, but it wasn't a problem to interpret it that way. Yeah. Isn't that the case? Lin Che pretended to be dumb and tilted her head to look at him. Looking at Lin Che's cute face and blinking eyes, Gu Jingze shook his head helplessly. Yes, yes, yes. You're right. Lin Che said, Of course. You're my husband and I'm your wife. Don't you always say that we're husband and wife and that you should take care of me? So, accompanying me on walks and helping me carry things are what a husband should do, right, hubby? She was getting bolder and bolder with him. She grabbed his arm and shook it back and forth. What do you think, hubby? He really felt that his heart was going to melt. He couldn't help but smile at her. Okay, you're right. Only then did Lin Che smile. Seeing that they had reached the Gu residence, the two of them entered together. When they reached home, Lin Che couldn't wait to take out the handmade soaps that they had made. Although the handmade soap looked a little weird, its color was still pretty good. He actually couldn't bear to use it. Gu Jingze looked at them from behind and pointed at the ones that Lin Che had made. These are really ugly. How can that be? This is called art. Do you understand? It's like Picasso. This is called abstract art. Gu Jingze shook his head and said, Clumsy and only knows how to find excuses. Lin Che turned around and glared at him. The helper saw them from the side. Seeing that the two of them looked very happy, she couldn't help but interrupt, Madam, sir, did you make all these? They look so good. Lin Che immediately turned around and said, Yeah. I made the good ones and Gu Jingze made the ugly ones. She picked up the soap and looked at it. What should I do? I can't bear to use them anymore. Gu Jingze leaned over and said, What's there to be reluctant about? You can just make them in the future. He also picked up one and played with it. Smiling at her name on it, he said to her, You used mine and I used yours. Hearing this, Lin Che couldn't help but blush. Gu Jingze lowered his head and said, When you use them, does it feel like I'm touching your whole body? Chapter 78. Lin Che could feel Gu Jingze's body temperature getting closer. He was standing behind her, his back pressed against hers. He could smell the shampoo on her head. She used the same shampoo and shower gel as him, but the scent on her body was different. It seemed to be mixed with a woman's fragrance, making people feel as if the scent lingered in their nostrils and went straight into their hearts. He couldn't help but get closer. He lowered his head, the tip of his nose almost touching her hair. Lin Che sat upright. Feeling his breath getting closer, she didn't even dare to move. The Gu family's servants were very sensible. Seeing the two of them here, they quickly retreated. There were only the two of them left in the room. Gu Jingze looked at her fair neck from above and felt an urge to reach out and touch it. Lin Che could feel a hot hand slowly approaching. Suddenly, he turned around and looked at Gu Jingze, who was behind him. He glared at him and asked, Hey, Gu Jingze, what are you doing? Gu Jingze felt a little embarrassed that he had been caught stealing. But seeing Lin Che's questioning gaze, he raised his eyebrows and said, What am I doing? Lin Che glanced at his hand. Don't touch me behind my back. Lin Che, we are husband and wife. How can you call this touching? Of course it's touching, pervert. Gu Jing's face tensed up. He sat in front of Lin Che, so close that Lin Che was shocked. She felt Gu Jing's coming up to her and suddenly kissing her on the lips. It was like a dragonfly touching the surface of the water, but it still made people feel hot. Lin Che's face turned as red as an apple. Gu Jingze really liked Lin Che's sensitive face. Her face was so thin that it seemed like it would break if he poked it. She blushed so easily. Lin Che immediately leaned back, away from his face. Gu Jingze said, "You are my wife. I can kiss you if I want, understand? Get lost, pervert." Lin Che shouted, covering her mouth. Gu Jing's face was evil. His gaze trailed down her beautiful neck. "If you're a pervert, that's not all. Do you really want me to be a pervert?" Gu Jingze smiled and kissed her on the lips. Lin Che let out a low cry. She only felt that the tip of his tongue was domineeringly occupying all of her breath. Although Gu Jingze couldn't get close to a woman because of his illness, he instinctively grabbed her chest. He fumbled with it and gently kneaded it. His breathing gradually quickened. Her body was so soft that it made people want to knead it into pieces. Lin Che felt his strength increase, and a slight pain, accompanied by a strong electric current, caused his body to go numb. She couldn't help but groan, and her body went limp. Her body almost leaned into his embrace, and her hand involuntarily rested on his shoulder, but she felt his hand move to her back, caressing it randomly. Gu Jingze felt that his body was unreasonably hot. The desire that was about to break through his body made him feel extremely uncomfortable. He really wanted to eat her up just like that. However, at this moment, someone knocked on the door. Gu Jingze blushed and let go of the woman in his arms with difficulty. He said angrily to the door, "What's wrong?" "Sir, master is here." Gu Jingming was here. Gu Jingze could only let go of her temporarily. Looking at Lin Che's blushing face, he couldn't help but peck on it one last time before he got up. He didn't look at her anymore, in case he couldn't control himself and wanted her just like that. Lin Che was still in a daze when she felt Gu Jingze open the door and go out. Her bright red face was full of shyness. She pinched herself hard. Was this a dream? Gu Jingze. What was he doing? Gu Jingze walked down the stairs step by step. He saw Gu Jingming downstairs, and the bodyguards from the state security were on standby outside. It seemed that there was something serious going on. "Brother, you better have something important to tell me." Gu Jingming saw Gu Jingze coming down. "What's wrong? Did I disturb you?" Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows. "Of course. I'm not a big man. I'm a single man. I'm married. Not everyone can come to my house. You should at least give me a heads up next time." Gu Jingming shook his head with a smile. He looked at Gu Jingze and said, "Okay, I got it. I'm still not used to it. You're already married, but you seem to be enjoying your married life. I'll try my best to adapt to it next time." Gu Jingze and Gu Jingming sat down together. Gu Jingming put the tablet in front of Gu Jingze. "Someone sent this to me." Gu Jingze looked down. It was Gu Jingming on the bed with a woman. It looked like it was taken secretly. But their clothes were messy. Although they weren't naked, it was obvious that they had just experienced something. Gu Jingze looked up. "What's going on?" Gu Jingming sighed. "I suspect that he might have something even more powerful." Because that day, Gu Jingming lowered his head and rubbed his forehead. Gu Jingze understood immediately. There was something even more shocking that day. Is there a mole among the bodyguards in the state security? Otherwise, how could they take a photo of this? We're already investigating. The most important thing now is to see how to handle this matter. Who is this woman? Gu Jingze laughed and asked. I didn't expect you to have a private life. Gu Jingming raised his head and looked at him indifferently. It's you, Minmin. Gu Jingze's eyes darkened. After they finished their discussion, Gu Jingze walked him out. I'll get someone to investigate this matter. He couldn't use his own power to investigate this matter in case someone found out. So, he needed Gu Jingze's help. Gu Jingming nodded. Gu Jingze said, if it doesn't work, you can just marry her. Mr. President, no one can say anything about what you do with your wife, right? Gu Jingming looked at him. She can't. Gu Jingze laughed. Why? Is it because of your career? Is it because of your agent? Or is it because of her complicated family background? Gu Jingze said, I've looked into it. She comes from an ordinary family. But her family matters are complicated. She has a younger brother who relies on her salary to pay for his school fees. But it doesn't matter. The problem is that her father is a gambler. Gu Jingze was speechless. He looked at Gu Jingming. It seems like we need to give this matter further thought. But it's obvious that she's a commoner. My suggestion last time is still valid. Let's see if you accept it. What? Marrying a commoner will help you get more votes this time. Gu Jingming looked at him deeply. He didn't reply and walked out. Chapter 79. Gu Jingze muttered as he walked back, You Minmin. Soon, they reached Lin Che's room. She didn't even dare to look at Gu Jingze and kept avoiding his gaze. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and asked, Why did you and your manager go to the hotel that brother was staying at that day? Lin Che raised his head and stared blankly for a moment before saying, Oh, you mean that day? That day was Gu Jingyu's treat. Everyone went to celebrate, and I brought Sister Yu along. Isn't that hotel the Gu family's property? So Gu Jingyu brought us there. Who knows why Mr. President went there too? Gu Jingze sat down and pondered. Everything seemed to be natural. It didn't seem like a conspiracy. Yu Minmin was there because of his third brother. Moreover, since Yu Minmin's background had been investigated, there shouldn't be any problem. It couldn't be a spy. But did it really have nothing to do with Yu Minmin? Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze strangely. Why do you suddenly ask this question? Gu Jingze looked up and smiled. Nothing. Let's go to sleep. Okay. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Lin Che didn't ask further. The next day. The drama was halfway through and Lin Che's character was becoming more and more abusive. Many people vented their frustrations on Lin Che's Weibo. A lot of people felt that Chinihan, who was portrayed by Lin Che, wasn't an easy person. She was considerate of others, suave and handsome, and didn't hesitate in everything she did. But, in the end, she was always the one who got hurt. In comparison, because Lin Che was the most abusive, people paid less attention to the female lead. Outside, some people started to spread rumors to smear Lin Che's name, saying that Lin Che was going to surpass the female lead and become the biggest beneficiary of the drama. Luckily, Mu Firen pretended that nothing had happened and didn't respond. However, many of Mu Firen's fans scolded Lin Che, which annoyed Lin Che a little. It's weird. These are all written by the scriptwriter. What does it have to do with me? I'm just a supporting character. Why are they scolding me? Lin Che complained to Yu Minmin on the way to the event. Yu Minmin looked at the information in her hands. She had seen a lot, so she was much calmer than Lin Che. Of course, she wasn't the one being scolded, so she wasn't as agitated as Lin Che. Since we're all in the same show, there will definitely be people who don't like the fact that you have a good review and will purposely discredit you. But as for who it is, it won't be easy to investigate. We're all competitors, so it's impossible to investigate. Yu Minmin looked at Lin Che and said, anyway, just remember that if you become famous, it will be the biggest blow to your opponents. Lin Che nodded, I understand, Sister Yu. Soon, they arrived at the venue. This was a talk show. Since Mu Firen would also be here today, the main producers attached great importance to this event. They hoped that Mu Firen and Gu Jingyu could appear on the show together, so they deliberately asked Lin Che to appear later so that the female lead screen would not be taken away. Lin Che looked at Mu Firen and Gu Jingyu who were sitting together. The two of them were very dedicated to their work. It seemed like they were flirting with each other. Mu Firen was indeed a veteran. She looked very comfortable on the stage and the effect of the show was very good. At this moment, Lin Li walked over from behind. She looked to the front and snorted. Why did I hear that you're going to be shelved? Lin Che rolled his eyes and turned around. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Li looked at him innocently. What? Isn't it true? I heard that you wanted to be famous, so you tried to create hype with Gu Jingyu. As a result, you almost overpowered Mu Firen and offended Mu Firen. Lin Che, you're too eager for quick success. Those who have been in the entertainment industry for a long time all have a few powerful backers and are more capable than you. How dare you insist on surpassing the female lead in a TV show? Can't you just be a supporting character? Lin Che glared at Lin Li looking at her evil eyes. He sneered, you sure know a lot. Lin Li snorted. Look, Mu Firen didn't want you to create hype with Gu Jingyu today, so she purposely separated you two from each other. Lin Che glared at her and saw Mu Firen coming down. Lin Li hurried to greet her. Sister Firen, you did a great job in the interview just now. My company has been asking me to learn from you, saying that you're really good at dealing with reporters. Mu Firen smiled faintly. Actually, that's all. You're too polite. Seeing that Mu Firen was talking to her, Lin Li turned around and glared at Lin Che with a smile. Then, she moved closer to Lin Che. Lin Che felt that Lin Li was too much. He glanced at her but didn't say anything. At this moment, Mu Firen noticed Lin Che and walked over with a smile. Lin Che, I didn't see you just now. Lin Che smiled. Really? I've been sitting here the whole time. Mu Firen walked over and said to Lin Che intimately, you did a good job in the TV show. I think you're quite suitable to play such a handsome role. Thank you, Sister Firen. Really, I acted very naturally. Sister Firen, I'm blushing if you keep praising me. At this moment, a reporter saw the two chatting enthusiastically from afar and quickly took a photo. Mu Firen said, Gu Jingyu doesn't praise many people, but he kept praising you to me. Tut tut. Lin Che, you must be the only one who can make him look at you. His taste is so bad. Maybe I should reflect on myself. Mu Firen burst into laughter. Lin Li watched them from behind and was furious. She had been ignored by Mu Firen, but she went to chat with Lin Che directly. The next day, as expected, the news came out, saying that Mu Firen and Lin Che chatted passionately and dispelled the rumors. Mu Firen also admitted that she thought Lin Che was a very down-to-earth and innocent girl. In the photo on the headline, Lin Che and Mu Firen were standing close together, and Lin Li was reduced to a human background. Lin Li saw the headline and was so angry that she almost threw her tablet to the ground. Are these reporters stupid? Yu Minmin looked at the news and said to Lin Che, who was still in the car, Mu Firen is on your side because of Gu Jingyu, right? Lin Che said, but why did she help me? First of all, she probably doesn't hate you. Otherwise, she would just sit there and let the outside hype it up. Why would she waste the effort? She's willing to help you, which shows that she still likes you. Secondly, she's not a person who likes to cause trouble, and she's also a smart person. She won't be used by others for no reason. This time, it's obvious that someone is using her to defame you. Lin Che nodded with understanding. Chapter 80. I don't have much to do these days. You can rest at home and take a look at these scripts. Yu Minmin threw a bunch of scripts to Lin Che. Lin Che looked at them and said speechlessly, "What are these?" Yu Minmin said, "These are the scripts we want you to act in. We're still choosing. You can take a look first and tell me if you're interested." "Wow, there are so many scripts," Lin Che said in surprise. Yu Minmin smiled and said, "That's not all. We're choosing the female lead role, so there won't be any bad productions." Female lead? Yeah, I won't give you a supporting role anymore. The first one is a supporting role, so the second one must be a main character to make you stand out. So this script is very important. Take your time to choose. The two of them walked out side by side. Suddenly, Yu Minmin's phone rang. Yu Minmin looked at the number and her expression changed slightly. She turned to smile at Lin Che and walked out to answer the call. "Dad, what's up?" "Daughter, my good daughter, I've decided to turn over a new leaf. I've let you and your brother down all these years. I've decided to quit gambling today." Yu Minmin listened to the solemn voice on the phone and smiled. "Tell me, how much did you lose this time and how much do you want me to give you?" "Not much, really, not much. I was cheated this time. In the last round, I'm not interested in what happened. Tell me the result. How much do you owe?" 30,000, 30,000. "Dad, this is my salary for a few months. Daughter, you're my only daughter. You have to help me. Otherwise, they'll take your mom away and make her cook to pay off the debt." Yu Minmin took a deep breath. "For mom, dad, for mom and brother, can you stay away from mom and brother? Can you divorce mom? Are you still my daughter?" Yu Minmin put down the phone. When she went outside, Lin Che saw that Yu Minmin looked a little absent-minded. She couldn't help but ask, "Sister Yu, what's the matter?" Yu Minmin smiled and said, "It's nothing, it's just some personal matters. Go back and read your script. I won't be seeing you off." Lin Che nodded, but his gaze was still on Yu Minmin. "Sister Yu, I feel that you're quite mysterious sometimes." "What?" Yu Minmin smiled. Lin Che said, "I've been working with you for so many years, but I've never heard you mention your family or your personal affairs. Everyone says that you're a workaholic." Yu Minmin looked at Lin Che. "I've never mentioned that you and Lin Li are sisters. You're the daughter of the Lin family." Lin Che stared blankly for a moment. Then, he let out a cold laugh and said, "I just feel like there's nothing much to say. Even if I say it, it's useless. I might as well fight hard on my own and break away from those people and the past." Yu Minmin said, "That's why I've always liked you, because you've never complained. You're always right, and it's useless even if you say it. That's why I've never said it. Remember, this is a society that doesn't appreciate failure. I don't like to bring my negative energy to others. Everyone has their own troubles, so why should I let others bear my troubles for me? It's like rubbing salt on my own wounds." As Yu Minmin spoke, she waved for Lin Che's car to come over and drove him away. Lin Che turned around and watched as Yu Minmin turned around and walked back into the company alone. He only felt that her back view was a little lonely. It was very different from the strong and invulnerable look she used to have in front of others. Lin Che returned home with a pile of scripts. Gu Jingze saw Lin Che carrying the things and asked someone to take them. "What are these?" Gu Jingze asked. Lin Che said, the company asked me to pick the scripts. Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows and took out a script to read. The name on it was Golden Armor's Love. The name was terrible. Lin Che sat on the sofa and piled up the scripts on the table. He leaned against the table and flipped through them casually. Gu Jingze sat on the other side and picked up Lin Che's script to read. Let me help you, Gu Jingze said. These are all for you to pick, right? Yeah. Lin Che looked at him speechlessly. Do you know how to read them? Gu Jingze said, I'm a master's student at McGill University. Lin Che said, literature and acting are different. But since they're both arts, there should be something in common. Lin Che grabbed the script and looked up at Gu Jingze strangely. But you're a businessman who stinks of money. Why would you study literature? Gu Jingze said without looking up, I also have a Ph.D. in economics from Harvard and a master's degree from Yale University School of Psychology and Law. I studied economics and management at MIT, but unfortunately, my time was limited, so I only got a bachelor's degree. Lin Che raised his hands at him, his face full of admiration. Genius, accept my knee. Gu Jingze raised his head. Genius? Lin Che said, it means someone who's good at studying. Gu Jingze said, I see. Lin Che couldn't help but ask curiously, but how can you study so many things at the same time? How can you finish studying in a 4-year university? Gu Jingze said, don't you know that some universities allow students to study at the same time? But what's the use of studying so many things? Of course it's useful. It's always good to know more. I can't understand. Yeah, with your brain capacity, you really can't understand. Hey, Gu Jingze, I'm a university graduate after all. You're a university graduate. Gu Jingze tilted his head and looked at her in disbelief. Lin Che said, didn't you say that you've investigated everything about me before we got married? There are some unimportant things that the people down there did not report to me. Did he mean that her studies were unimportant? Lin Che said indignantly, I graduated from the Drama Academy. That's still a bachelor's degree. Oh, really? Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows and asked. Lin Che felt a little guilty. Of course, I graduated after all. Really? How many scholarships did you get? Lin Che felt even more guilty. She pursed her lips and thought about what to say. Gu Jingze laughed. Looks like you didn't even pass. No, I got 61 marks. That's a pass. Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows, 61 marks. Lin Che, you're really bad at studying. Lin Che then realized that he was just provoking her. You're indeed a profiteer. Don't you like profiteers like me? Gu Jingze moved closer. Seeing her angry face, he wanted to reach out and pinch her cheeks. He didn't mind her academic results. Instead, he thought it was fun to tease her like this. On the other hand, her look of admiration made his vanity explode, and he felt very happy. Chapter 81. Lin Che glared at him. Who likes you? You're too narcissistic. Gu Jingze's face stiffened as he glared at her. But when I kissed you yesterday, you clearly liked it. Lin Che couldn't help but be speechless. He even stuttered as he spoke, who's acting like I like you very much? Why you, get it straight, I was scared by you, okay? Gu Jingze's eyes narrowed. Were you really frightened? Why do I feel that you enjoyed it? That's because you're feeling wrong. Gu Jingze smiled devilishly. The corners of his lips curled up, making him look so sexy that it left one speechless. You'll know if I'm feeling wrong after feeling it again. With that said, he suddenly leaned over. Lin Che was startled by his sudden movement. She quickly leaned back, but Gu Jingze still leaned over and pressed his body against hers. He put one hand on the sofa and held Lin Che's hand with the other hand. He grabbed her wrist and pressed her down on the sofa. Lin Che was startled. She quickly said, Get out of the way, Gu Jingze. This is the living room. Gu Jingze looked at her frightened eyes. She was so frightened that her cheeks suddenly turned crimson. Her bright eyes were filled with shyness. For a moment, she was indescribably beautiful. So what if it's the living room? This is our home, and we are husband and wife. No one can say anything about what we do in this room. Lin Che pushed away the man in front of her, whose eyes were filled with ridicule. Her hand pushed against his chest, and she could still feel his chest muscles clearly rubbing against her palm. She didn't know whether to grab it or let it go. But no matter where she was, his body was clearly divided. Lin Che panicked. She felt that Gu Jingze was really sticking to her. His eyes watched her evasive look, and his lips almost touched the tip of her nose, but he didn't move down. He enjoyed the panicked look on her face with amusement, slowly torturing her nerves. Tell me. Do you like it? His lips brushed against hers, and he smiled wantonly. Lin Che bit her lip. Turn me over, Gu Jingze. Tell me if you like it or not. I don't like it. Wrong answer. Gu Jingze said as he pressed his lips against hers. Lin Che's face turned red. Gu Jingze, you. If you tease me like this, I'll spit on you. Saliva. He smiled. It's not like I haven't eaten it before. Gu Jingze, you have such a heavy taste. Gu Jingze said, why would I marry you if I don't have a strong taste? Gu Jingze had been led astray. Gu Jingze, if you don't let go, I'm going to hit you. Ha, I'd like to see how you're going to do it. You've really underestimated me, Gu Jingze. Lin Che smiled. He suddenly raised his knee, aimed it at the center of Gu Jingze's thighs, and just like that, ouch. Gu Jingze felt the pain. He let go of Lin Che and rolled off the sofa. Lin Che was shocked. He thought that Gu Jingze was fast and would definitely catch her. He didn't expect that this time, he didn't catch her. Gu Jingze sat on the fine carpet. His face looked stiff. Lin Che quickly squatted down and knelt on the carpet. He looked at Gu Jingze worriedly and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Gu Jingze. How are you? Are you in pain? Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and shook his head. I'm fine. It's okay. Is it really that painful? I'm really sorry. I remember that when I was young, I often played with boys like this. It didn't hurt that much. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. Kids haven't grown up yet. Of course it doesn't hurt. You should know that my size is different from a child's. Lin Che looked at this shameless man. He still had the cheek to say that at a time like this. I think you really don't hurt. You even know how to joke. Gu Jingze smiled again. Everything else is a joke. But size is not a joke. Gu Jingze, you've really changed. You weren't so shameless before. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. I can't help but be shameless when I see you. Was it her fault? You. Where did you learn to be so glib-tongued? Do you still need to teach me this? I thought that men evolved to reproduce. When they see women who want to reproduce, they can't help but be glib-tongued. That way, humans can continue to reproduce. Get lost. Just say it if you're shameless. Why do you have to make it sound so grand? Gu Jingze smiled. But it was really painful. Looking at Gu Jingze's expression, Lin Che felt even more embarrassed. She lowered her head and said, What should we do? Should we go to the hospital? Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and leaned over. He lowered his head and whispered in her ear, just rub it. Lin Che shouted at Gu Jingze, what? Rub my ass. She could rub other places, but here, how was she supposed to rub here? Gu Jingze grabbed her wrist and pulled her closer. How do you know if it's effective if you don't try? Lin Che thought that he was really going to pull her hand down, but she heard an untimely voice from the door. Jingze, what are you doing? Mo Huiling actually came at this time. Gu Jingze was stunned. He obviously didn't expect Mo Huiling to come straight into the bedroom. He let go of Lin Che's hand and stood up. Beside him, Lin Che immediately stood up as well. Gu Jingze was a little displeased. He looked at Mo Huiling and said, Huiling, why did you come in so casually? This was his and Lin Che's home after all. Moreover, he was a grown man after all. He wasn't like when he was a child, when he could enter a room casually and didn't care about gender. What if he was naked in his own home? Mo Huiling looked at the intimate action of the two of them in astonishment. If she wasn't mistaken, Gu Jingze was actually holding Lin Che's hand. The two of them were so close to each other that they looked like one person. Had Gu Jingze recovered from his illness? Mo Huiling glanced at Lin Che with jealousy and hatred. Lin Che looked at the two of them knowingly. He picked up the script on the table and said, you guys talk. I'll go in and read the script. Lin Che. Gu Jingze wanted to call Lin Che, but Mo Huiling interrupted, okay. Thank you, Lin Che. Then, she came over and held Gu Jingze's arm. Gu Jingze looked at her hand and frowned slightly. Huiling, let go of me first. There are all the servants here. It's not good for us to be seen. Mo Huiling glared at Gu Jingze angrily. Is it okay for you and Lin Che to be seen? I'm just holding you. Is it okay for us to be seen? Huiling, she is my wife. It doesn't matter who sees us. You. Mo Huiling was even angrier. She bit her lip and said, but we've been so close since we were young. Everyone knows that. No one said anything in the past. Why is it not good now? Alright, let go of me first. Let's talk outside. Gu Jingze's eyes darkened and he looked at Mo Huiling steadily. Mo Huiling didn't dare to say anything under his gaze. She could only let go of his hand unwillingly. Chapter 82. Then let's talk at my place, Mo Huiling said. Gu Jingze looked at her and nodded. The two of them drove away from the Gu mansion. When they arrived at Mo Huiling's place, they got out of the car and Mo Huiling pulled Gu Jingze into her room. Mo Huiling pouted and looked at Gu Jingze. Jingze, I really miss you. I want to be with you every day. Gu Jingze looked at Mo Huiling hesitantly. But Huiling, I'm married now. Mo Huiling immediately raised her head. You've always been married, but the person you love is me. Jingze, have you fallen in love with her? Otherwise, why would you be so close to her? You. Just how far have you gone? Gu Jingze didn't know what it was, but he realized that he really wanted to be close to Lin Che. Once he was close to her, he would forget everything else and follow the impulse of desire. It was a different feeling when he was with Mo Huiling. He had once wondered if it was because he had never had a relapse when he touched her, so he felt safe. But the connection and familiarity between him and Mo Huiling seemed to be the feeling of a soul mate between a man and a woman. Gu Jingze closed his eyes. He felt sorry for Mo Huiling. He could only sigh and let go of Mo Huiling's hand. Huiling, I think we shouldn't continue. Mo Huiling was stunned. Gu Jingze said, I'm sorry, but I don't want to waste your youth anymore. I've wasted so many years. It's enough. I can't marry you because I can't touch you. As long as I'm not well, it'll be a waste for you to marry me. Your family won't agree to it. There's no future between us. I'm too selfish. That's why I've been with you. Mo Huiling was scared out of her wits. Her face turned pale and she looked at Gu Jingze in disbelief. His lips instantly lost their color. Until we get married. Huiling, it's just a waste of time for you to be with me. Let's break up. Gu Jingze couldn't bear to look at Mo Huiling's face. After all, they had been together for many years. Although he could kill decisively in the business world, he was not really without flesh and blood. Gu Jingze stood up and wanted to leave for a while. Unexpectedly, Mo Huiling grabbed Gu Jingze's arm and pulled him with all her might, not letting him go. Jingze, don't go, don't. She cried. Gu Jingze closed his eyes and said, let go of me, Huiling. You'll forget about what happened between us when you have a new boyfriend. Jingze, I don't care that you're sick. I don't care that I can't be together with you mentally and physically. I just want you to be by my side. I don't care that you're married. I can wait for you. When the Gu family and the Mo family are all dead, no one will be able to stop us. Really? Gu Jingze's heart trembled as he said those words. You're right, you're the only man I've ever met. You're my life. Huiling, what nonsense are you talking about? Gu Jingze stopped her when he heard her cursing someone else. He knew that she said that because she was anxious. He sighed and pulled Mo Huiling to calm her down. Do you know what you're doing? It's a fact that I'm married. When can I get a divorce? I don't know. Lin Che and I, we're not simple. We're husband and wife. It's a fact. We'll be very close because we have to live together. So, it's unfair to you and to her. I know, Jingze. But without you, I'll die. I just want to see you, talk to you, and have you accompany me. That's enough. I don't want to be separated from you. I'll wait for you for the rest of my life. I won't get married or be with another man. So, don't give up on me. I'll really die. Gu Jingze looked at Mo Huiling's crying face. He knew that she really, really loved him. But why couldn't he touch her? Mo Huiling was happy to see Gu Jingze's heart soften. She thought that Lin Che had no problem getting close to her now. They could be so close. Maybe Gu Jingze's illness had improved a lot. Then why couldn't she touch him? Mo Huiling leaned forward and kissed his lips when he wasn't paying attention. Gu Jingze felt her pounce on him. He pushed Mo Huiling away. He didn't feel uncomfortable, but he was so disgusted that he pushed Mo Huiling away. Mo Huiling rolled on the bed. She was so angry that she raised her head and looked at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze wiped his mouth and remembered that Mo Huiling was still there. He looked down at Mo Huiling and said, Huiling, you. Mo Huiling wanted to strangle Lin Che. Why could she be so close to Gu Jingze, but she couldn't? Gu Jingze was also angry. He didn't expect Mo Huiling to kiss him suddenly. Huiling, I've said that I'm married. How can you? Not to mention that he had never been able to get close to a woman, she knew this the best. She also knew that doing this would cause him to have an attack. She also knew that she did not care, so he could still understand. But he had already said that he was married now. He couldn't be unfair to all three of them. She still wanted to do this. He was inexplicably angry. He looked at Mo Huiling deeply, got up and walked out. Mo Huiling was frightened. She watched Gu Jingze leave and didn't dare to follow him. She was worried that he would say that he didn't want to see her anymore in a fit of anger. Gu Jingze soon arrived at Chen Yuqing's place. He quickly brushed his teeth, but his mouth still felt uncomfortable. He didn't know if it was psychological or physiological. Anyway, it was unbearable. He brushed his teeth again. It still didn't work, so he tried again. Chen Yuqing listened to the movements inside and knocked on the door. No way. Did you use up the whole tube of toothpaste just because someone kissed you? Your mouth will get hurt. Gu Jingze opened the door. Chen Yuqing shut his mouth when he saw Gu Mohan's gloomy expression. President Gu, that's not what I meant. What I meant was that she's someone you're familiar with. She shouldn't feel that bad. You'd better overcome your psychological state. Only then will you be able to judge whether it's psychological or physical discomfort, right? Gu Jingze suppressed the discomfort in his heart. He also wanted to make a judgment, but he just felt dirty and uncomfortable. Thinking of it, he wanted to brush his teeth again. But the strange thing was, when he kissed Lin Che, he just felt reluctant to leave. He even swallowed her saliva without hesitation. Chapter 83. Chen Yuqing looked at Gu Jingze. I think it's better for you to have more psychological effects on her. Look, there are no rashes. It's obvious that the medicine you use this time has its uses. But I guess you're still not used to touching women. Gu Jingze lifted his eyes and glanced at Chen Yuqing. Cough, Yuqing, can you help me get some other safe and reliable doctors here? Other types. I have an extension too. I can treat minor illnesses and pains. Mr. Gu, you can tell me directly if you have any problems. Gu Jingze raised his dark eyes and looked at Chen Yuqing with disgust. He paused and said, I have some problems with my private parts, after a while. Chen Yuqing looked at Gu Jingze speechlessly. Mr. Gu, was it too intense last night? I understand that you two are newlyweds and it's your first time in a relationship. But it's not good for your health if it's too intense. Some things have to be restrained. Chen Yuqing couldn't imagine how it could hurt there. How intense was it? Gu Jingze's face darkened. Lin Che and I are not in that kind of relationship. We've never slept together. Chen Yuqing looked at Gu Jingze in surprise. Really? You haven't broken through? Gu Jingze glared at him silently. Chen Yuqing said, that's really strange. I thought you two had already. How could he endure it? Eating and sleeping in the same room with a woman. It was so intimate, he suddenly felt a little sorry for Gu Jingze. He wondered how much patience this man had exerted. Moreover, he had also seen Lin Che before. She was fair and clean, and her appearance was really very attractive. Facing such a beautiful little wife, it was not easy for him to restrain himself. Mr. Gu, I feel that it's not good for your health to suppress your true nature too much. Appropriate exercise can not only improve your relationship, but it's also very beneficial for your old illness. Alright, since there's nothing else, you don't have to do any more. Gu Jingze was even more annoyed by his words. Chen Yuqing sighed. Seeing that Gu Jingze had already walked out without looking back, he could only shake his head helplessly. It was also a problem to be too upright. In fact, sometimes there was a gray area. For a man like him, outsiders wouldn't say anything if he had one or two more women. Why did he have to make himself so aggrieved? Gu Jingze knew he didn't want to tell Chen Yuqing about Lin Che, how he felt about Lin Che, or the little details about him. She simply didn't want to tell him. It was as if Lin Che was her own and didn't want to be shared with anyone else. These private matters between him and Lin Che were also his own, and he didn't want to tell anyone else. It was as if he had told someone else, as if a part of Lin Che had been taken away, and Lin Che no longer belonged to him alone. This feeling was very strange, but it was deeply rooted in his heart and could not be removed. Some things, even if they knew it was wrong, they still couldn't help but do it. At this moment, his phone rang. Gu Jingze looked down. It was Mo Huiling. After calming down, he had already forgiven Mo Huiling. He knew that it was because she loved him too much that she would do something that did not suit her character. He had known Mo Huiling since she was young. Even if she was a little willful and bad-tempered, she shouldn't be a bad person. He picked up the phone. Jingze, are you still angry? She said pitifully over the phone. No. Gu Jingze sighed. Then, where are you now? I'm at Dr. Chen's place, he said honestly. Mo Huiling knew that he would look for Chen Yuqing if he had a problem. He was a top doctor who had followed and treated his illness for many years. Mo Huiling said, I'm sorry. Did I make you sick? Really, I blame myself. I just couldn't help but forget about your illness. It's okay. Gu Jingze said. Mo Huiling said, I was really wrong this time. I won't do it again. I know I shouldn't have kissed you so casually. Huiling, it's just that. I said that I would get a divorce, but I haven't gotten one yet. I know. I will wait for you. I will wait for the day when you completely separate from her. Actually, you don't have to. No, I'll wait for you. Jingze, I love you. I can do anything for you. After putting down the phone, Gu Jingze felt a little guilty towards Mo Huiling. But he also felt a little helpless. On the other side, Mo Huiling put down the phone and smashed it on the floor. The phone immediately broke into pieces. On the other side, the servant looked at Mo Huiling's face without daring to breathe. Mo Huiling thought angrily that Lin Che deserved to die. She was Gu Jingze's wife. She was the Mrs. Gu that everyone envied and looked up to. Now, everyone in the circle knew that Gu Jingze had married someone else after being together with her for so many years. She was so embarrassed. Gu Jingze was a man that she couldn't bear to part with. She had thought about it before. It would be better to separate from him since they couldn't live a married life together. But after knowing so many men, there was still no one who could make her give up on Gu Jingze. No matter who it was, they couldn't compare to Gu Jingze and the Gu family. The Gu family was the most powerful family in Country C. Gu Jingze was the most powerful man in Country C. Other than him, who else could make her live the best life and be looked up to by everyone in Country C? When Gu Jingze returned home, he didn't see Lin Che, who usually liked to curl up on the sofa. He asked the servant curiously, "Where is Madam?" The servant said, "Madam said she was tired and went back to her room to rest early." Gu Jingze understood, but felt that something was wrong. Tired so early. It didn't fit Lin Che's character. Very quickly, she pushed open the bedroom door and entered the room, only to see Lin Che lying on the bed. He was curled up on the bed, as though he had really fallen asleep. However, his entire body was curled up, as though he was a prawn. It was very different from his usual inelegant sleeping posture. Gu Jingze moved his eyes and walked to the bed in a few steps. "Are you asleep?" he asked. "Yes," the person on the bed answered. Gu Jingze couldn't help but smile. "Can you still answer when you are asleep? Are you talking in your sleep?" Lin Che was embarrassed. He opened his eyes immediately. She felt Gu Jingze turn over, lift the quilt, and nimbly crawl into the bed. "You! Gu Jingze, who let you come up?" Lin Che knew that he went out with Mo Huiling. He didn't know where they went, but they must have been together. "This is my bed. Why can't I come up?" Gu Jingze held Lin Che, who was struggling. Chapter 84. Lin Che wanted to kick him away immediately. "Gu Jingze, don't force me. Get off me. Lin Che, what's wrong? Are you angry? Gu Jingzi pushed her hand away and looked at her. Angry? Lin Che covered her face. I'm not angry. Then why won't you look at me? Why should I look at you? Gu Jingzi smiled suddenly. So, are you jealous? Lin Che's ears heated up. He pushed Gu Jingzi's hand away. Am I crazy? Jealous? Are you delusional? This is a fake marriage, not a real couple. Gu Jingzi fell sideways on the bed. He looked at Lin Che and said, You're really not jealous. Lin Che snorted. Of course. Lin Che sat up and glared at Gu Jingzi. I know I'm good at acting, but don't think that I'm acting for real. I'm a professional actress. I should play the role of a good wife. Of course, I can do it perfectly. Gu Jingzi took a deep breath, feeling a little disappointed. Okay. Gu Jingzi sat down and said, I thought you were jealous, so you were avoiding me on purpose. Ha, you're getting more and more narcissistic. Gu Jingzi said, Is it wrong to be narcissistic? Of course. Lin Che patted herself and sat down. The two of them sat side by side on the big bed. Because the bed was big, there was still a lot of space left for them to sit on. Gu Jingzi looked at her. Narcissism means loving yourself. If you don't love yourself, how can you expect others to love you? Ha, you're quibbling. Lin Che looked at him. CEO Gu, so many people love you. Why do you need to love yourself? How can I be loved by so many people? Gu Jingzi said. Lin Che said, I believe Miss Mo isn't the only one. At the mention of Mo Huiling, Gu Jingzi couldn't help thinking of all the complicated things that had happened. He felt complicated and annoyed. It was supposed to be a simple matter. He and Lin Che agreed to get married, and they wouldn't interfere with each other's affairs until the divorce. But things didn't go as planned. Gu Jingzi said, Huiling and I are not what you think. Like what? Lin Che tilted his head and looked at him. Gu Jingzi said, Huiling and I have known each other since we were kids. We've known each other for almost 30 years, but we've never crossed the line. I promise you that I won't cross the line with her during our marriage. I'll only treat her as a friend and a younger sister. Lin Che hurriedly said, No need, you don't have to promise me anything. Really, I won't be angry. You guys were together in the first place, right? However, she still felt very grateful for his promise. Even if this guarantee was meaningless, it meant that he still respected her and cared about her feelings. Lin Che looked at him and said, You don't have to do this to me. We promised that we wouldn't interfere with each other's private lives. Gu Jingzi looked at her and said, Yes, we did in the beginning, but we're already married. I think this is very unfair to you. You're only 23 years old. Your first marriage shouldn't be in such a mess. I may not be able to give you a complete marriage, but at least I won't betray you in other ways. I'll respect your marriage. I hope this marriage isn't as bad as it seems in your memory. Lin Che lifted his head and looked at him suddenly. He hurriedly smiled and said, Don't worry, I asked for it. But I'm still very grateful to you. But won't Miss Mo be very angry? She was already angry from the moment I chose to marry you. I know it's not easy for her, but we have to get married. It's not a choice, Lin Che said. Lin Che said, Then why don't you tell her that you married me because your family used her as a threat, and that you accepted this marriage because of her? Forget it, there's no point in telling her. Originally, I told her from the beginning that even if she left me now and chose another life, I could accept it, because I was in the wrong in this matter. If I told her, it would only make it harder for her to extricate herself and be entangled in this. If there's a chance, she can still find her own life. Lin Che started to blame himself. I'm sorry, because at first, I really wanted to hate you, but now that I think about it, marriage was a sudden event that we had no choice but to accept. I was forced into it and so were you. There's no need to blame anyone, Gu Jingzi said. You're still young. You have the chance to enjoy love and other men, but because you're marrying me, you have to give up all that. So you don't have to apologize to me. This isn't because of you. It's just fate. Everything that happened today was a coincidence. Lin Che lowered his head and yawned. He hugged his knees, feeling a little sleepy. Gu Jingzi said, so if you need anything, you can tell me. I'll fulfill your request. It's okay, really. You don't have to compensate me. I already have a lot. How can a person be perfect and have everything they want? I have a place to sleep, so many people take care of me, and I can focus on my work. I'm already very satisfied. She laid down slightly and covered herself with the blanket. You have to communicate with Miss Mo properly. Girls need to be coaxed. You can say these things to me. If you say the same things to her and talk about marriage all the time, you're really done for. Gu Jingzi said, people have to be honest with each other. Oh, no wonder you're so handsome and rich. Miss Mo is the only one who won't leave you. You really don't deserve to find a wife. You don't even know how to coax a girl. When a girl tells you that she doesn't want you, don't take it seriously. When a girl tells you that she's not angry, don't take it seriously either. When a girl tells you that it's too expensive, don't take it seriously. If you take it seriously, you're really finished. Gu Jingzi said, this has been mentioned in psychology. Ha ha ha, talking about psychology with a girl. A girl who can understand psychology isn't a girl. If you coax a girl with psychology, you're destined to be lonely for the rest of your life. Gu Jingzi frowned and said, is it that complicated? But why do girls have to be coaxed? As he said this, he turned his head and saw that Lin Che was already lying on the bed with his eyes closed, breathing evenly. He was so heartless. Looking at her innocent sleeping face, he couldn't help but lower his head and gently stroke the hair in front of her forehead to one side. Then he tucked the blanket in, leaned against the side, and laid down as well. He turned his head to look at her fair and clean face. As if he felt that the world was peaceful, his heart also calmed down a lot. He just lay there and actually closed his eyes after a while. Chapter 85. That night, Gu Jingzi slept surprisingly well. He didn't expect that he would wake up in the morning. When he woke up, he found that Lin Che's feet were already in front of him. Her legs were almost on his body. Her posture had a breakthrough again. She could sleep on his side. But the strange thing was that he didn't feel her legs move at all at night. Lin Che was in a daze. He was too tired yesterday and didn't sleep well. What? What time is it? Lin Che raised her feet in a daze and kicked Gu Jingzi's face. Gu Jingzi was speechless. He sat up and looked at Lin Che speechlessly. Lin Che, what are you doing? Lin Che looked up and saw Gu Jingzi sitting on the bed. His face looked as if he had just eaten a fly. It was so ugly. Ah, I'm sorry. She rubbed her head and grabbed her phone. It was only 6 in the morning. She immediately sprawled out on the bed. Oh my God, why did you wake me up so early in the morning? The early bird gets the worm. Moreover, it's better to wake up early to think. Gu Jingzi stepped on the floor with his bare feet and walked into the bathroom energetically. Lin Che glanced at him and felt a deep sense of admiration for him. No matter how late he slept at night, he would wake up at 6 in the morning on time. He would never be late for a minute. He would immediately get out of bed, come back at night, and work until late at night before going to bed. Lin Che thought that he must have slept less than 7 hours a day. At most, he would sleep for 6 hours a day. Lin Che could only stay up for a few days when she was filming. But once she had the chance, she would definitely have trouble getting up. Thinking about it, Gu Jingze was really tired. Lying there, Lin Che couldn't remember how the two of them fell asleep on the same bed that night. But since nothing happened, she continued to lie there and continued to sleep. When Gu Jingze came, he saw that Lin Che had fallen asleep again. This time, her whole body was upside down and she fell asleep with her head down. Gu Jingze shook his head helplessly. He grabbed the quilt and covered her carefully before walking out. In the afternoon, when Lin Che was resting, he saw a maid washing a car outside. He thought it was fun and followed her. When the helper saw Lin Che coming over, she hurriedly put down the water, afraid that it would get on her. However, Lin Che said nonchalantly, "It's okay, I'll help you clean it. In the past, when I was at home, I often helped me and the nanny do it together. I'm very professional." "Madam, you really don't have to, it doesn't matter. I'm the mistress. Listen to me." Hearing her words, the servant could only feel helpless. When Gu Jingze came back, he put down his coat and asked, "Where's Madam?" The helper looked at the backyard awkwardly and said, "Madam is washing the car." When Gu Jingze entered the backyard, he saw Lin Che cleaning the car in the back. He looked very professional. Seeing that she was still working happily, Gu Jingze also shook his head. Her dress was half wet and dripping with sweat, but she didn't look ugly. She wasn't afraid of getting tanned. Exposed to the sunset, she looked as if her whole body was coated with a layer of light, which made people feel happy. As if influenced by her, his mood immediately became much better. Seeing that Gu Jingze wasn't unhappy and was even smiling, the helper said, "Madam really doesn't put on airs at all. She even came to help us, the helpers. Madam is really too nice." Gu Jingze tilted his head and smiled as he walked over. "What are you doing?" he asked loudly. Lin Che looked up and said, "I'm working. Labor is the most glorious thing." Gu Jingze smiled and said, "Why do you know how to clean the car?" Lin Che said, "My family has a car too, okay? I used to clean it when I was with the Lin family. I even know how to wax the car." "You're that good?" "Of course, I know a lot more." Lin Che reached out and rubbed her nose proudly, rubbing the foam off the tip of her nose. Gu Jingze looked at it and found it funny. He reached out and wiped it off for her. Lin Che raised his nose cutely and flashed a bright smile at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze couldn't help but feel moved. He looked at her face and felt warm for a moment. "Oh, luxury cars are so nice. This looks like new after cleaning." "It's so beautiful," Lin Che said as she looked at the Porsche that was worth a few million yuan. Gu Jingze just remembered that she didn't have a car yet. He asked her, "Do you know how to drive?" "Me? I don't." Gu Jingze said, "You're right. You're such a stupid person. It's unnecessary for me to ask. Hey, I'm busy with my life. I don't have time to learn how to drive, okay?" Gu Jingze smiled. He thought that she didn't look good driving this Porsche, but she would look good driving a smaller car. "You should buy a car and learn how to drive. It's more convenient." Lin Che said, "Okay. I'll buy one when I have enough money." She was paid a lot now. If she saved some money, she would be able to buy a car of a similar size. Gu Jingze said, "Okay. I don't know how long it will take for you to save money. Let's go. I'll take you to buy a car." "Aw. Now? Okay. We have time now. Hurry up and catch up." Oh, I'm sorry. I'm asking you to spend money. So you're not going to buy it? Lin Che's eyes lit up. Of course she would take advantage of it. She quickly chuckled and said, "No, I'll buy it. Of course I'll buy it." Gu Jingze was speechless. Can you be more reserved? Forget it. I have to save some money for my divorce. Although I'm living off you now, I still have to live on my own in the future. Gu Jingze frowned. He suddenly didn't like the fact that she kept talking about divorce. Miser. It's not the first time that I've been a miser. You should get used to it. Gu Jingze took Lin Che to the 4S shop. When the shop owner saw Gu Jingze, he quickly came out to welcome them. He looked at them respectfully and said, "Mr. Gu, are you going to buy a car for this lady?" "Yes, she's my wife." He gave a sidelong glance. The shop owner was stunned. He quickly said in a flattering tone, "No wonder. Madam looks familiar." Of course she looked familiar. After all, she was quite popular recently. The shop owner said, "What kind of car do you want, Mrs. Gu?" Lin Che had no idea. She could only look at Gu Jingze blankly. Chapter 86. Gu Jingze looked at it and said, "You're a girl. You shouldn't choose something too expensive." Lin Che quickly said, Yeah. Don't choose something too expensive. People will be jealous if it's too expensive." Gu Jingze took the booklet and looked at the model. "Choose this one. It needs to be yellow. It's eye-catching so that you don't get lost on the road." Gu Jingze looked at her mockingly. Lin Che was speechless. "I'm not a pig. How can I get lost?" Then, she looked down at the car in the booklet. When she saw that the car Gu Jingze mentioned was a Porsche 911, she cursed. She thought that a car that wasn't too expensive meant that it cost more than 200,000 yuan. She didn't expect him to mean, "Well, Gu Jingze, isn't it too expensive?" Lin Che said quickly. Gu Jingze said, "How can this be considered expensive?" Lin Che said, "It's a few million yuan. Isn't that expensive?" Gu Jingze said, "If that's the case, hiring a driver for you is actually more expensive than a car." Ha! Gu Jingze said, "The Gu family's driver earns 3 million a year." Lin Che had thought that they were very hardworking, responsible, and nice to her, but now she knew that they were all rich people too. Gu Jingze raised his hand and asked someone to book the car. The shop owner happily went to book the car. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and said, "Wait here. I'll go get the car and see if there's anything wrong with it." Lin Che said, "I'll go with you." Gu Jingze turned around and tapped her nose. "Be a good girl and wait here. I need to test the car first. It's not safe. It's better if you don't go." Lin Che couldn't help feeling that he was touching her nose. She couldn't help but feel that the gesture was intimate. She turned around and only turned back when she felt that Gu Jingze had left. Since he had nothing to do in the store, he strolled around. Because the stores here were all luxury car chain stores, in addition to selling cars, there was also a car parts supermarket. In order to cater to these local tycoons, the entire shopping mall had made a car store as elegant as a hotel cafe. There were cushioned seats and coffee tables everywhere with beautiful accessories on them. Lin Che saw that there were still snacks on the table, so he hurriedly went over and grabbed a few to eat. It would be a waste not to eat anyway. The shop assistant was very polite to Lin Che. Knowing that she came here with Gu Jingze, 3 or 4 of them followed her and waited for her orders, looking at her with envy. However, although Lin Che was considered a celebrity now, she had only acted in one TV series and it was in an ancient costume, so it wasn't easy to recognize her. So, the staff didn't recognize her. Just as Lin Che was about to grab some snacks to eat, he heard a somewhat familiar voice ring out from behind him, causing Lin Che to immediately turn his head around. Lily, I need you to come with me. I don't know what Qin Qing is busy with every day, but she still needs you to come with me to buy a car. The elegant Mrs. Qin, Chen Meili, walked in with Lin Li holding her hand. Beside him were a few attentive shop assistants. Everyone knew Lin Li and Chen Meili, who was the madam of the Qin family. Therefore, they were all there with great respect. Lin Che didn't expect to meet Chen Meili and Lin Li here. The two would-be mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were buying a car at this time. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Just then, Chen Meili raised her head and saw Lin Che, who was standing here. Hey, isn't that Lin Che? Am I seeing things? It's her, isn't it? Lin Li also raised her head and saw Lin Che. She was also surprised. Chen Meili had known Lin Che since she was young. Because Lin Che and Qin Qing knew each other when they were in school, she used to go to Qin Qing's house to play. However, Chen Meili had always hated Lin Che and didn't want Lin Che to play with Qin Qing all the time. Chen Meili walked in this direction and didn't recognize Lin Che for a moment. It was her from afar, but when she looked at her up close, she felt that she had changed. Lin Che had become even more beautiful. It was as if she had grown up. In the past, she only had the appearance of a pretty daughter from a humble family and had a bit of a shabby aura. Now, she seemed very natural. Her gaze was pure, and the clothes on her body carried an air of nobility. It was as if she was surrounded by a clear stream. She looked very beautiful. However, Chen Meili still hated her. Lin Che, why are you here? Why? Are you here to buy a car? Her tone was filled with mockery because she knew that the cars here were not something that ordinary people could afford. Lin Che looked at Chen Meili and thought that she was old, so he didn't speak so harshly. Yeah, Auntie Qin, what a coincidence. You guys continue shopping, I'll go over there to take a look. Hey, Lin Che, I still have something to say to you. Why are you running away? Chen Meili stopped Lin Che. Lin Che turned around. Chen Meili looked at him. Have you seen Qin Qing recently? Lin Che said, no. Really? Or are you faking it? Chen Meili snorted. Lin Che frowned. He could hear the disgust in Chen Meili's voice. Auntie Qin, if you have something to say, just say it. Chen Meili saw that Lin Che was holding his head high and looking very disdainful, and she was very unhappy. She looked at Lin Che and said, Lin Che, I heard that it was Qin Qing who got you out of the police station when you were in trouble. It turned out to be that incident. It was indeed Qin Qing who helped him that time. However, Lin Che turned around to look at Chen Meili and said, he helped me. Chen Meili looked at him and slammed the table angrily. Lin Che, it's not that Auntie's words are not nice, but Qin Qing is engaged to your sister and is now your brother-in-law. Lin Che looked at Chen Meili strangely. So what's wrong with helping me as my brother-in-law? You. Chen Meili looked at Lin Che with disdain. I knew that you had feelings for Qin Qing, but I'm warning you, you're not good enough for Qin Qing. Qin Qing will never like an illegitimate child. What's wrong with you now? Do you think that you're a star now and have money, so you're starting to have feelings for Qin Qing again? Then I can tell you right now that there's no way. Lin Che listened to her rude insults and smiled speechlessly. On the other side, Lin Li was very obedient in front of her mother-in-law, but her gentle eyes couldn't hide the smug look in them. She looked at Lin Che with a mocking smile, as if she was very happy to see this show. Auntie Qin, I think you're mistaken. My feelings for Qin Qing are just that of a friend. Now, we're more like relatives. Although Qin Qing is very good, your son isn't so good that all the women like him. I have my own boyfriend. I don't have any feelings for Qing right now. Chapter 87. Chen Meili sneered and looked at Lin Che. You can fool others, but do you think you can fool me? I've seen it all. You used to do homework for Qing when you were little. Our Qing is innocent and says you're a good person, but I can tell you're up to no good. Lin Che was shocked. It was awkward and sad to talk about the things that happened when they were little. Lin Che's face darkened at the thought of how things had changed. He looked at Chen Meili and said, I'm good to her because I'm up to no good. You're an illegitimate child. You're useless and you're not being nice to Qing. You think she's too innocent and gullible. Do you think you can live a good life after getting close to her? Ha, do you think I don't know what you're up to? I've walked more roads than you've crossed. Unfortunately, it's not that easy to get into the Qin family. Lin Che bit his lip and put his hands by his side. His face was pale and his lips were turning green as he thought of his past. Qing was a past that she couldn't get rid of. She couldn't ignore it, especially when everyone told her that her feelings were so obvious but only Qing didn't know. She felt so sad. Chen Meili saw that she was sitting there drinking coffee instead of looking at the car. She smiled at the shop assistant and said, Hey, you guys really don't know how to judge a person. Is she someone who can afford a luxury car? She's probably here to get free food and drinks. Does she think she can afford a luxury car now that she's a star? Ha, how can she afford a good car with her looks? Does she deserve it? Auntie Qin, don't go too far. Lin Che stood up and glared at Chen Meili. Chen Meili held Lin Li's hand and walked past Lin Che proudly. She glanced sideways at Lin Che and said, Why don't you take a good look at yourself? Lily, let's go. Don't be unlucky. This place smells like poverty. It smells better than you, old lady, Lin Che retorted. Chen Meili froze. She was so angry that the wrinkles on her face scrunched up. You. She was so angry that she was about to rush over. The shop assistant immediately stopped her. Chen Meili kept cursing as she walked away. Lin Che, on the other hand, sat there dejectedly. He watched Lin Li turn around and sneer at him when she left. Although Chen Meili was annoyed, she didn't feel happy at all. When Gu Jingze came in from the back, he saw Lin Che sitting there with a gloomy expression on his face. His originally calm expression suddenly turned cold. A layer of mist appeared in his gloomy eyes. Lin Che, he called from behind. Lin Che was stunned. He turned around and asked, Is the car ready? Gu Jingze looked at her. What did they say just now? Although he saw them from afar, he did not hear their conversation clearly. A smile appeared on Lin Che's face. I'm fine. Gu Jingze just felt uncomfortable looking at her pretending to be strong. His expression became even more gloomy. His black pupils released a gloomy light as he stared at Lin Che, not moving for a long while. Lin Che said, I'm already used to it. No matter what she says, I won't lose any weight. If I were to really fight with her, tomorrow's headline would be saying that I'm bullying the elderly. As she said this, the smile on her little face was extremely ugly. She seemed to be forcing herself to smile, but that smile made Gu Jingze's heart ache. It was as if seeing her unhappy would only make him even more unhappy. His lips were tightly pursed into a stiff line. He grabbed Lin Che's hand and looked at her. Do you want to see them unhappy? Of course I do, but what do you want to do? Gu Jingze let her put her hand on the crook of his arm and smiled at her faintly. However, Lin Che seemed to see some different emotions from the side of his face. She only felt that Gu Jingze looked much gloomier than usual. His eyes were heavy like the dark clouds in the sky. "It's nothing. I'm just letting you watch a good show." As he said this, the corners of his lips curled up, revealing an expression that was sexy enough to make any woman speechless. It was tainted with a devilish aura and reversed black and white. Before Lin Che could react, she saw Gu Jingze leading her outside. After walking for more than 10 minutes, she heard someone say, "This is the person who just damaged our master's car." Then, Lin Che heard Chin Mei's shrill scream. "Don't you know who I am? How could we have damaged this car? We don't even want to touch this car. It's only worth a few million yuan." Just then, Gu Jingze held Lin Che's hand and walked over calmly. His deep voice sounded like high-quality music. "Who damaged the car that I just bought?" Seeing the Gu family's bodyguard, Lin Che walked over immediately. "Sir, this woman just damaged our car and now she wants to leave. We've already called the police and are waiting for them to come and deal with it. But she made a scene and refused to admit that she damaged the car." Lin Li and Chen Mei turned around and saw Gu Jingze, who was dressed in black, walking over naturally and calmly. He looked noble and elegant like a god. Chen Mei was stunned, especially when she saw Lin Che holding his arm and standing beside him obediently. Lin Li's eyes lit up at first, then she looked at Lin Che with jealousy. This Lin Che standing beside Gu Jingze was such an eyesore. Chen Mei was a little surprised at first, but when she saw Gu Jingze turn his face and glance at her, he didn't bother to look at her again. He just said lazily, "If the police come, let them handle it. Why are you making a scene?" Then, Chen Mei snorted and shouted again, "This kind of car is only worth a few million yuan. The Qin family doesn't want it at all. How could I touch it? Moreover, do you think the police will let it go? I'd like to see what the police can do to me. Moreover, I didn't do it in the first place. I don't believe that you can put the blame on me." Gu Jingze's face was unchanging and indifferent, which made Chen Mei feel more and more guilty as she spoke. After hearing what she said, Gu Jingze laughed and didn't bother to look at Chen Mei. He said to the bodyguard, "Tell the police that I hate this person. She has done something wrong and doesn't know how to repent. Ask the police to deal with her properly. At least lock her up for a few days before letting her out." Chen Mei was shocked, and her face immediately turned purple. She was about to say something, but Lin Li stopped her immediately. She looked at Gu Jingze with fear. Although she was unwilling, she still whispered in Chen Mei's ear carefully, "Mom. This person is Gu Jingze, the Gu Jingze from the Gu family." Chen Mei's face looked even worse. The thick powder on her face like a mask couldn't cover her original expression. "This person is Gu Jingze." She felt a little scared. Of course, she had heard of Gu Jingze. However, looking at Lin Che, she didn't want to believe it. How could it be possible? Lin Li must have made a mistake. How could Lin Che, the little bitch, know Gu Jingze? Chapter 88. But when she glanced at the tall bodyguards behind her, she felt a little guilty. However, she still couldn't believe it. She looked at Lin Che unwillingly and said angrily, "Lin Che, you little bitch. You just found a rich man and now you're here to hurt me. If Qin Qing finds out, she'll definitely get even with you. Little bitch." Gu Jingze gave the bodyguard a cold look. The bodyguard immediately reached out his hand and slapped Chen Mei's face. Chen Mei's cheeks heated up. The burning pain made her look even more incredulous. This guy actually asked someone to hit her. She had never been hit in her life. You dare to hit me? Do you believe that the Qin family won't let you off?" She was so angry that she wanted to rush over but was stopped by the bodyguard's tall body. Gu Jingze's expression was calm and his voice was cold. I'm sorry. My bodyguards were too agitated. Maybe it's because I said that if anyone dares to offend Miss Lin, I'll tear their mouth apart. They don't have any manners and only know how to follow orders, so they can't change their manners. Mrs. Chin, I'm really sorry. I'll teach them a lesson when I get back. Chen Meili was shocked. She was so angry that her face turned red. You insulted me. The Chin family won't let you off. Do you think that the Chin family is a pushover? Gu Jingze smiled faintly. Mrs. Chin, the Chin family has to be reasonable, right? You damaged the car I bought for Lin Che and insulted him, but you're saying that I insulted you? You're framing me. I didn't damage the car. I'm going to call the police. You're slandering me. Chen Meili's expression changed. Gu Jingze looked to the side lazily. Just in time. Are the police here yet? This madam wants to call the police. Sir, the police are here. At this time, a few men in police uniforms quickly walked in from behind. Chen Meili saw them and said hurriedly, "Police, they're framing me. They're detaining me and not allowing me to leave. Someone even hit my face just now. I want to check my injuries." The police looked at Chen Meili in surprise. Chen Meili quickly said, "I'm the madam of the Chin family. I want to see your director. Your director must know who my husband is. My husband is the chairman of the Chin family, Qin Maoxing." The policeman glanced at Chen Meili and hurried to Gu Jingze's side. "Mr. Gu, sorry for not recognizing you. What happened here?" Gu Jingze looked at Chen Meili and said, "I don't know what happened. I only know that when I came here, this person was talking nonsense. She said that she was a member of the Chin family and no one dared to touch her. She also said that she scratched my new car." The police officer looked at Chen Meili and hurriedly said, "Mrs. Chin, this is your fault. We are enforcing the law impartially. Now that you've damaged someone else's property, we should take you away for interrogation. Please come with us." You. Chen Meili panicked when she saw that the police wanted to take her away. She glared at Gu Jingze angrily and said, "I don't believe that you can do anything you want. So what if you're Gu Jingze? Let go of me. If you dare to touch me, I won't let you off." Gu Jingze smiled coldly and said, I really can do anything here. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself." Chen Meili looked at his natural expression and was intimidated by his imposing manner. She found it hard to believe. Could Gu Jingze really cover up the truth with one hand? However, these people really disregarded the status of the Chin family and wanted to take her away. On the other side, Lin Li, who hadn't dared to say a word, looked at Gu Jingze's imposing manner with her eyes almost popping out. At this moment, she held Chen Meili's hand and raised her head pitifully. She shrugged her proud chest and purposely revealed her shoulders. Fortunately, she had put on a perfect makeup today. She looked at Gu Jingze's arrogant face with greed and couldn't help admiring him. She had always thought that she wouldn't have anything to do with such an upper-class person. After all, the Chin family was a prestigious family that no one dared to touch in City B. It was an admirable thing to say. However, compared with the Gu family, the Chin family was not worth mentioning. After all, the Gu family was a top family that ordinary people couldn't reach and could only look up to. Now, a person like Gu Jingze was standing in front of her, and he had such an amazing appearance. How could she not be enchanted by him? She blinked and said with a seductive voice, "Mr. Gu, I hope you can let Auntie go for my sake." She didn't do it on purpose. She just didn't pay attention. Chen Meili thought that Lin Li was really a good person who dared to offend Gu Jingze for her. She looked at Lin Li gratefully. Gu Jingze didn't even bother to look at Lin Li's face for a second. He didn't care about the seductive look on her face and said disdainfully, "Who are you?" Linley was shocked. I'm Lin Che's sister. We've met once. I'm also a star like Lin Che. Linley hurriedly took a step closer. However, she was immediately blocked by the bodyguards, who didn't allow her to get any closer. Gu Jingze snorted and looked at Linley. "Sorry, I don't know what a star you are. I've never heard of Lin Che's sister." Then, he naturally put his arm around Lin Che's waist, as if they were close and familiar. Then, he said to the police, "Then I'll leave these people to you." Behind them, the shop assistant hurriedly asked Gu Jingze, "Mr. Gu, can I help you fix the scratches on this car?" However, Gu Jingze said, "How can I give this kind of scratch thing to my woman? Especially something that has been touched by someone else. I'm worried that Lin Che will think it's dirty. Smash this car. Shop assistant, help me choose a similar car and send it directly to the Gu family." Hearing this, all the people present were surprised for a moment. They watched Gu Jingze turn around indifferently and leave with Lin Che without looking back. The people behind them, except for those who were looking at Chin Meili, also followed them and left. The shop assistants also looked at them enviously. Gu Jingze wasn't bragging. He was really amazing in person. He was so handsome and charismatic. Lin Che was so lucky. How could he be standing next to such a man? Linley gritted her teeth and looked at Lin Che's back with hatred. She wanted to tear him into pieces. However, when she looked at Gu Jingze, her eyes narrowed, and there was a lot of confusion in her eyes. This was the first time she had seen such a charming man, especially with his imposing manner. As expected of the richest man in Country C, whose wealth could rival a country. Chen Meili was furious. Until she was taken away, she was still surprised that she was fooled by a little girl like Lin Che. Unfortunately, there was Gu Jingze beside her, and she couldn't do anything about it. Chapter 89. Gu Jingze led Lin Che away. Lin Che couldn't help but look back. Seeing that everyone had left and that Chin Meili had been taken to the police station, she let out a sigh of relief. She tilted her head and looked at Gu Jingze in surprise. The Qin family was a good family in Lin Che's eyes. Otherwise, Linley wouldn't have fallen for them. She had been trying to get close to Qin Qing since she was young and was finally going to marry Qin Qing. Lin Che said, "Wow, why was the car scratched just now? Did they do it? How did you do it?" Gu Jingze lowered his head and said, "It doesn't matter. It's just a small trick. If you want someone to do something wrong, there's always a way. Really? The important thing is that I have the ability to put the blame on her and make her speechless because I'm Gu Jingze." Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze with admiration. "It's great to be rich, but it's okay, right?" She was worried that she would be in trouble if she offended the Qin family. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. "I worked so hard to earn money so that I won't be bullied for nothing." Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze with sparkling eyes. Why didn't she realize that his domineering side was so awesome? She admired him so much. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze with even more admiration, her eyes shining. Gu Jingze suddenly felt a sense of achievement when he saw that she was as happy as a doted kitten. Especially when she admired him like this, he also felt that it was meaningful to make money and expand the Gu family's business, no matter how tiring it was. It was like the feeling of a husband who had worked hard and won a little praise from his wife, and he was satisfied. Lin Che was such a strange person. Even when she admired him, she felt that he was sincere. Lin Che said, "But are we really going to smash that car? It's millions. If you don't want it, you should give it to me." Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che speechlessly. "Can't you be more ambitious? It's fine if you don't want it. It's only a few million. I'll get you a new one. Lin Che stuck out her tongue. She felt reluctant. She looked at Gu Jingzi and said, I just feel that it's a waste of a car because of a scumbag. After all, the car is innocent. Hee hee. Gu Jingzi looked at Lin Che speechlessly. Lin Che's eyes were filled with reluctance. You're still looking for an excuse. Gu Jingzi said, okay, I won't smash the car. I'll give it to you. You can sell it or keep it for fun. Lin Che cheered, wow, really? Gu Jingzi, you're the best. Lin Che hurriedly pulled on Gu Jingzi and shook his arm with a happy expression on his face. If she had a tail, she would definitely be able to see it wagging at this moment. Gu Jingzi looked at her smile and couldn't help patting her little head. He felt that he wasn't so angry because she was happy about him. It's a pity that my good mood has been ruined. Lin Che said. Gu Jingzi said, drive the car back first. The car was very beautiful. Lin Che touched it and said, is this the same as the previous one? Yes, they are exactly the same. Then it's useless for me to have two cars. I'd better sell them, but I don't know where to buy them. If I buy it online, people will think I'm a car thief. Gu Jingzi said, I'll get someone to sell it for you. Really? Gu Jingzi, you're such a nice person. Lin Che's eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled, making them look like crescent moons. It was very beautiful. Gu Jingzi shook his head. He thought to himself that he was probably the only man who would give someone something and still help them earn money. If one were to say that he was a sucker, then he was really a sucker. He knew that she was a money grubber, but he still couldn't wait to give her the things. Gu Jingzi said, so you're just saying it. Lin Che said, of course. You have so much money. You wouldn't care if I gave you money. Gu Jingzi moved his face closer. Aren't you going to kiss me to show your gratitude? Lin Che blushed and pushed his face away. Go away. Are you kidding me? Gu Jingzi said, if you don't want to, I'll kiss you to show my gratitude. Get lost. Gu Jingzi looked at her, laughed, and said, then you should thank me. Is there anything you need? Lin Che said. Gu Jingzi said, then why don't you cook for me? Lin Che thought for a moment and looked at him unwillingly. Would you dare to eat if I cook? Of course. I'll tell you first. It'll definitely taste terrible. It's okay. I can accept it. Gu Jingzi had never seen what she cooked, so he was looking forward to it. Lin Che pursed her lips and coughed dryly. Okay, I'll cook for you. Gu Jingzi nodded in satisfaction. Lin Che didn't forget to remind him, I'm telling you, don't regret it when the time comes. Gu Jingzi didn't believe that she could make poison if she followed the steps. But just in case, he decided to help her look up a simple recipe first. Otherwise, with Lin Che's stupid brain, she might really make him boiled water, and that wouldn't be fun. At night, when the car reached home, Lin Che immediately started taking pictures of the car. She changed props one after another and found different angles. Gu Jingzi frowned as he watched her struggle. Why are you taking pictures of this? Lin Che said, this is the first luxury car in my life. It costs a few million. Of course I have to show it off. Gu Jingzi said, if you want to show off, you can just take a picture of the bill. That's so vulgar. Then take a picture of the car model. One look and I can tell that you don't know how to act cool. That's even more boring. You have to act cool. You have to act deep and untraceable so that no one can tell that you're acting. Taking a picture of the car model and the logo on the steering wheel is too low class. She was really good at messing around. Gu Jingzi watched as she finally found a good angle. It looked like she was taking a picture of the flower pot in front of her, but in fact, the whole car behind her was in the picture. Her IQ seemed to have improved at this moment. Lin Che looked at it in satisfaction and sent it to her WeChat moments. It said, "Newly bought flowers. You have to feed them carefully in the future." Gu Jingze leaned over to take a look. The flowers have already bloomed and grown. Do they need you to feed them? Get lost. Aren't you lying? It's a white lie. You don't understand. Then, Lin Che saw that some people had already recognized the car behind and were commenting, "It's a luxury car. It must be worth a few $100,000. Lin Che muttered, "Pfft, a few $100,000. What kind of taste is that?" Another person said, "The car is really good, but the place where you took the picture is a courtyard, right? Did you buy a house with a courtyard?" Another person also saw it. "This courtyard is obviously very big. Are you rich? Or did you find an old man? The place you live in is so high-end." Lin Che didn't expect these people to look so carefully. She stood there for a moment and said happily, "I knew it. These people are all experienced drivers. They must be able to see the background of the car. They're really amazing. They can see that the courtyard is very big from such a small picture. TSK TSK. Gu Jingze couldn't help curling his lips when he saw how happy she was standing there. This Lin Che could be so happy for such a simple thing. She was so happy that she bloomed when others satisfied her vanity a little. It was as if happiness was such a simple thing. Gu Jingze couldn't help but want to give her more, so that she could always be happy like this. Chapter 90. Of course, Linley had already added Gu Jingze's WeChat. At home, Linley felt even angrier when she saw Lin Che's car. They were in the same social circle, so Linley also had a few of Lin Che's friends. Seeing their comments about how big the yard was, Linley naturally thought that it might be Gu Jingze's home. Gu Jingze's house must be very big. It was a pity that this little bitch was living there. Lin Che touched her car and couldn't wait to drive it. Unfortunately, she didn't know how to drive and didn't have a chance to learn. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze and asked, "How long does it usually take to learn how to drive?" Gu Jingze said, "If you want to learn, I can teach you now. It should be easy." "Really? It's not hard to drive. Let's go. I'll take you to a deserted road." "That's great." Lin Che jumped up and down and grabbed Gu Jingze's hand. They soon arrived outside. Gu Jingze drove with Lin Che. The two sports cars were very small, and Gu Jingze felt a little uncomfortable sitting in them. Lin Che felt a little embarrassed. He was 1.9 meters tall, and it was indeed uncomfortable to sit in such a small car. No wonder he always drove a business car instead of a sports car. But Gu Jingze is really tall, Lin Che added in his heart. Gu Jingze soon steadied himself and explained to Lin Che how to start the car. Lin Che listened with a frown and asked Gu Jingze, "Is it really easy to learn how to drive?" "Of course. After the lecturer explained it to me, I drove everywhere. With your IQ, you should be able to learn it in half a day." Lin Che nodded and was suddenly full of confidence. However, a few minutes later, "Lin Che, that's the accelerator, not the brake." "Lin Che, let go of the steering wheel." "Lin Che, where are you turning? Do you want to die?" Gu Jingze scolded him more and more severely. The more Lin Che was scolded, the more anxious she became. In the end, she could only look at him speechlessly. "Gu Jingze, can you not be so loud? I'm so nervous." Gu Jingze frowned deeply. He looked at the woman in front of him and felt that he had overestimated her IQ. I've never seen a woman as stupid as you. So what if I'm stupid? Lin Che said. You. Gu Jingze had never seen a woman as stupid as her. He had never seen a woman as noisy as her. He had never seen a woman as shameless as her. Anyway, he just felt that she was really a unique woman, which made his teeth itch. Right now, he wanted to strangle her to death. Can't you be more coordinated? No matter how gentlemanly Gu Jingze was, he couldn't bear it anymore. Lin Che looked at him speechlessly. I just can't coordinate. What can I do? Didn't I tell you not to shout? Even if your IQ is 1,000, not everyone is like you. You're really. Gu Jingze said angrily, I was wrong. You should have learned it in a month. Lin Che had no choice but to stare at Gu Jingze and say, it's fine if you don't want to teach me. Why are you shouting? Who wants you to teach me? Gu Jingze took a deep breath and turned his head. He heard Lin Che say, your Mo Huiling is smart. She can learn it quickly. Go teach her. Gu Jingze paused for a moment. Looking at Lin Che's sullen face, he gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. He looked at her deeply, opened the door and got out of the car. He strode out without looking back, and even closed the door with a clatter on the way. Oh no, he was angry. Lin Che was also a little vexed. Did he know that he had really touched a sore spot? Why did he mention Mo Huiling out of nowhere? It was precisely because he couldn't teach Mo Huiling that he came to teach her to satisfy his craving. If he could, of course he would want to spend the night with Mo Huiling instead of wasting time here with her. She admitted that she was a little bad in this area. She was stupid, uncoordinated, and had a bad memory. She felt dizzy when she saw the buttons on the car. She also wanted to learn it quickly, but she couldn't. After a while, Gu Jingze felt Lin Che catch up to him and grabbed his arm. She said, Gu Jingze, don't be angry. I was just saying. Are you serious? Why are you so angry? Gu Jingze's stiff side profile looked like a stiff piece of jade. Although it had been meticulously sculpted and was flawless, it was indeed cold without a trace of warmth. Lin Che grabbed his hand and ran to him. Don't go, Gu Jingze. I'm talking to you. Gu Jingze looked down and shook off her hand. Let go. Gu Jingze. I told you to let go. He said in a muffled voice. Lin Che gritted her teeth and grabbed Gu Jingze. I won't go if you don't want to. With that said, she stood in front of Gu Jingze and didn't let him go. Hubby, I was wrong. Don't be angry. Lin Che changed her plan and acted coquettishly. She grabbed his hand and shook it back and forth. She pouted and looked at him. Her bright eyes blinked and her watery lips curled up like a juicy fruit. Gu Jingze frowned and turned his head. Let go of me. I won't let go. I won't let go unless hubby says you're not angry anymore. You, just say it. Hubby, you're looking at me. Gu Jingze really didn't know what to do with her. He turned back and looked at Lin Che, who was trying to please him like a little puppy wagging its tail. Especially when she kept calling him hubby. It was as soft as cotton candy. How could he stand it? Taking a deep breath, Gu Jingze felt that she was his nemesis. Why was he so unlucky to marry such a little wife? Forget it. Just treat it as me being merciful and doing a good deed. Let's go. I won't scold you anymore. Anyway, your IQ is only so-so. I should sympathize with you. Gu Jingze finally relented. The smile on Lin Che's face froze. She looked at Gu Jingze gloomily. Can't you speak properly? Gu Jingze returned to the car. He watched as Lin Che held the steering wheel and looked up at him, waiting for his instructions. Gu Jingze smiled, looked into her eyes, and smiled. I have a good way to help you learn faster. What idea? Let's use the reward and punishment system. Ha! You did the right thing. I'll reward you. What reward? Lin Che's eyes lit up when she heard the reward. She blinked and looked at Gu Jingze expectantly. Gu Jingze looked at her plump lips and gave them a light peck. Lin Che was stunned. Gu Jingze said with a smile, I'll reward you with a kiss. Lin Che's face reddened. Gu Jing Zay. Chapter 91. Gu Jingze said, what if I'm wrong? I'll punish you. With that said, he kissed her lips again. I'll punish you with a kiss. Lin Che's entire face was red in the evening light. She looked at Gu Jingze gloomily. There's no Gu Jingze like you. Gu Jingze couldn't help but laugh when he saw how angry she was. His face softened as he looked at her with his lips curled up. Lin Che couldn't help but be stunned. He felt that this kind of smile was really very beautiful. A man who never liked to show his feelings on his face suddenly smiled. It was as beautiful as a god's. Lin Che was in a daze when Gu Jingze suddenly moved closer. Lin Che, why are you staring at me? Lin Che's gaze froze. Who's staring at you? Why aren't you staring at me? I can see it clearly. Why? Do I look good? Gu Jingze moved closer. Lin Che was busy tidying up her expression and didn't notice that Gu Jingze had turned his body towards her. There was very little space in the car. Gu Jingze had one hand on the steering wheel and the other on the back of the seat behind her. His chest was already sandwiching her in the middle. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che's expression up close. For a moment, he felt that her face was very delicate. Looking at it up close, he couldn't see any flaws. Instead, it seemed that she was becoming more and more beautiful. Because she didn't put on makeup or anything at home, her creamy skin was so clean that he wanted to lower his head and kiss it. He looked at her, amused. Tell me, don't I look good? You. Gu Jingze, you're shameless. There's no need to be shameless between a husband and wife, right? Gu Jingze looked down at her expression. Lin Che then felt that he was getting closer and closer. Unknowingly, he was already in front of her. Her breasts were almost rubbing against his chest, and her breathing quickened. Gu Jingze still asked, are you going to tell me or not? Are you staring at me because I look good? Lin Che felt that she was being pressed down so hard that she couldn't breathe. She shouted, you look good, you look good, you look the best. Gu Jingze was not satisfied. Seeing her perfunctory look, he said, I don't feel your sincerity at all. Alright, you're the most good-looking, Gu Jingze. You're the most handsome man I've ever seen. You're more handsome than any other man. Lin Che hurriedly touched his chest and said. Gu Jingze continued asking, really? Then tell me, who is more beautiful, me or Jingyu? Lin Che had never met a man more narcissistic than him. How could he compare himself to his own younger brother? You look good, okay? However, it was true that Lin Che thought Gu Jingze was better looking. Although Gu Jingyu was good looking, she did not have the same temperament as Gu Jingze. It was a deep and serene aura that could suck in one's soul just by looking at it. Gu Jingze nodded in satisfaction. She had good taste. Then tell me, he lowered his head and looked at her deeply. He paused and asked, then tell me, am I prettier or is Qin Qin prettier? Lin Che's face stiffened. As smart as Gu Jingze was, he quickly noticed the difference. His gaze darkened as he stared unblinkingly at Lin Che. Tell me. Lin Che understood in his heart that Qin Qing was not as good-looking as Gu Jingze. Qin Qing was a big, sunny boy who made people think of him as a prince on a white horse. However, Gu Jingze was a knight who always appeared at night when he was needed the most. He was like a hero in people's hearts. However, he had a temperament that could not be seen under the sun. It made people feel gloomy and melancholy, like an impenetrable dark night. He was good-looking and sexy, but it gave off a different feeling. Gu Jingze knew it. He grabbed Lin Che's wrist and suddenly pulled Lin Che onto his body. Lin Che couldn't help but let out a cry. She felt that his dark eyes were like the aimless dark night that gradually shrouded her. Gu Jingze stared at her face and held her like that. He felt her riding on his body. She looked shy and a little resistant, but it seemed to ignite his passion and anger. He lowered his head and hugged her body, and ruthlessly kissed her red lips. Mm. Lin Che cried and reached out to push his shoulder. Gu Jingze wrapped his arms around her body tightly. When he let go of her, he murmured, "Don't you think it's actually very exciting in the car?" Lin Che said hurriedly, "I don't want to." Gu Jingze, let go of me. Her clothes were messily torn apart. She was almost naked in front of him. In a panic, Lin Che looked around. When she saw someone on the side, she pressed the car horn, and an ear-piercing sound rang out. Gu Jingze immediately let go of her waist. Lin Che almost burst into tears. Seeing her red eyes, Gu Jingze's heart sank. Frowning, he slowly put Lin Che down. He looked at her messy clothes, and his gaze deepened as he straightened her clothes. Lin Che really felt that he was like a beast just now, so scary. She turned her head and ignored him angrily. She lowered her head and straightened her clothes. She panted, but didn't want to speak. Gu Jingze took a deep breath. He looked at her, and then at a certain part of him that was puffed up. He smiled bitterly. His face darkened helplessly. He looked at her and said deeply, "If you still like Qin Qing, you can actually tell him. It's a waste if you can't say it out loud." Lin Che was stunned. She looked at Gu Jingze sideways. Her eyes moved, and she said, "I won't tell him. Actually, thinking about it, it's all in the past. I don't actually like him that much now. It's just that I still care about someone I used to like." Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Lin Che. Lin Che looked up. "Don't you know that? A human heart is made of flesh. A person won't completely ignore a man just because they can't get him and don't like him anymore. You won't treat him like a stranger, okay?" Gu Jingze looked at her and shook his head. Surprisingly, his mood was much better. Gu Jingze said that he would teach her slowly, but Lin Che really didn't want to be taught by him anymore. He was really a scary coach, okay? When she got home, Lin Che received a call from the company. Yu Minmin happily told her over the phone, "You've been nominated for the Best Newcomer Award at this year's Panda TV Festival. Get ready. We might be going to the award ceremony." Lin Che was very surprised. Chapter 92. The Panda Television Festival was one of the most prestigious television awards in the country, and it was very rare to be nominated. Hundreds of millions of people watched the festival every year, so it was no small matter. Yu Minmin was also very happy. She quickly brought Lin Che to the company and started to choose the gown. Yu Minmin went to find a few suitable sponsors, and the brands were all very tasteful. Lin Che was now the most capable artist in Yu Minmin's hands, so Yu Minmin put all her energy into Lin Che. In the company, Yu Minmin fought for a private lounge for Lin Che. In the lounge, Yu Minmin showed Lin Che the invitation for the television festival. It was sent to the company today, and the executives are very happy for you. However, some of the nominees are very competitive, and one of them is obviously sleeping with you. Don't worry about it. All the nominees were on the list, and Lin Che saw that Lin Li was also nominated for the Style Award. It seemed that he would definitely see her at the award ceremony. Lin Che said excitedly, I really didn't think that I would be nominated. I only had one role, and it was only a supporting role. Gu Jingyu's TV series are very popular every year, so you are the first one to act in a popular TV series. The second one, your character is very likable, and the third one, you acted very well. Lin Che looked at Yu Minmin speechlessly. Sister Yu, can't you just praise me? Why did you put it last so reluctantly? Because they saw each other every day, Lin Che's relationship with Yu Minmin improved, and he was not as reserved as before. Yu Minmin said, I'm telling the truth. You also got lucky, so you can't be too proud, do you hear me? I know, but you are indeed well prepared, and you should be nominated. I don't think the other competitors are as good as you, so I think you have a high chance of winning. Lin Che smiled humbly. He covered his face and said embarrassedly, of course not. Yu Minmin said, I'm telling the truth. Do you think you're still a small actor? You're a new star, and the company is going to focus on training you. Ah. I'm just not used to it. It's my first time having such success. Actually, it's my first time too. You're the first artist under me to be so successful, Yu Minmin said. Lin Che looked at Yu Minmin strangely. Sister, you used to have a lot of famous artists too. Yu Minmin said, it's just that I've been in the industry for a long time. I started as an assistant right after I graduated. I went from assistant to personal assistant, then public manager, and then private manager. I've been in the industry for 8 years now, but it's a pity that luck is needed to meet a good artiste. I've always been steady, and I've never thought of snatching an artiste from others. So the artistes under my management are either pure newbies or old artistes who are past their prime. She patted Lin Che's shoulder and said, so, this is our first time, let's do our best together. Yes, let's do our best. Lin Che suddenly realized. In the past, he always thought that managers were high above everyone else. After all, their arrangements determined the fate of small artists like them. But, now that he thought about it, it wasn't easy for them. The two of them walked out together. When the small artists outside saw Lin Che, they would lower their heads and greet her, hello, Sister Lin Che. They would bow and wait for Lin Che to leave before they stood up. Lin Che knew that the industry placed a lot of emphasis on seniority and results. In the past, he had to hide at the side and wait for the popular artists to leave before continuing his journey. But now that he was being treated like this, he felt a little strange. Lin Che said, seriously, I've only acted in one main role. They don't have to treat me like this, do they? Yu Minmin laughed and said, but you're already a rising artist. Moreover, you've been on the headlines so many times. You're also one of the hottest artists this year. Everyone in the company knows you. Lin Che had never thought that he would be so well known by people now. However, just as he reached the door, an old man suddenly pounced in front of him, scaring Lin Che so much that he almost jumped up. However, the old man ignored Lin Che and knelt down in front of Yu Minmin. Lin Che covered his mouth in astonishment. Yu Minmin, who was usually calm and collected, suddenly looked a bit dazed. The old man hugged Yu Minmin's legs and cried out, Minmin, you have to help Dad. Dad's really going to die this time. If you don't help me, I'll really have to leave our home and be beheaded. This ragged and dirty-looking old man was actually Yu Minmin's father. Lin Che was a little stunned as well. Yu Minmin bit her lip and looked at her father. She pushed him away and said bluntly, I told you, I helped you last time. What's wrong with you now? Did you lose money again? Dad, I'm out of money. I don't have a single cent. This is my workplace. You'd better leave. Otherwise, who are you going to extort money from in the future if I lose my job? The old man looked up from the ground and said, Min, I really didn't lose money this time. It's those bastards who said that the money I gave them wasn't enough. I still needed $30,000. If I didn't give them the money, they would go to our house and take your mother away to be their cook. I was so scared, so, Min frowned and asked, so what? So they kidnapped young Master Lu's woman to threaten her. Who knew that I would accidentally hit her head and she would end up in the hospital? Now they want to sue me. I'm doomed, what? Min didn't get angry. Instead, she laughed and looked at her father in amusement. She bit her lip and said, You're really capable. Not only do you gamble, but you also hit people. Let go of me. I don't care about this. It's good that you're going in. You don't have to be a burden to Mom and us anymore. Min pushed away her father who was hugging her leg. The old man fell to the ground and was immediately seen by many people. Many of them peeked over curiously. When the old man saw that, he fell to the ground angrily and pointed at Min and scolded, Who do you think you are? I'm your father. How can you treat me like this? I've raised you through so much hardship. Now that you've become powerful, you don't want us burdens anymore. Have I ruined your good days? Fine, you don't have to care about me anymore. If you don't, I'll stay at the entrance of your company and not leave. Min was really speechless. She looked at him coldly and waved at the security guard. This person is still in the company and affecting the company's operations. Get him out. The security guard hurried over to get him out. Then, the old man's pitiful cries got louder and louder. Lin Che couldn't stand it anymore and quickly pulled Min out of the place. The people around them were still discussing one after another, and their eyes were full of criticism towards Min. After Father Yu was chased out, he was still loitering outside. Lin Che looked at him and said to Min, Go to my place first. If you go back like this, your father will definitely come looking for you. Min looked at Lin Che gratefully. All right, thank you. Lin Che waved for the chauffeur to drive to the Gu residence. Chapter 93. In the car, Lin Che saw Min looking out of the window. He thought for a moment and said, Your father can't always be like this. Min laughed bitterly. So what? He's addicted to gambling. I've heard him say that for half his life, but he's still causing trouble every day. It's okay, I'm used to it. In the past, although Lin Che had always been Min's artist, she was just a small artist. Unlike now, she was practically her personal manager, so they spent almost every day together. That was when she found out that Min's family was like this. Lin Che patted Min's shoulder. We have to think of something. Min looked at Lin Che and shook her head. Unless I leave this place with my mother and brother, I can't think of a way to get rid of this parasite. Lin Che said, All right, let's think of something when we get home. Don't worry, there will be a way. Soon, they arrived at the Gu family's house. Min had never been to the Gu family's house before. When she saw the heavy security outside, she realized that something was wrong. She said to Lin Che, Can I go in? The Gu family doesn't allow outsiders to enter, right? Lin Che said, No way. It should be okay. I've never brought anyone here before. When they reached the door, the security guards looked at Min and greeted Lin Che respectfully, Madam. Then they let her in. Min calmed down. She didn't miss the respectful greeting. But she turned to look at Lin Che and didn't ask anything. She was a manager. She shouldn't ask too much about her artists unless it would affect her work. This was the professional ethics of a manager. After entering, Yu Minmin saw the huge house and the low-key but luxurious decorations. Standing in the living room, she couldn't help but say to Lin Che, "Your house is like a palace." Lin Che said, "Yeah, I always got lost when I first came here. It's mainly because there are too many turns and it looks a little complicated, but I got better by walking." Yu Minmin said, "I didn't expect this to be Gu Jing's house." "Why?" Lin Che looked at her. Yu Minmin smiled. "Normal people can't come in. I'm basking in your glory." Lin Che smiled. "Really? I can even bask in your glory one day." "Of course." At this moment, Yu Minmin's phone rang. Yu Minmin lowered his head to listen to the call. It was his mother. His mother cried over the phone and said, "Please help your father, Min Min. You're the only one in our family who can do this. We can't count on anyone else. See if you know anyone and ask them to tell them that he's your only father. If something happens to him, won't you regret it?" Yu Minmin dug her fingers into her palms, as if pain would make her feel better. "Okay, I will think of a way." In the face of his mother's wailing, Yu Minmin could only say this faintly. After hanging up the phone, he closed his eyes and raised his head to look at the huge ceiling of the Gu family's house and sighed. Lin Che said, "Sister Yu, who is the other party? Let's think of a way together." "There will be a way." Yu Minmin said, "The Lus are the ones who run a bank and gamble underground in City B. My dad has dealt with them for many years. To put it bluntly, they're not good people. I'll go over and talk to them. We'll talk when the time comes." "What are you going to do at night?" "I'm going to open a hotel. My dad won't be able to find me for the time being. Don't worry, after so many years, I still know how to do these things. Self-defense is my strength." "Okay." Yu Minmin booked a hotel with her phone and Lin Che arranged for the Gu family's car to send her there. Then, the phone rang. Seeing Gu Jing's name, Lin Che smiled and picked it up. "When are you going to fulfill your promise and cook for me?" Lin Che thought that he was just saying it casually, but hearing him mention it again, he could only say unwillingly, "Okay. I'll go buy the ingredients when you come back." "Okay, wait for me. I'll be there soon." When Gu Jingze heard that she was going to buy the ingredients to cook for him, he rushed back impatiently. Very soon, he reached home and pulled Lin Che out. "Let's go to the market together." "Are you going to?" "Of course." "But..." Lin Che remembered Mo Huiling's warning that day. "Won't it be too dangerous for you to go out?" Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che strangely. "Why do you say that?" Lin Che said, "It's just that Miss Mo told me that you'll be in danger if you go out on your own." Mo Huiling. Displeasure flashed across Gu Jing's face. He said to Lin Che, "I'll be in danger wherever I go, but I still have to live, don't I? Do I have to be locked up in a cage every day because I'm afraid of danger? Let's go." With that said, Gu Jingze took Lin Che's hand and led her out. Lin Che wanted to say something, but seeing him like this, she could only shut her mouth. She looked down at his hand and wanted to pull it out, but she couldn't. Instead, he tightened his grip. Seeing that the helper was still watching, Lin Che didn't struggle too much. There weren't many people in the market. Lin Che found it strange that the market, which used to be crowded, was like a limited street today. There were very few people and it was very orderly. Lin Che pushed the cart and looked at the recipe that Gu Jingze had written. She said gloomily, "There are so many requirements. This recipe looks so complicated." Gu Jingze said, "This is complicated? Just cut a few vegetables and stir-fry them." He purposely chose a recipe that wasn't very expensive. Lin Che pushed the cart and walked back and forth, looking at the vegetables. Shopping in the supermarket was really a happy thing. Lin Che's face was full of smiles, looking very relaxed. I want one for this. I want one for this too. Do the carrots look fresh? As she bought, she started to buy in a mess. She didn't follow the recipe at all. Gu Jingze could only shake his head helplessly. Just then, someone passed by and accidentally ran over Lin Che's foot with the wheel of the cart. Lin Che let out a yelp. She looked up and saw that the man was looking at her. He didn't say anything and just turned to leave. Lin Che thought gloomily that he really had no sense of civility. However, just as the man turned around, his arm was suddenly grabbed by Gu Jingze. He grabbed the man's arm and pressed him against the shelf. The man was startled. He turned around and wanted to scold Gu Jingze, but when he saw Gu Jingze's deep and ruthless eyes, he felt guilty and shut his mouth. Apologize to my wife, he said. The man looked at Lin Che. Although he wasn't convinced, he was afraid of Gu Jingze and could only say honestly, I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention just now. Lin Che covered his foot and said, all right, be more careful next time. Gu Jingze snorted and then let go of the man. The man walked away dejectedly. Lin Che wanted to get up from the ground, but Gu Jingze squatted down and carried Lin Che horizontally. The passers-by who saw this scene all felt extremely envious. This strong, tall man really made people feel like they were infatuated with him. Gu Jingze carried Lin Che and put him in the shopping cart. I'm here to see if your foot is okay. Lin Che shook his head and smiled at Gu Jingze. It's okay. How heavy can a shopping cart be? It's just that the man's attitude was really annoying. Chapter 94. Gu Jingze lowered his head, took off her shoes and looked at them carefully. Lin Che felt a little embarrassed when he held her feet in his hands. They stink. I haven't washed my feet after wearing them for a whole day. Gu Jingze looked up at her and glared at her. That's enough. You've put them on my face and I didn't say anything. If I didn't like it, I would have kicked you to the ground. Lin Che looked at him with a smile. Why didn't you like it then? Gu Jingze patted her feet. I can't dislike living with an uneducated person like you. I'll get used to it. As he said this, he helped her put on her shoes. Lin Che decided to stay in the car. She smiled and turned to Gu Jingze. Push me. I don't want to get out. Gu Jingze said, lazybones. However, although his tone was dissatisfied, he still began to push her around. She sat in the car and ordered Gu Jingze to buy things. I want the eggplant over there too. Hey, I want to eat these chips. Gu Jingze, push faster. Look, there are things on sale over there. The people next to them chattered when they saw Lin Che. Gu Jingze pushed her without complaint. The two of them walked happily between the shelves in the supermarket, attracting the envy of the passers-by. Someone said enviously, look at how her boyfriend spoils his girlfriend. Don't be envious of him. Look at how he looks. That girl is so pretty. If she were my girlfriend, I'd spoil her too. Get lost. Don't you see how the man looks? He's so handsome. Hey, that guy looks a little familiar, Zhang Xian said. I'm the one who thinks that the woman looks familiar. Anyway, they're a perfect match. That's why they're so compatible. Lin Che couldn't stop herself from buying things. Soon, 3 big bags of things were carried out. It was troublesome for Gu Jingze to come out. After he came out, he secretly sent away the people who were controlling the flow of people in the supermarket. Then, he walked towards the car with the 3 bags of things. Lin Che said, "Let me take 1 bag." Gu Jingzi didn't let her move. "Forget about your small arms and legs." Lin Che curled his lips. However, he looked like a Herculean man carrying 3 bags of items. Very quickly, he arrived at the car, opened the trunk, and tossed them inside. He looked both confident and handsome. Seeing this, Lin Che couldn't help but smile warmly before entering the car. When he got home and started cooking, Lin Che felt depressed. She put on the apron properly, but her hands were clumsy when she was chopping vegetables. Gu Jingzi watched from the side. He was so speechless that he wanted to facepalm. Especially as he watched the blade slash across her hand, he felt his temples throbbing. All right, let me help you cut the vegetables." He hurried over and said. "There's no need. I'm doing fine. Look, I really feel that my knife skills are getting better and better. My comprehension is really high." Ouch! As soon as she finished speaking, the knife had already cut a wound on her finger. The knife fell to the ground. Fortunately, it was a small knife, so it stopped there. But even so, it still made people shudder with fear. Gu Jingzi walked over in a flash and grabbed her hand. There was a cut on it and blood was seeping out. Gu Jingzi held her finger. "You're really... I told you not to cut it," Gu Jingzi said as he put her finger into his mouth. Lin Che's finger hurt. She saw Gu Jingzi frowning as he sucked on her finger. It was warm, and she could feel the tip of his tongue gently licking it. Lin Che didn't dare to move an inch as he stared at him. He stared into his pitch-black eyes, his face burning up. Dirty. Lin Che thought. She had been washing and cutting vegetables just now. How dirty was it? Gu Jingzi sniffed and let go of her hand. He looked down carefully. He turned around and went out to get a medicine box. He quickly put on a band-aid. Lin Che looked at the band-aid that matched perfectly and looked at this obsessive-compulsive patient speechlessly. Gu Jingzi frowned and pushed Lin Che to the side. "All right, stand there. You're clumsy. Don't move around," Lin Che said. Then the vegetables. Gu Jingzi harumphed and looked at the menu. "I'll do it." "Aw. That's embarrassing." Although Lin Che didn't want to cook, she still looked at him with a fawning expression. Gu Jingzi picked up the knife to cut the vegetables. He raised his head and glared at Lin Che. "I'm afraid that you'll burn the kitchen if I let you continue cooking." Lin Che pouted. "It's all your fault just now. Why did you talk to me for no reason?" Gu Jingzi glared at her again. "You're so stupid. Don't make excuses." Gu Jingzi's movements were really fast. He looked at the menu and cut the vegetables. The vegetables were cut very well. The pictures on the menu were exactly the same. He said as he cut, "You're so stupid to be able to cook so badly just by following the menu." Lin Che looked at the way he was cooking. It really didn't look like he had just cooked. For a moment, he really didn't have anything to refute. Lin Che leaned against the wall and admired Gu Jingzi's smooth and elegant movements. He said, "Oh yeah, do you remember my manager, Yu Minmin?" "Of course." "What do you mean of course? Do you think everyone has a bad memory like you?" "I have a very good memory." Lin Che felt that he was looking down on her all the time. Lin Che said, "Something happened to Yu Minmin recently." Gu Jingzi asked as he stir-fried, "What happened?" Lin Che briefly explained Yu Minmin's situation. "I think Sister Yu is really amazing." "How is she amazing?" "Her family is so messy. She's still so active and hardworking. No one knew that her family was so bad. I think she's a very dedicated person." She won't let her personal affairs affect her work. If I hadn't been so close to her recently and had to see her every day, I wouldn't have known about this. Gu Jingze seemed to be deep in thought. He slowed down a little. But after a while, he quickly stir-fried vegetables again. A plate of stir-fried vegetables came out of the wok very quickly. Gu Jingze said, "Try it." Lin Che looked at it. It looked good. She picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. She didn't expect it to taste so good. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze in surprise. "Do you know how to cook?" Gu Jingze said, "This is my first time." "Impossible." Gu Jingze wiped his hands with a wet towel and went to prepare another dish. "Just follow the recipe and follow the steps. Of course, the taste won't be wrong. But I've tried it. It still tastes terrible. Then you can't blame the recipe. It's your problem. You're too stupid. What can you do?" Chapter 95. As Lin Che ate, he looked at Gu Jingze in admiration. He didn't expect him to be so good. It was his first time cooking, and he followed the recipe exactly the same. It seemed like his obsessive-compulsive disorder had its uses. Lin Che couldn't help but admit that Gu Jingze was really smart. He could do whatever he wanted and learn everything so quickly. In comparison, Lin Che was much dumber. Lin Che couldn't help but think that it was no wonder he always said that he was dumb. He was holding a frying spoon and wearing an apron, looking like a housewife. A handsome man wearing an apron while cooking looked even more charming, making it hard for people to resist him. Lin Che tilted his head and admired this beautiful scene. He rested his chin on his hand, looking infatuated. Gu Jingze said as he cooked, "Actually, your manager's problem is easy to solve." "Ah. I can help." "Ah, really?" Lin Che said quickly, "Really? That's great. Gu Jingze, thank you for your help." Gu Jingze turned around and smiled faintly. "You know that when I want to thank you, it's not just verbal." Gu Jingze quickly placed another dish on a plate before walking over to Lin Che. He looked at Lin Che and hugged him from behind. Lin Che was stunned. Gu Jingze said in her ear, "Actually, you look very good in an apron. I can't cook, so you should at least give me something in return for my hard work." He pressed against her ear and blew into it, making Lin Che's ear itch uncomfortably. Lin Che said, "What? What do you want in return?" Gu Jingze said in a low voice, "I want to see you in an apron." Lin Che thought of that scene and felt as if she was reading a pornographic magazine. It was so explicit. Lin Che shouted, "Get lost, Gu Jingze, you pervert." Gu Jingze was pushed away. He laughed and quickly moved away from her. But from the beginning, when he saw her wearing the apron, he just felt that she must look good walking around here wearing only the apron. Although the scene was too ambiguous, he was really looking forward to it. Lin Che thought of how he appeared like that and felt that this man was getting more and more evil. "Get lost, I don't want to." "Hey, why are you running? Come back." Gu Jingze pulled Lin Che over, put his arm around her waist, and put her on the table. Lin Che exclaimed. He sat on the high table, and his face was only in front of him. He could only see his chin when he raised his head. He lowered his head slightly and looked at her face. He took off his apron and put it on her. "All right." He smiled at her. "That's it." Lin Che looked down at the apron on his body speechlessly. It was no different from before. Lin Che lowered his head to look at himself in astonishment. He felt that the man standing in front of him had his hands lazily placed on his waist as he lowered his head and looked at Lin Che playfully. "Ah, it's just wearing an apron. I thought you said wearing an apron meant." Lin Che said. Gu Jingzi said, it means that you only need to wear an apron. He raised the corner of his lips devilishly and looked down at Lin Che's face. Why? You look disappointed all of a sudden. Isn't that what you were thinking? Lin Che felt even more embarrassed when he looked at her like that. She looked at his playful smile angrily and thought gloomily that she had been fooled by him. Great, this man was getting worse. He was starting to tease people. Lin Che looked at him with a red face. Gu Jingzi was still playing dumb. He deliberately raised his eyebrows and asked, what are you thinking? Don't tell me, you're thinking of. He deliberately looked her up and down and said, if you really want to wear that, I can accept it. Get lost. I didn't say that, come on. I won't be scared if you wear it. Try it on. Get lost. Do you still want to eat? It's going to get cold. Lin Che quickly jumped off the table to stop him from teasing her. Gu Jingzi smiled as he watched her run away. Shaking his head, he thought to himself, this Lin Che, he doesn't know anything else, but he's getting better and better at escaping. However, Gu Jingzi said that he wanted to help her, so he really went to investigate. The next day, Gu Jingzi said to Lin Che, I saw the person you were talking about. He's in the hospital. We can go and see him. That's great. Gu Jingzi, you're so nice. Lin Che smiled and hugged Gu Jingzi's arm. In the hospital. Yu Minmin's father, Yu Qinglong, was pacing around outside. In the ward, Lu Qinghong, the young master of the Lu family, was looking at his little lover. He carefully blew on the porridge and fed it to her. Nana, drink it. Be careful, it's hot. Hubby, that man is still outside. Can't you just drive him away? Whoever wants to see him can just pay for it. He's so disgusting. Lu Qinghong gritted his teeth and came out. He kicked Yu Qinglong's chest. Get lost. I'm disgusted just looking at you. You can either use your daughter as a chicken or your wife as a housewife for the rest of her life. Look, why are you still wandering around here? My daughter doesn't want to come. Yu Qinglong looked distressed. Yu Minmin had completely disappeared since the day he went to the company to look for her. He couldn't find her no matter how hard he tried. Then get out of here. Who wants to see your ugly face? Just wait to go to the police station for the rest of your life. Lu Qinghong closed the door. Yu Qinglong could only watch from outside, feeling melancholy. The hospital door opened again. Lu Qinghong turned around and shouted, Who's in? Is this a place where you can come and go as you please? He looked up and saw Lin Che, who was wearing a black jumpsuit and a pair of tight-fitting jeans. He stood there, looking fresh and clean. Seeing Lin Che's beautiful face, his tone softened. Hey, what are you doing here? Lin Che came in and saw the woman lying on the bed and the tall man standing beside her. The instant Nana saw Lin Che, her eyes immediately became vigilant. She seemed to feel threatened and hurriedly sat up. Then, they saw Gu Jingzi following behind them in silence, which surprised them. Lin Che looked at the woman who didn't forget to put on heavy makeup even though she was lying on the bed. He walked a few steps and said, You're the one who caused the trouble with the Yu family, aren't you? Lu Qinghong smiled. That's right. Why? Are you here because of this? He hit my girlfriend and now I want him to pay for it. It's only right, isn't it? Lin Che couldn't tell that the woman was injured at all. She glanced at the woman and said, How much do you want? The man stepped forward and said impolitely, 5 million. Ha! Lin Che was speechless. What a big tone. If you want 5 million, I think her injury should be more serious. Chapter 96. The woman on the bed yelled, "What do you mean?" "I mean exactly what I said." Lin Che said, "I'm going to take care of the Yu family. Here's the money. I'll give you the money that Yu Minmin's father owes you, but don't even think about getting a single cent of the money that doesn't belong to the Yu family." Nana, who was lying on the bed, was obviously unwilling. 5,200,000 was a huge difference. She immediately sat up and said, "Don't even think about it. 5 million, not a single cent less. Otherwise, I'll send him to the police station." Lin Che couldn't help but laugh. "You've gone crazy thinking about money." At this moment, Gu Jingze glanced at the two of them from behind. "I'm giving you this money to shut you up. If the simplest method can't shut you up, I have other ways to do it. It depends on whether you're willing to accept this simple method, or you'd rather let us do something more complicated." The two of them looked at each other. The way they looked at Gu Jingze changed. Nana wanted to stand up and say something, but Lu Qinghong stopped her. He could tell that Gu Jingze wasn't an ordinary person at first glance. From the custom-made brand clothes to the arrogant look on his face, his aura was clearly superior to everyone else in the room. He rolled his eyes and realized that this person was definitely not an ordinary person. It seemed that he really couldn't beat him, or else he wouldn't have come in alone and be so calm. The Lu family was famous for being ruthless in the underworld, but he didn't seem to be afraid at all. Lu Qinghong immediately said, "That's easy. May I know your name, sir?" Gu Jingze glanced at him indifferently. "If you don't even know who I am, then you don't have the right to stand here and talk to me." "You." Lu Qinghong's face darkened. He really wanted to scold him, but looking at Gu Jingze helplessly, he couldn't say anything. "You don't want to say it, or you have nothing to say," Lu Qinghong said with a smile. Gu Jingze said, "This kind of provocation doesn't work on me, but I was going to tell you. Even if you don't have the right to stand in front of me, my woman's problem involves you, so I have to take care of it." With that, he threw an elegant business card in front of him. He threw it accurately on the table. He was taken aback. Lowering his head, his face darkened. How did the Yu family get involved with such a big shot? His face was pale, but he didn't want to lose face just like that. He said, 5 million should be nothing to Mr. Gu. Why? Can't you afford it? Gu Jingze snorted. I earn my money bit by bit. I don't want to waste it on rubbish. You. He shouted, Gu Jingze, don't be so arrogant. Isn't it just some stinky money? Gu Jingze said, this little bit of money is enough to suppress you. That's enough. Lu Qinghong's eyes darted around. In front of the Gu family, it was like throwing an egg against a rock. However, if she gave up just like that, it would be too degrading. Seeing this, Lin Che said, there's only 200,000. If you want it, take it. If you don't want it, then forget it. That's impossible. Hey, you're trying to get rid of a beggar. Lin Che said, I feel that even beggars can't compare to your actions. Nana got up from the bed and shouted, you stinky bitch, what did you say? I dare you to say it again. Lu Qinghong was shocked and quickly covered Nana's mouth. Nana was unconvinced and looked at Lu Qinghong angrily. Lu Qinghong tugged at Nana and said, she's immature, but the Yu family is in the wrong in this matter. Gu Jingze said, if you can charge a sky-high price for everything, it's not too much for me to charge you 10 million for calling you a bitch just now. What? What right do you have? Nana shouted. Lu Qinghong's expression changed even more. She quickly said, Okay, I'll charge 200,000. As she said this, she picked up the check on the table. Lin Che looked at her and continued, but I still have to warn you. 200,000 is to buy the Yu family's debt. You can't get close to the Yu family. If anyone from the Yu family gets close to your casino, you have to chase him away. What? That's so complicated. Lu Qinghong had thought that the Yu family would have a chance in the future anyway. The daughter of the Yu family was very pretty. If she were to be a prostitute, she would be able to push the casino very well. He had coveted her for a long time, so he planned to deal with the Yu family, but he didn't expect, Gu Jingzi said, if you don't chase them away, I think it will affect your family's business to a great extent if my people chase them away for you. It would be terrible if the Gu family were to chase them away. Although Lu Qinghong was very unhappy, she could only say to Gu Jingzi, Mr. Gu, don't worry. The Yu family will not enter the Lu family's casino anymore. I can promise you that. Then I'll wait and see. He turned around and held Lin Che in his arms as he said this. Lin Che looked back at the woman on the bed and left the ward with Gu Jingzi. Seeing the two of them leave, the woman on the bed pushed Lu Qinghong away angrily. You useless thing. He hit me and you want to chase me away with 200,000. I won't do it. Lu Qinghong went up to the woman and slapped her. The woman was stunned. Do you know that I saved your life just now? What? The woman looked at him aggrievedly. Lu Qinghong snorted. Who do you think you can offend? That's Gu Jingzi, the Gu family. Do you think you can afford to offend them? Gu Jingzi. The woman covered her face and was dumbfounded. Lu Qinghong muttered, I didn't want to do this, but I can't throw away my life just because of my pride, right? Don't you see that I'm also very angry? But I can't win against him. I can only blame myself. When did the Yu family become so scheming? They actually have connections with the Gu family. From now on, we can only stay far away from them. When the woman heard this, she couldn't help but feel jealous and yearning. That person was indeed very powerful. Unfortunately, it was a height that ordinary people couldn't reach. It was already good enough that she could seduce Lu Qinghong, so she didn't dare to get close to a top family like the Gu family. After Lin Che finished his business, he quickly went to the hotel to look for Yu Minmin. She had been staying in the hotel for a few days and would change every day to avoid being found by her father. Perhaps she was really used to it. Yu Minmin looked fine, but she had obviously lost a lot of weight. Lin Che said, the matter has been resolved. Sister Yu, you don't have to worry too much. Yu Minmin looked at Lin Che. It was Gu Jingzi who helped. She knew that Lin Che couldn't have done it on his own. The Lu family wasn't a pushover either. They wouldn't let it go so easily. Lin Che nodded. Yes, Gu Jingzi was holding the fort. I just followed him to take a look. Yu Minmin looked at him gratefully. Thank you, but, did you spend money? She didn't believe that those people would be obedient if they couldn't see the money. Lin Che said, I didn't spend much. I only gave them 200,000 as hush money. They won't let your father enter the casino anymore. Yu Minmin's face darkened. She looked up at Lin Che and said, the money will be deducted from my salary. I'll return it to you slowly. Thank you. Chapter 97. Lin Che shook his head. Well, it's Mrs. Gu's welfare. It's okay. Yu Minmin smiled. If they can stop my dad from going to the casino, maybe life will be better in the future. You'll become more and more popular, and my salary will get higher and higher. Maybe I'll be able to pay you back soon. Yu Minmin raised an eyebrow at Lin Che. But Gu Jingzi really treats you well. Lin Che was stunned. Gu Jingzi was indeed a good person, but he was a little cold. Sometimes, he was a man who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Lin Che said, but Gu Jingze is really hard to please. He has a lot of problems. I have to go back now. I have to go to the Gu family for a birthday celebration in a few days. Lin Che returned home and stood at the door. Looking at the heavily guarded Gu family, she suddenly felt that she had been taken care of by Gu Jingze all this time. She felt a little embarrassed. She was such a troublesome woman. At night, Gu Jingze washed up and saw Lin Che looking at him embarrassedly. Gu Jingze looked up. Why are you staring at me? Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze's face embarrassedly and said, I think, from today onwards, let's switch places. You can sleep on the bed inside, and I'll sleep on the sofa. Gu Jingze looked at her strangely. Why? Lin Che said, because you're tall and it's uncomfortable to sleep here all the time. With my height, it's just right for me to sleep here. We should at least take turns. You sleep one night, and I sleep the other. Otherwise, if you always sleep here alone, we don't know when we can get a divorce. That's too unfair to you. Gu Jingze's eyes flashed. He smiled at Lin Che and raised an eyebrow. So you're actually feeling sorry for me? What did this have to do with feeling sorry for him? Lin Che said, that's not what I meant. I'm just saying. Forget it. You can sleep on the sofa if you want. Lin Che's heart sank. She wasn't feeling sorry for him. Why would she feel sorry for him? She was just blaming herself for always being the troublemaker. Lin Che glared at Gu Jingze, who didn't appreciate his kindness, and returned to the bed. He felt Gu Jingze quickly follow him and sit on the bed with him. Lin Che turned around and said, you changed your mind. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and suddenly said, actually, the bed is so big. It's okay for the two of us to sleep together. What? Lin Che thought he had misheard. As Gu Jingze spoke, he held Lin Che in his arms and the two of them fell onto the bed together. It was originally a double bed, and there was a lot of space for two people to sleep on it. However, what would it look like to sleep together? Lin Che hurriedly struggled to get up. No, Gu Jingze, we can't sleep on the same bed. However, her waist was pulled back by him, and effortlessly, she fell into his arms again. Gu Jingze looked down at her. What's wrong? What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that you won't be able to hold back? Lin Che's face turned slightly red. What do you mean I can't help it? How can I not help it? You can't help but want to pounce on me, Gu Jingze said. Lin Che glared at him. Nonsense. How can I not help it? A man with a human face but a beast's heart is a man. Oh, if you're worried that I won't be able to help it, then you're worrying too much. We've been in the same room for so long, and I haven't touched you. Then, in the same bed, I definitely won't be able to help it. Of course you can rest assured. Lin Che just didn't want to sleep on the same bed as him. No, I really can't. Lin Che said anxiously. However, Gu Jingze still pressed her down and wrapped his arms around her body. Don't move. Sleep well. She had to be able to sleep even like this. What are you thinking about? Hurry up and sleep. Gu Jingze said from behind her. Lin Che was truly speechless. He couldn't move no matter how hard he tried, and could only lie there panting. He felt the man on his back slowly relax, but his eyes were wide open the entire time. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he finally started to feel tired. But the strange thing was that she could actually fall asleep like this. She seemed to be really tired. After a while, she fell asleep completely just like that. The next day, when Gu Jingze woke up, he was still full of energy. Lin Che had a feeling that he would stay on her bed for the rest of his life. However, perhaps the sofa was really too hard to sleep on, and he was really tired of sleeping, so even her dishonest sleeping position couldn't disturb his sleep. Thinking about it, perhaps it was right for him to fall asleep. However, originally, she wanted to sleep on the sofa. Who knew that they would end up sleeping together? The Panda TV festival began very quickly. Because Lin Che was nominated for the Best Newcomer Award, the company made it very grand and found someone to be in charge of the award ceremony for Lin Che. Lin Che changed her clothes at home early in the morning. She looked at the long gown with a slit all the way to the top. She really wasn't used to it. However, this was the company's arrangement. The company had already said that there would definitely be a lot of big names attending this television festival. If Lin Che wanted to fight for the headlines, it wouldn't be easy, so they specially found a more outstanding gown for Lin Che. However, Lin Che actually wasn't interested in fighting for the headlines. She just thought that it was good enough to be able to participate in such a powerful event. Looking at herself in front of the mirror again and again, she still felt that something wasn't right. When Gu Jingze came in, he saw her fiddling in front of the mirror. Her tall and slender figure looked very noble and sexy in such a pinched waist gown. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes as he looked at her. He walked over and said, "What are you doing?" Lin Che turned around and said, "Don't you think I look a little weird?" Gu Jingze sized her up and saw that her fair thighs were exposed. They matched the black velvet gown very well. "How can that be? Isn't it pretty good? Do you think it looks good?" Lin Che turned around and asked. Gu Jingze smiled and moved closer. His voice was low and melodious. "I think you look better without anything on." Lin Che blushed. "Scram." Gu Jingze smiled and said, "You're the one who asked me." Lin Che blushed. "Who knew you were such a hooligan?" Gu Jingze smiled as he sized her up. He felt that the slit was really not bad. It seemed like it was easy to take off the gown. His heart skipped a beat. He quickly turned around and walked out, wondering if he had been too repressed recently. Otherwise, why would he have such wicked thoughts when he saw her? Perhaps it was because he had really reached the age where his body couldn't help but want women. Lin Che turned around and looked at Gu Jingze. "Oh yeah, we still have tickets today. If you're interested, you can go and take a look." Gu Jingze came back to his senses. Looking at the tickets she handed him, he took them and said, "Okay, I'll go when I'm free." Chapter 98. Seeing that Gu Jingze had left without a word, Lin Che thought that he had finally left after his joke. She could only helplessly drag her dress to attend the TV festival. Outside the venue of the Panda TV festival, it was already crowded. Lin Che lifted her dress and walked inside with Yu Minmin accompanying her. Yu Minmin said to her, "You should have a good chance this time. Even if you don't win in the end, we'll still be here." "I don't think I have a good chance. There are many popular dramas this year and many characters are better than mine, especially those who are both good and evil. Everyone thinks that bad women have good acting skills. Not necessarily. Your character is also very good." Yu Minmin smiled and patted Lin Che's arm. Lin Che looked outside. A new female star from a popular TV series was walking down the red carpet. The host was enthusiastically introducing her, saying, "Wang Qingchu's performance in the TV series Women's World is remarkable. Her image as a bad woman is deeply rooted in people's hearts. She is only 20 years old this year and also the youngest of the nominees." Lin Che watched as everyone welcomed Wang Qingchu in. Flashes lit up one after another. He couldn't help but shrug and look at Yu Minmin. This was her competitor that Lin Che had been talking about. She was only 20 years old, but she was indeed shining. Yu Minmin heard the people beside her commenting without any scruples, looks like she's very likely to win this time. She looks so proud as if victory is already in her hands. Yeah, and she just got into a relationship with Lu Kai recently. She's always in the top of the trending topics list. I also think she'll be the big winner this time. Everyone looked at Lin Che and then looked at her disdainfully. Lin Che turned around and Yu Minmin said in a low voice, "Don't care what they think. In this industry, there are many people who just like to talk nonsense." Lin Che nodded. "It's okay, Sister Yu. I know." However, at this moment, someone suddenly patted the back of her head from behind. "Io, who is it?" She turned around and saw Gu Jingyu, who she hadn't seen for a long time. She didn't know when he had appeared behind her. "What are you looking at?" he asked. Lin Che said, "Gu Jingyu, why are you here? Did I see you standing here like a fool? That's why I came to take a look. How am I stupid?" Lin Che rubbed his head. Gu Jingyu said, "Silly girl, let's go. Don't wait anymore. Come with me." "Aw. You're not the finale. I don't have anyone to walk the red carpet with. Isn't it a good match now?" But Lin Che was dragged by him as he stumbled forward. "But what?" "Let's go. I'll go with you." How could that be? Although she knew that Gu Jingyu loved to break the rules for no reason and that the rules meant nothing to him, Lin Che was a person who abided by the rules in the industry. Gu Jingyu was originally supposed to be the finale, so after Lin Che was dragged along, everyone looked at him with jealousy. But, when it was Gu Jingyu's turn, he forcefully pulled Lin Che over to his side, held her hand in the crook of his arm and dragged her onto the red carpet. The MC was shocked, but he knew that Gu Jingyu often didn't play by the rules, so he reacted quickly. Everyone looked at the two of them walking on the red carpet enviously. Suddenly, the cameras flashed violently, saying that Gu Jingyu had abandoned the female lead and walked the red carpet with the supporting actress. They were indeed the couple that everyone had been hyping up for a while. Yu Minmin watched from behind and shook his head speechlessly. Finally, they walked past the red carpet and sat in their seats inside. In the front, Wang Qingchu suddenly turned around and smiled at Lin Che, who was sitting in the back seat. "We were nominated together this time," she said. Lin Che also smiled. "Yeah. I think your Jian Qing has a good chance of winning. After all, there's Gu Jingyu and Mu Firen, and even the supporting actress is top-notch like Lin Li. Our team can't do it. We're all newbies, and none of us are experienced. We're lucky to be popular, but I don't know how we became the dark horse." Although she sounded humble, it sounded like she was proud. Did she mean that Lin Che's team was popular because they had celebrities, but they didn't have any celebrities and relied on their abilities? Lin Che smiled and said, "Is that so? I really don't know why none of the big-name celebrities are interested in your script. It seems like it's a good script." What he meant was that this kind of rubbish script had no technical content. Of course, the big-name celebrities wouldn't be interested in it. Wang Qingchu's expression changed slightly. She glared at Lin Che and muttered in her heart, "Isn't it just because you have Gu Jingyu's support?" At this moment, many people passed by and saw Lin Che. They hurried over to greet him. Some of them knew him, some of them didn't, some of them had seen him before, and some of them hadn't. Although Lin Che had always been filming, he had never attended any gatherings within the industry. This television festival was like a big gathering. Almost everyone that he could name was present, and they were all people that had works this year. So, this was the first time Lin Che realized that so many people actually knew of him and that there were actually people that wanted to get to know him. After being surrounded for a long time, when it was about to start, everyone returned to their seats. Lin Che heaved a sigh of relief and said to Yu Minmin, we exchanged many WeChat IDs just now. Yu Minmin said, of course. You're on the rise now. There are many people who want to get to know you. Why do they want to know me? Lin Che asked curiously. Yu Minmin said, networking in this industry is very important. Who knows who will need who in the future? You're a celebrity now, and your future is limitless. Of course, they want to get to know you as soon as possible. All right. Lin Che didn't expect that he was already valuable in other people's hearts. I thought I was still a newcomer. You're just a newcomer this year. You'll get more and more popular in the future. Yu Minmin smiled at him. Who knows? There are so many newcomers nowadays. I don't even know if I'll be left on the beach. Because of his past experience, Lin Che wasn't that optimistic. In front, Wang Qingchu looked at them. She snorted and turned her head away. In comparison, there were indeed fewer people on her side. She muttered in her heart, isn't it just Gu Jingyu? Who does he think he is? She didn't believe that Lin Che could rely on him for the rest of his life. The awards ceremony soon started. However, Wang Qingchu quietly left the place. In the private room outside, the sound of panting could be heard. Wang Qingchu panted tenderly, President Qin, you said that the newcomer award this time would definitely be mine. Yeah, it's yours. It's yours. Didn't you see how arrogant Lin Che was just now? Relying on Gu Jingyu's love, he stole tomorrow's headlines. Then the newcomer award must not be given to him. All right, I won't give it to him. Baby, let's continue. Wang Qingchu put on makeup and looked at Lin Che behind her. She smiled proudly. When she heard Yu Minmin show her Wan Yi's acceptance speech, she smiled even more and said, let's not waste time, Lin Che. Although I know that your acting is not bad and you work hard, I'm definitely going to get the award this time. She turned around and said, even if you know Gu Jingyu, I can tell you clearly. You have no idea what kind of backing I have. Chapter 99. Wang Qingchu sat seductively in her seat. Lin Che bit his lip and looked at her back view, his hands clenched tightly together. Yu Minmin hadn't expected Wang Qingchu to be so arrogant. She was too young after all and couldn't keep her cool. Lin Che sneered, the Panda Awards is a competition of acting skills and you're talking about backing? Seriously? Yu Minmin pressed Lin Che's hand, calm down, I'll go and ask around. Watching Yu Minmin get up and leave, Lin Che leaned against the wall alone. He could hear the discussions of the people behind him, which were neither too loud nor too soft, entering his ears. Looks like Wang Qingchu is going to win the newcomer award this time. But Lin Che is about the same. Actually, I already knew that Wang Qingchu had hooked up with the higher-ups of the Panda Television Festival. I've seen them a few times already. Oh my god, looks like it's really going to be hers. No wonder she was so confident and walked the red carpet alone with such an imposing manner. It was already decided beforehand. Isn't Lin Che pitiful? That can't be helped. Although Lin Che didn't have much hope of winning the award, he was still unhappy. After all, if he wasn't good enough, he could accept it wholeheartedly. But being provoked like this, he couldn't be happy. Unfairness existed everywhere in the world and it was common in this industry. Lin Che just didn't like it when it happened to him. If you're capable, why don't we compete for popularity and acting skills together? Wang Qingchu turned around and looked at Lin Che from time to time. She raised her eyebrows and looked extremely pleased with herself. Lin Che could only look forward and silently take a deep breath. On the stage, the awards were being handed out one after another, from the music award to the picture award. Lin Che looked ahead and thought about the newcomer award that was about to be handed out. He quietly sat up straight. At this moment, Wang Qingchu turned around and smiled at Lin Che. Don't look forward to it so much. The award is definitely mine. How unlucky, but who asked you to meet me this time? Try harder next time. Wang Qingchu pretended to cover her mouth again. Oh, I remember now. The newcomer award only comes once in a lifetime. You won't be a newcomer next year. Lin Che looked at Wang Qingchu. At least I've relied on my own strength. I've never thought of relying on a backer. Having a background is also a kind of strength, especially in this industry. But it seems like you're not as strong as me in this aspect. As soon as he finished speaking, the host in front said, this year's TV industry is really full of newcomers. Especially in the first half of the year, there were a lot of good dramas. In the second half of the year, there were also a lot of surprises. There were a lot of good works with good reputation and ratings. So, we are going to present this year's Newcomer Award. After the nominees were shown, the guest presenter smiled and said, who will be the winner of this year's Newcomer Award? Wang Qingchu. Is it Gu Ningning? Was it Situ Xing or Lin Che? At this time, the other presenter swept his gaze across the audience. All the cameras were focused on the four of them. The other two did not have any expression on their faces. Lin Che was indeed a little stiff. She was not used to being stared at like this. Wang Qingchu, on the other hand, had a confident look on her face as she looked ahead proudly. At this time, the guest presenter smiled and continued, the winner of this year's Newcomer Award is Lin Che. Below, when Lin Che heard his own name, he was shocked beyond belief. She sat there for a long while without moving. Someone next to her touched her, and she didn't stand up in a hurry. She was a little absent-minded, and couldn't see anything else under the bright lights. She went to the stage and took the trophy from the presenter. Wang Qingchu had already raised her butt, and her face turned green when she heard her name. Looking at the front, Lin Che stood behind the microphone with the trophy in her hand. She was a little excited and said with a smile, thank you to all the producers of Sword Passion. Thank you to the director for giving me the opportunity to play such an important role. Thank you so much to all the other actors and actresses. I have learned a lot from them. Thank you so much. Wang Qingchu couldn't stand it anymore. She stood up and strode out, ignoring the strange looks from the others. When he got outside, he looked around and finally found Chief Chin, who was at the back. She shouted angrily, what's wrong with you? You said that you would give this role to me. Why did you? How dare you lie to me? Are you messing with me? She felt so embarrassed. She had already said such big words, but in the end, she had to return empty-handed. I didn't want to. I really wrote your name. Even if everyone said that Lin Che was better, I would still side with you. But today, President Chen was speechless. I can only say that Lin Che's background is indeed stronger than yours. I can't do anything about it. What? Really, this is the only way. I didn't want her to be such an important person, but that's really something I can't touch. I can't help you even if I wanted to. Wang Qingchu was listless when she heard this. Because of her anger, her face became twisted. Soon, Lin Che came down from the stage. She saw Yu Minmin and said in surprise, I really didn't expect that this award would be given to me. Oh my God, what's going on? Yu Minmin smiled and said, seems like there's still fairness in this. Lin Che nodded heavily. She couldn't hide the joy on her face. Yu Minmin said, remember to treat us to a meal. Of course, I'll treat you to a feast, hee hee. The awards ceremony ended quickly. As Lin Che was walking out, she heard the sound of her phone ringing. She opened it and saw that it was Gu Jingze. She quickly picked up the phone. Gu Jingze. Hearing her happy voice, Gu Jingze smiled calmly. Is it over? Yes, it's just over. I'll wait for you outside. Come out. Aw, really? Of course. You won the award. Shouldn't you treat me to a meal? Gu Jingze said. Sure, sure. Of course. Lin Che put down the phone and ran out. Sure enough, she saw Gu Jingze's car outside. Lin Che jumped into the car and couldn't help but show Gu Jingze the award in her hand. Gu Jingze smiled and said, Congratulations. Lin Che said in surprise, I was wondering at the time. Everyone said that Wang Qingchu's friend was very powerful and the award was probably going to go to her. But in the end, it was still given to me. Gu Jingze smiled and said, It means that you know someone even more powerful. What? Gu Jingze didn't say anything. He had already started the car. Let's go. Treat me to a meal. Chapter 100. At the Lin family's house. Lin Li's face turned green with anger as she watched the scene of Lin Che receiving the award on the TV. The spotlight followed her as she walked down the stage. She was surrounded by people who congratulated her. The reporters also came up to interview her. She was in high spirits. Lin Li snorted angrily and smashed the teacup in her hand. I can't believe Lin Che got an award. Han Kaiying comforted Lin Li, it's okay. Now that she has Gu Jingze's support, things will be different. You'll be the same when you marry into the Qin family. Lin Li gritted her teeth. That was true, but the Qin family was still far from the Gu family. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. At this moment, Gu Jingze led Lin Che into a restaurant. Lin Che said, Wow, this place looks expensive. You don't really want me to treat you, do you? Gu Jingze looked at her. You got an award today. Shouldn't you treat me? Lin Che pouted. But I didn't expect you to choose such an expensive place. Although it was a Chinese restaurant, one could tell from the outside that it was very expensive. The decorations at the entrance were very gorgeous, and there weren't many people inside. It looked like they were all single rooms, and each room had a very genteel name written on it. When the people outside saw the two of them coming in, they hurriedly lowered their heads to greet them. They looked very respectful and polite, and their smiles were natural. Their makeup also looked very comfortable. It seemed like they were waiters who had gone through very strict training. Mr. Gu, do you want the private room you usually use? I've been saving it for you. Okay. Gu Jingze took Lin Che in and said as they walked, The food here is very delicious. You'll know after you try it. It's very clean and tastes like home. Lin Che said, If you want to taste home, why did we come to such an expensive place? We should go home. I'll make it for you. Gu Jingze looked at her with a dark face. You're so clumsy. If you make it for me, what I'll eat will probably be dregs. No. It was an accident last time. Gu Jingze didn't believe her. He brought her here but she didn't appreciate it. What an unromantic woman. I come here often. The food is really good. You'll know after you try it. He really wanted to get her approval. In his heart, there was a kind of hope that the things that he liked would be liked by her. At first, he thought that the food here was delicious and had a strange thought. He wanted to share it with her, but she actually complained that it was too expensive. Lin Che followed him inside. After sitting down, he could see the lake from the outside. This was probably the best place in the entire restaurant. Gu Jingze was in charge of ordering the dishes. Since he was familiar with this place, he naturally knew what dishes tasted good. He ordered a table full of dishes. Lin Che felt as if his pocket was crying and his heart was bleeding. It felt so expensive. Fortunately, after a while, the food was served. As soon as Lin Che took a look, he could tell that the dishes looked very appetizing. Just looking at them made his appetite increase. Try it. At any time, Gu Jingze ate like a noble Persian cat. His movements were light and slow. However, Lin Che didn't care. He picked it up and ate it. It was really delicious. She started eating in big mouthfuls. She didn't care what she was chewing and swallowing slowly. She ate very happily. Gu Jingze was speechless. Eat slowly. Lin Che said, eating in big mouthfuls makes it taste good. Gu Jingze shook his head. But it's not good for the stomach. Lin Che said, do you eat to taste good? If it's for the stomach, you should eat porridge every day. You only know how to talk nonsense. Gu Jingze glared at her. However, he couldn't deny that seeing her eat so happily gave him a sense of achievement. It was as if the thing that he liked had received great approval. Gu Jingze's expression was happy as he watched her eat indifferently. Slow down. Look, the food is stuck to the corner of your mouth. He reached out to wipe the crumbs from the corner of her mouth. You can wash it after you finish eating. Hey, you're eating too. Why don't I see you moving? Lin Che said casually. At the same time, outside, Mo Huiling entered the restaurant with her friend. The people around Mo Huiling had always been envious of her because she had been close to the Gu family since she was young. All along, everyone knew that Gu Jingze was her boyfriend. They often heard Mo Huiling show off, but she also had the ability to do so, which made people feel helpless. Everyone could only continue to be envious of her. Therefore, Mo Huiling had always been the center of the circle since she was young. Everyone surrounded her because she and Gu Jingze were childhood sweethearts and no one could shake her position. Until now, although Gu Jingze was married, it was a secret marriage. Not many people outside the circle knew that Gu Jingze was married. They hadn't even held a wedding, so no one knew that Gu Jingze had another woman by his side. Huiling, this place is very expensive. It's embarrassing to always eat here and have to be treated by you, her friend said politely. Mo Huiling couldn't hide the smugness in her voice. She said generously, it doesn't matter. Jingze booked a room here just for him. Every time he comes, he can just go there. Jingze pays for all the expenses. Really? Gu Jingze is so generous to you. Even his own private room is for you. Jingze doesn't have much, Mo Huiling said as she walked in her high heels. Everyone was talking about this behind her. That's true. To the Gu family, this money can be earned back in minutes. Huiling, I'm so envious of you. Mo Huiling raised her head proudly. The shop assistant recognized Mo Huiling at first glance. She came here often, so everyone knew her. Seeing Mo Huiling, the shop assistant greeted her. Miss Mo Huiling said, it's the same private room. There are 4 people here today. With that said, Mo Huiling was about to walk inside with ease and familiarity. Unexpectedly, the shop assistant stopped Mo Huiling. She looked inside worriedly and said embarrassedly, Miss Mo, I'm sorry, but Mr. Gu is using the private room today. What? Mo Huiling said, Jingze is here. I'll go and look for him. The shop assistant stopped Mo Huiling, who was about to walk in. But Mr. Gu has a guest. Mo Huiling was stunned. Everyone seemed to have sensed Mo Huiling's awkwardness. They quickly helped her out and said, then let's go to another private room. Maybe he's discussing business with someone. Mo Huiling could only laugh dryly and let the shop assistant go to another private room. However, her gaze was still fixed on the private room inside. There was suspicion in her eyes. Chapter 101. In the private room. Lin Che finished it in one go, feeling extremely satisfied. "It's so delicious," she looked up and said to Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze smiled at her and said proudly, "I didn't lie to you when I said it was delicious, right?" Lin Che said, "Yeah, it's really delicious." Lin Che's mouth was oily, but strangely, it didn't make one feel uncomfortable. Instead, it seemed to be filling up. He couldn't help but look at her. There were still some bread crumbs on her lower lip. He leaned over and said, "Silly, look at your food. It's everywhere." Lin Che tilted her head and let him help her down. He smiled and reached out to pinch it. He looked at Lin Che and stuffed it into his mouth. Lin Che was stunned. She shouted at Gu Jingze with a red face, "Get lost. Are you crazy?" Gu Jingze smiled and said softly, "It's not bad." Lin Che blushed and glared at this man who was getting more and more shameless. Gu Jingze said, "What's wrong?" "I said the bread is delicious." I didn't say anything else," Lin Che said quickly. "It's delicious. There's a lot here. You can take it from here." Why did she take it from his mouth? Gu Jingze chuckled and moved closer to her across the table. "You're better. Gu Jingze. You're crazy." Lin Che shouted again. Hearing this, Gu Jingze let out a muffled laugh. His laughter seemed to come from his chest, cheerful and tough. Lin Che was speechless. She chewed on the bread gloomily, treating it as if it were his head. Of course, the two of them didn't know. At this moment, Mo Huiling came out of her private room and couldn't help but come to this private room. She listened carefully from outside. After a while, she actually heard Gu Jingze's laughter. When had Gu Jingze ever laughed so exaggeratedly? When he thought about it, he didn't like to smile. Even if he was very happy, it was just a pleasant twitch of the corner of his mouth. But now, they weren't talking about business inside. Mo Huiling confirmed it immediately. She looked inside angrily and was about to rush in. When the waitress outside saw this, she quickly stopped Mo Huiling. Knowing who Mo Huiling was, they did not dare to make a move. They could only dissuade her. "Miss Mo, what are you doing?" The more Mo Huiling was stopped, the angrier she became. "Who do you think you are? How dare you stop me like this? Let me go and let me pass. I know Gu Jingze is inside. Ask him if he allowed you to stop me like this. Do you know who I am?" The shop assistant was really helpless. She watched as Mo Huiling rushed in crazily, not caring about her image at all. Even her clothes were in a mess. Mo Huiling yelled, "Let go of me now, or I'll tell Gu Jingze to fire all of you." The more Mo Huiling thought about it, the angrier she got. She was so angry that she didn't care about anything else. Inside, the two people who were still eating snacks seemed to have heard something from outside. Lin Che was stunned for a moment. "Is there a quarrel outside? It's so loud." Gu Jingze usually did not care about what happened outside. Today, he and Lin Che were here to celebrate her award. He looked at Lin Che, but before he could enjoy the sight of her eating, he was interrupted by the noise outside. Seeing that Lin Che had already stood up, Gu Jingze had no choice but to stand up and say, "I'll go and take a look." Lin Che hurriedly followed him. The moment he opened the door, Gu Jingze heard Mo Huiling yelling, "You all. Just you wait. You little bitches. I'll teach you a lesson." Mo Huiling was startled when she saw Gu Jingze standing by the door with a cold expression on his face. But she could not take back her words. Mo Huiling's mouth twitched. She really wanted to slap herself. She knew that Gu Jingze was inside, yet she still said such vulgarities. But she could not hold back her anger just now. Seeing Gu Jingze come out, her expression softened. But the next moment, she saw that Lin Che had also come out. She widened her eyes and stared at Lin Che, who was behind her. So Gu Jingze was having dinner here with Lin Che. Gu Jingze actually brought Lin Che here for dinner. Mo Huiling looked at Gu Jingze angrily. Jingze, you. Why are you having dinner with her? And you're even sitting in this private room. You. How could you do this? Gu Jingze looked at Mo Huiling unhappily. It was the first time he had seen Mo Huiling so crazy. She had even used vulgarities just now. If Lin Che had said this, he would have understood. Lin Che had never hidden her true nature. She was a self-proclaimed vulgar woman who liked to speak without thinking. But in Gu Jingze's eyes, Mo Huiling had always been a lady from a respectable family. Although she was willful, she was still well-mannered. But now, her behavior was not even close to that of a respectable lady. Instead, she looked like a shrew. She looked at Lin Che with a ferocious expression. Gu Jingze walked over in a few steps. The employees at the side hurriedly stepped aside and looked at them. Seeing this, Mo Huiling immediately ran to Gu Jingze's side and hugged him. She leaned hard against him and held on tightly. Jingze, they were so fierce. I clearly heard your voice, but they didn't let me in. They even said that you were flirting with someone inside and they didn't want me to disturb you. Who do I think I am? How dare I go and look for you? I'm really sad. The employees at the side were furious. How could this Miss Mo talk nonsense? Gu Jingze felt that Lin Che was still next to them. He frowned and pushed Mo Huiling away. He looked down at her and said, "What's going on? Don't speak so fast." Mo Huiling raised her head and looked at him with tears in her eyes. Anyways, you. How could you come here with her? Gu Jingze turned around and said in confusion, "The food here is delicious. I brought someone here to eat. What's wrong?" What? This is our place. You're the one who comes here to eat with me every time. How could you bring another woman here? Gu Jingze took a deep breath and said, "Since when did this place become our place?" You. Mo Huiling's face darkened. Lin Che didn't want to get involved in their business. He looked at Gu Jingze and Mo Huiling and said, "Why don't you talk slowly? I'll leave first." Wait. Gu Jingze turned around and pulled Lin Che back. Seeing that she wasn't wearing a jacket, he took out the clothes inside and put them on her. "Wait for me in the car," he said to Lin Che in a low voice. Lin Che looked at him. She wanted to ask if he could settle this in such a short time. But seeing that everyone was looking at them, she could only nod and say, "All right." Watching Lin Che leave, Mo Huiling glared at him with murderous eyes. Chapter 102. Gu Jingze looked at Mo Huiling and said, "What's wrong with you, Huiling? Why did you come here to mess around?" Mess around? Was she messing around? Mo Huiling looked at him angrily and said, "Gu Jingze, let me ask you, what's wrong with her? Why did you bring her to our private room?" Gu Jingze looked inside and said, "Since when did this become our private room?" Mo Huiling looked at him in surprise. "Of course, we come here often." Gu Jingze said calmly, "This is just a place I like. Not only have you been here, but my brother, my brother, my family, and many of my friends have also been here. Well. Mo Huiling did not know that Gu Jingze would say that. She had always thought that this private room belonged to her and Gu Jingze, because she came here often with him. Later on, when she came on her own, this place would also welcome her. This place was supposed to belong to her and Gu Jingze alone, but now he brought this bitch here. How could he do that? Gu Jingze looked at Mo Huiling and said, "Look at what you're doing. Go back." Mo Huiling grabbed Gu Jingze and refused to leave. "No, but you're eating with her. You're smiling so happily with her." "I'm not happy." Gu Jingze took a deep breath and looked at Mo Huiling patiently. He was a little annoyed and said, "I'm eating with her, but can't I eat with her?" "But..." Mo Huiling gritted her teeth and was speechless. Seeing Gu Jingze's angry expression, Mo Huiling said in a low voice, "Jingze, I brought my friends here to eat today, but I didn't expect to see you and her. Everyone knows that you and I are a couple, but now I see you with her. I'm so embarrassed. I must have become the woman you abandoned in everyone's eyes. How did I end up like this?" Gu Jingze looked at Mo Huiling and said, "Huiling, don't care about other people's opinions. They're not talking about you. Of course you don't care." Mo Huiling raised her head and shouted. Gu Jingze looked at Mo Huiling. "You should have told them that I'm already married and not a couple with you. That way, they wouldn't be surprised. They would have laughed at you if they saw you fall. You..." Mo Huiling's heart was in a mess. "Are you saying that we're not a couple?" "Jingze, we're still a couple, and you're still mine. You'll divorce her sooner or later. I told you, I'll wait for you." "Yes, we will divorce sooner or later, but we haven't divorced yet, so we can only separate for now. We can talk about the future in the future. I've said it before, you can find another man. You have to look forward. No one knows what will happen in the future. When I got married, I never thought about, she never thought that she and Lin Che would have such a day. Now that she heard the word divorce, she actually felt annoyed. He didn't want to remind himself that the day of divorce would come. He felt that he was slowly getting used to being with Lin Che. Never thought about what? Mo Huiling raised her head, afraid that he would say something decisive. However, Gu Jingze just took a deep breath and looked at Mo Huiling. "There's no time limit for my divorce. I don't know when I'll get divorced." Mo Huiling gritted her teeth. "No matter when, I'll wait." "Huiling." Gu Jingze stared at her. "What if I don't get divorced?" "You." Mo Huiling threw herself into his arms. "If you don't get divorced, I'd rather die than let you go. I'd rather die than leave you. Jingze, you won't not get divorced. You won't. Why won't you get divorced?" Feeling Mo Huiling's tears soaking his clothes, Gu Jingze felt uncomfortable for a while. However, seeing Mo Huiling crying so hard, he still didn't push her away. Knowing Mo Huiling's temper, he didn't say anything else. Gu Jingze didn't know what would happen to him in the future. At this moment, he just felt very confused and blurted out those words. Now that he saw Mo Huiling crying like this, he felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have been so impulsive and said those words without thinking. However, at that moment, the thought of not getting divorced did disappear in his mind. "All right, don't cry, Huiling." Hearing his voice soften, Mo Huiling knew that she still had a place in his heart. She slowly stopped sobbing. Of course, how could their relationship, which had been built for so many years, be broken just because of Lin Che, who had just appeared? Gu Jingze said, "All right, go eat something. I have to go back first." Mo Huiling nodded obediently. It's Chinese Valentine's Day in a few days. I want to spend it with you. It's Chinese Valentine's Day in a few days. Yes. But, Huiling, the Gu family will go on holiday together on Chinese Valentine's Day. I'm afraid I can't spend it with you. Thinking of this, Mo Huiling felt angry. Damn the Gu family. What a stupid rule. Alright, you have to make it up to me in the future. After Gu Jingze left, Mo Huiling's friends came out one by one. When they saw that Gu Jingze had another woman by his side, they were all stunned. They didn't expect that Mo Huiling, who had been following Gu Jingze for so many years, was still unable to marry into the Gu family. It seemed that Mo Huiling had made a mistake this time. Mo Huiling looked at them and snorted. What are you looking at? That woman is just a little bitch that his family arranged for him. He still loves me, and only me. Sooner or later, I will kick that little bitch out. Humph, who does she think she is? When Gu Jingze went out, he saw that Lin Che was sitting in the car, waiting impatiently for someone. Seeing that Gu Jingze had come out, Lin Che's eyes moved and he said, "Have you coaxed her?" Gu Jingze sat in the car. She misunderstood. She thought that this private room belonged to the two of us. Actually, I often bring my family to this private room, so it's not that special. Lin Che hurriedly said, "You don't have to explain to me. I don't mind. But if you say that to her, she must be furious. She thinks that this is her private room. You actually don't. But it's the truth. If I don't say that, what should I say?" Lin Che thought to himself. This Gu Jingze really had a high IQ in other aspects. But in terms of relationships, why was he so bad? Mo Huiling was able to be with him for so many years because of her strong endurance. Lin Che said, forget it. Anyway, it's useless to tell a love idiot like you." Gu Jingze also knew that he didn't have to explain to her in a hurry. But after coming down, he couldn't help but want to let her know that this place didn't belong to him and Mo Huiling. Just then, the restaurant manager came out and said, "Mr. Gu, I want to tell you something." "What?" "A lot of Miss Mo's debts have always been with you." The manager had always thought that Miss Mo was the future Mrs. Gu, so he didn't say anything when she put it on Gu Jingze's account. But now, seeing that Gu Jingze had brought another woman, he was a little suspicious. He was afraid that there was a problem, so he quickly showed the account to Gu Jingze. Chapter 103. Gu Jingze looked suspicious. He took the bill and looked at it. Then he froze. Originally, he didn't care much about money. No matter how much he spent on Mo Huiling, he didn't care. But he was still surprised when he saw the bill. Mo Huiling had spent tens of millions of dollars here and there, but he had never known about it. Gu Jingze looked up and said, "From now on, Miss Mo doesn't have to leave the bill with me." The manager nodded and said, "Yes, Mr. Gu." "What about the previous ones?" Gu Jingze looked at it and said, "Forget about the previous ones." Gu Jingze was a little angry. Huiling was too extravagant with her spending. Most importantly, she had never told him about it. Instead, she had put all the bills on him. He wasn't blaming her for spending money. He just felt that she was being wasteful. No matter how expensive the food was, a meal cost tens of thousands of dollars. She could spend hundreds of thousands of dollars every time. Moreover, he didn't like being kept in the dark. Gu Jingze thought that this was a punishment for her so that she wouldn't be so unscrupulous in the future. Lin Che couldn't help but say, "What happened? Did she spend a lot of money?" Gu Jingze looked at her and lowered his head in deep thought. Lin Che couldn't help but say, "Maybe she's a lady from a wealthy family. She's used to being extravagant." Gu Jingze looked at her and said, Huiling has always been willful. Yeah. You rich people aren't like us poor people. $10,000 is a huge sum of money. Maybe money is just a number in your eyes, and that's why you spend it so much. Gu Jingze looked at her speechlessly and shook his head. But thinking about how she treated tens of thousands of dollars as a huge sum of money, he felt that she was actually quite cute. I know, but she's really too much. No matter what, it's not right for her to spend my money like that. I don't care how much I spend, but at least I know about it and I take the initiative. She didn't tell me about it. It really makes me, maybe she thinks that it doesn't matter if she doesn't tell you. Based on your relationship, her money is your money, and your money is her money. Lin Che didn't realize that there was a hint of jealousy in his words. Gu Jingze looked at her with a dark face. How is that possible? My money is your money, so, it doesn't matter if you spend it. Lin Che's heart skipped a beat, but he looked at him and said, it's only temporary. I won't be able to spend it after the divorce. No, I should spend more of your money as soon as possible. Otherwise, other women will spend it all. Okay. I'll give you all the money when I get back. From now on, you'll be in charge of our money, okay? Really? That's good. Aren't you afraid that I'll spend it all? Gu Jingze looked at her. She tilted her head and looked adorable. Gu Jingze said, it's a lot of money. If you can spend it all, it's a kind of ability. Gu Jingze raised his hand and signaled the driver to start the car. However, he felt that his hand was extremely uncomfortable. Lin Che could feel him reaching out to grab it. His expression was also somewhat pained, and he couldn't help but look over. He took a deep breath, pulled open his chest, and saw that there was already a rash. It was his old illness acting up. He remembered that Mo Huiling had been lying on it and crying everywhere. It was probably because of this that his illness acted up. Oh my God, what is this? Lin Che was shocked. He looked at the dense red rash. It was really ugly. Gu Jingze said to the driver, forget it. Go straight to Chen Yuqing's. It was the first time Lin Che had seen his illness act up, and he was so shocked that his face turned red. What is this? Does it hurt? Is it itchy? Does it feel uncomfortable? Gu Jingze shook his head and covered it. Don't look at it. It's very ugly. Lin Che quickly said, all right, why cover it up? It's better for ventilation. Don't cover it up. So what if it's ugly? It's just a rash, not a flower. It's very pretty. Although his words were rough, Gu Jingze almost laughed when he heard it. He followed Lin Che all the way to Chen Yuqing's place. When they entered, Chen Yuqing was already waiting. He had already been informed that Gu Jingze's illness was acting up, and he was on his way. When he saw the illness, he looked at Gu Jingze speechlessly and then looked at Lin Che, who was following beside him. It's not because of Madam, is it? Lin Che quickly said, it can't be. We've never done this before, Chen Yuqing smiled. Previously, you guys often touched each other's chests. This doctor was too gossipy. Lin Che glared at him. Chen Yuqing asked, then who could touch it here? Gu Jingze also glared at Chen Yuqing. Chen Yuqing had touched his sore spot. Looking at Gu Jingze's dark face, Chen Yuqing realized that he had said the wrong thing. But it was too late. Lin Che snorted and said, do you even need to ask? I saw Miss Mo just now. With that, Lin Che looked up at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze, I understand that you haven't been intimate with Miss Mo for a long time, and you can't help it, but you have to pay attention to your own illness. Chen Yuqing burst into laughter and looked at Gu Jingze gloatingly. Gu Jingze quickly explained, she threw herself on me and cried. I couldn't push her away. He meant that he hadn't done anything too intimate, so he shouldn't listen to Chen Yuqing's provocation. Chen Yuqing smiled and looked at the two of them. Gu Jingze took the medicine and after a while, he started to have a fever again. Lin Che could only watch from the side. Seeing that Gu Jingze didn't look too good, he walked over and said, "What's wrong? Are you feeling bad?" Gu Jingze held his head and looked at Lin Che. He didn't say anything and just nodded silently. But it was this look that made people's hearts ache. Lin Che looked at him and could only walk over. "Why do you still have a fever after taking the medicine?" Gu Jingze said, "The side effect of the medicine is that I get a fever, so I don't take it easily." Lin Che looked at him. "Why did Miss Imo get so serious when she touched you?" Gu Jingze said, "Chen Yuqing's research found that it has to do with the enzymes produced by the human body. Everyone's production is different. Blood type and hormones can affect the enzymes produced by the human body, so some people get very serious when they touch it." "Ah, then why was I fine when I touched you?" Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and looked at her. "I don't know. Maybe it's God's will." Gu Jingze said, "But we haven't had much contact. Who knows when it will happen again?" "We haven't had much contact." Lin Che blushed. She thought about how he had taken advantage of her these days. Needless to say, they had touched each other at the hotel the first time. Gu Jingze said, "After all, the first time was short. Also, because it was too unexpected, I didn't observe my body. Is there anything wrong with that?" As he spoke, he inched closer. His eyes scanned her body back and forth like a spotlight, as though he wanted to see the deepest part of her body. Chapter 104. You. Lin Che hit him on the shoulder again. "How dare you mention it? How dare you say it? What's wrong?" And it wasn't just once that night. Lin Che still remembered clearly that he was a beast that night, torturing her a few times in one night. Gu Jingze's eyes flashed. He looked at Lin Che slyly. "You remember it so clearly." Lin Che suddenly felt that something was wrong. What was he talking about? Gu Jingze smiled and moved closer to Lin Che's face. "What do you remember? Tell me." You. "I don't remember anything." Lin Che's eyes darted around. She quickly leaned back to avoid Gu Jingze's gaze. However, her wrists were held down by him. He moved closer to her face and carefully looked at every expression on her face. "Tell me, what do you remember? Do you remember how I took off your clothes and how I pressed you under me?" I don't remember," Lin Che said awkwardly. "You really don't remember?" He smiled. "I still remember it clearly." Gu Jingze smiled and said, "And I really didn't see it clearly that day. We were in a hurry, and I was in a daze. I only touched you with my hands. I really don't remember what your body looked like, and I don't remember anything strange about myself either. Why don't you let me touch you again? Get lost, you pervert." "I don't believe you." Lin Che quickly ran away. He turned back and saw Gu Jingze laughing heartily, looking very happy. Lin Che said, "You must have forgotten that you're still sick." Gu Jingze then remembered that he still had a fever. He touched his forehead. Miraculously, he would feel very uncomfortable after taking medicine in the past. But now, perhaps because he was playing with her, he didn't feel very uncomfortable anymore. Gu Jingze looked down. The rash had gone down a lot, so he decided to go back with Lin Che. Chen Yuqing passed the medicine to Gu Jingze. "You still have to take medicine every day. Your condition today is so serious. It must be because you didn't take your medicine." Gu Jingze took a deep breath and didn't say anything. Lin Che said, really? Gu Jingze, why didn't you take your medicine on time? Gu Jingze glared at her. Chen Yuqing smiled and said, this medicine still has side effects. It's not very comfortable to take it, but Jingze is just used to it, so he doesn't feel anything. He will definitely feel very uncomfortable when he takes it for the first time. Lin Che looked at the bottle of medicine. It seemed that Gu Jingze's tolerance was really strong. The medicine used for such a strange disease must be extraordinary. It must be different from the medicine she usually took. Chen Yuqing looked at Gu Jingze with a smile and said, it seems that Miss Mo's saliva didn't get into your mouth the last time you came to brush your teeth. I guess it was just a touch and then she let go. Why did you have such a big reaction? You've been brushing your teeth for a few hours. If her saliva got into your mouth would have rotted. Gu Jingze looked at Chen Yuqing. Chen Yuqing was stunned by the threat in his eyes. He hurriedly looked at Lin Che, but the words had already left his mouth, and he could not take them back. Of course, Lin Che heard it. His gaze froze for a moment, but those words were relentlessly replaying in his mind. What touch, what saliva, what Miss Mo? Lin Che knew that they must be talking about Mo Huiling. When had they ever been so intimate? Lin Che shook his head and thought to himself that this was actually normal. They were a couple, so what was the big deal about kissing each other? For a moment, he couldn't help but forget that his illness was nothing. Chen Yuqing saw this and hurriedly said, Madam, please don't misunderstand. President Gu didn't do it on purpose that day. Lin Che hurriedly waved his hands and said, no, how could that be? It's normal whether he did it on purpose or not. Oh, I'll go see where the car is parked and call the driver over. Seeing Lin Che leave, Chen Yuqing's other words were stuck in his mouth. Chen Yuqing looked at Gu Jingze apologetically. He hadn't noticed. Gu Jingze looked at him with a dark face. Chen Yuqing hurriedly said, President Gu, I didn't say anything. I know. President Gu, why is your face so dark? What are you thinking about? Nothing. I'm just thinking that you've been with me for so long and there's no effect on my illness. Should I try another doctor? The next day, Yu Minmin told Lin Che that the company was going to hold a celebration party for her to celebrate her award. Being able to win a Panda Award was definitely not an ordinary award. Although it was only a newcomer award, it was still something to be happy about for the company. In addition, Lin Che dominated the headlines that day. He walked the red carpet with Gu Jingyu, interacted with them at the scene, won the award, and was interviewed afterwards. Lin Che's appearance was all in the headlines. The company was very satisfied with this, so they decided to hold a celebration for Lin Che. Lin Che said, Sister Yu, this is a little too grand. Yu Minmin smiled and said, you deserve it. Go back and get ready. Come to the party tonight. I'll call the nanny car to pick you up. Tell me the time. Okay. Thank you, Sister Yu. Yu Minmin sent Lin Che out. When she returned to her office, her phone rang. Seeing the number, she took a deep breath and picked it up. Dad, what's up? Did you get someone to tell the Liu family that I'm not allowed to enter the casino? Papa Yu sounded agitated over the phone. Yu Minmin said, didn't you say you wanted to quit gambling? I think it'll be a little difficult to quit from you. Isn't it better to quit from the casino? The Liu family's casino was the biggest in B City. Other casinos couldn't open up because of them. That was why it was Papa Yu's favorite place to go. Papa Yu roared even more agitated over the phone. How could you do this? Minmin, tell them not to stop me. I've been chased out every time I've gone in. I've been chased out of every casino I've gone to. If you do this, how can I turn the tables on the things I've lost in the past? The things you've lost are my hard-earned money. How can you turn the tables on me? I didn't do anything. What are you doing? Yu Minmin said. You. I don't care how you do it. You have to let me in. Otherwise, I'll go to your company and make a scene. You can do it. The security guards won't let you in this time. You. Aren't you afraid that your reputation will be ruined? I'll really go and make a scene. I'll let everyone know that you're an unfilial daughter. Yu Minmin sneered. Go ahead. My reputation is already terrible. It won't affect me even if you tarnish it. Do you think I'm afraid of being tarnished? With that, she hung up the phone. Meanwhile, Lin Che returned home. Before he entered the house, he saw Mo Huiling walking over from afar. Chapter 105. Mo Huiling was nearby, and when she saw Lin Che, she smiled and walked over step by step. Miss Lin. The more charming her smile was, the more disgusted Lin Che felt. Mo Huiling was getting more and more unfathomable when she did things. Miss Mo, are you here to see Gu Jingze? You can go in. Mo Huiling smiled and said, No, I just bought a house nearby. I just moved here today, so I came to say hello to the neighbors. Lin Che was stunned. She bought a house near here. Didn't that mean that he would see her often in the future? Lin Che felt annoyed. He really wanted to say that Mo Huiling was like a ghost that wouldn't go away. Mo Huiling pointed to a small building not far away and said, That's my new home. Come visit me when you're free. Lin Che looked in that direction. It was a villa that was much smaller than this one. Of course, the Gu family was unique in this area. The house was shockingly big, and the other houses next to it were much smaller. Mo Huiling actually wanted to buy a bigger house because she was angry, but it was already the biggest house in the area. Gu Jingze's house was built by himself, and he hired a French architect to build it. It was beautiful, comfortable, big and luxurious, like a palace, but it cost a lot. Mo Huiling naturally couldn't afford it, but she could buy a small villa next to it. Mo Huiling proudly told Lin Che, It's a pity that there aren't any bigger ones here, and Jingze desperately wants me to live nearby, so I bought a small one for the time being. It's only around 400 square meters. However, if it's just me and Jingze, it's actually more than enough. Furthermore, it's a bit smaller, but it seems more cozy, right? I've always felt that Jingze's house has too many servants coming and going, and that's why I've never liked going to the Gu family. Don't you think so, Lin Che? I'm sure you've experienced it firsthand. In Jingze's house, you've probably never had a quiet moment, right? Lin Che could tell that Mo Huiling was showing off. He looked at Mo Huiling and smiled. Luckily, the servants in the Gu family aren't as messy as you think. They've been trained and won't walk around. They only come out when there's an emergency. Really? I don't know. When I'm with Jingze, he doesn't let the servants come out to disturb us, Lin Che said. Lin Che said, It's just a pity that even if the two of you are in a world of your own, he can't touch you. I know that he seems to be quite sick with Miss Mo. You. Mo Huiling was hit where it hurt. She could only glare at Lin Che fiercely. He can't touch me, and he can't touch you either. What are you so proud of? Mo Huiling didn't know how Gu Jingze and Lin Che interacted. She didn't know that Gu Jingze had never acted up when he was with Lin Che. Lin Che didn't argue with her. He just looked inside and said to Mo Huiling, I wish Miss Mo a pleasant stay then. Mo Huiling snorted and watched Lin Che enter the Gu family's mansion in a high-profile manner. The security guard at the door nodded at her respectfully and closed the door. Mo Huiling looked at the high wall and felt depressed. This was supposed to be her home. Humph, I'll let you stay here for a while. Lin Che, I'll kick you out of here sooner or later. When Lin Che returned home, he was still unhappy at the thought of Mo Huiling not far away. He asked the servant to find some clothes for him and put them on. Lin Che went out and decided to drive his car to the company at night. She was in a bad mood, so she drove to distract herself. Although she had obtained her driver's license with great difficulty under the training of a professional coach, she had never driven a car before. Seeing that she was going to drive, the servant said cautiously, "Madam, why don't we ask the driver to drive?" Lin Che said, "I bought a car for my convenience. It's troublesome to ask the driver to drive." "It's okay. I'll learn how to drive sooner or later. I'll be leaving now." Hearing Lin Che's words, the servant thought that he was right. Although she was really worried about her, she still let her drive. She bought a car for the sake of driving. She couldn't just leave it at home every day. Outside, Mo Huiling was still waiting for Gu Jingze to come back. However, he saw that Lin Che was actually driving a car out. The car was very eye-catching. Of course, she could tell that it was a woman's car. But Lin Che had been thoroughly investigated. She was an illegitimate daughter and had no money at all. Her family was in dire straits. How could a poor wretch like her afford this car? She must have coaxed Gu Jingze into buying it for her. Mo Huiling was furious. Lin Che had said that she harbored evil intentions, but she had still pretended to be innocent. Now she was finally showing her true colors. But what was more hateful was that Gu Jingze had really bought her a car. Mo Huiling rushed over angrily. "Lin Che, stop!" she shouted as she ran over recklessly. Lin Che was a little guilty about driving. Luckily, this was the wealthy area of the villa, so there weren't many people here. He had wanted to practice on the road, but unexpectedly, he saw Mo Huiling and rushed over. "Ah, get out of the way, Mo Huiling, get out of the way." She was a newbie. She was nervous enough when she saw someone, let alone when she rushed over. Mo Huiling ran over. Lin Che couldn't dodge in time and bumped into her. Mo Huiling fell to the ground. Lin Che was shocked. Seeing Mo Huiling jump up, he shouted, "Lin Che, you want to kill me? Come over here and see how I'll deal with you. Don't even think about leaving. I won't let you off today." She could still jump up and seemed to be fine. Lin Che glared at her angrily. "You don't care about your life and you're blaming others. Humph, it's good that you're not dead. I won't play with you anymore." She still had to go to the company. She didn't have time for Mo Huiling. With that, Lin Che returned to the car and drove away. Mo Huiling was so angry that she could only shout from behind, "Lin Che, come back here. You just wait. Gu Jingze won't let you off." Mo Huiling sat on the ground and called Gu Jingze. "Jingze, I got into a car accident. Come quickly." "What? Where did you get into a car accident?" I'm at the entrance of the Gu residence." "What?" Gu Jingze was surprised. The cars there usually drove very slowly because there were warning signs and speed limits. How did she get into a car accident there? Soon, they arrived. Gu Jingze saw Mo Huiling sitting on the ground. He hurriedly asked someone to help Mo Huiling up. Mo Huiling's leg was injured and she screamed in pain, "Jingze, you have to stand up for me. Look, Lin Che wanted to kill me with the car. Look at my leg." She pulled up her skirt. Her ankles and knees were obviously damaged by the car accident. Gu Jingze said in surprise. Lin Che drove out. This Lin Che had never driven out before. Why did she drive? Chapter 106. Gu Jingze asked someone to help him wheeling into the car. Then, he took her to the hospital. When they arrived at the hospital, the doctor quickly gave Mo Wheeling a checkup. Mo Wheeling cried all the way and kept saying that she was in so much pain. Gu Jingze could only comfort Mo Wheeling. The doctor quickly took out the checkup results and said to Gu Jingze, "Mr. Gu, Miss Mo's knee is just bruised and the cartilage of her ankle is also damaged, but it should be fine. Rest for a few days. Don't let your knees get wet and don't walk too much. You'll get better." Hearing that, Mo Wheeling raised her head indignantly and shouted, "What do you mean I'm fine? Do you know how to treat patients? Call the best doctor in your hospital. I'm in so much pain. How can I be fine?" The doctor looked at Mo Wheeling awkwardly. "Miss Mo, I can't help you if you don't believe in my treatment. But your X-ray shows that your bones are not hurt, so it should be fine." "Humph, I don't care. I'm in so much pain now. You have to stop the pain. And I won't let the culprit off." Hearing Mo Wheeling's words, Gu Jingze looked down at her. "Wheeling, it's done." Mo Wheeling raised her head and looked at Gu Jingze. "What? Are you going to let Lin Che off? She hit me on purpose. I'm not done with her." Gu Jingze was annoyed. He looked at Mo Wheeling and said, "Lin Che just learned how to drive. He's not very good at it. Even if she hit you accidentally, she didn't do it on purpose. Maybe she just didn't control herself well enough." "What?" Mo Wheeling looked at Gu Jingze in surprise. "She didn't control herself well enough to hit me like this. She saw me. She did it on purpose." Gu Jingze frowned and said, "She didn't control herself well enough even if she saw you. That's why she can't drive steadily. Even if she saw someone, she might not be able to avoid it. After all, she's a newbie. She didn't do it on purpose. I know she's not that kind of person." "You." Mo Wheeling bit her lip and looked at Gu Jingze sadly with tears in her eyes. "You're always on her side. Even if she did it on purpose, you should say that she didn't do it on purpose, right? How is that possible?" Seeing Mo Wheeling's tears, Gu Jingze became more agitated. He was a little worried about Lin Che, who was driving around in the car. He was anxious to appease Mo Wheeling so that he could deal with the matters outside. "Wheeling, when we find Lin Che, I'll personally ask him what's going on. But right now, you still need to focus on your treatment. Cartilage damage also needs to be treated. Don't worry about others for now, just focus on recovering first." Hearing that, Mo Wheeling looked at her ankle. She thought that Gu Jingze cared about her and asked her to recover first because he didn't want her to be in pain, so she nodded and said to him, "Then ask the doctor to prescribe the best medicine for me. I'm in so much pain." "All right." Gu Jingze waved at the doctor and asked him to leave. She also asked the doctor if there was really a problem, and then asked the doctor to prescribe medicine for her to have an intravenous drip. The doctor said that there was indeed no problem. It was just a small injury and the pain was only temporary. It shouldn't be that painful. It was just that Miss Mo was too precious and had never suffered such pain before. They would prescribe the best medicine. Hearing that, Gu Jingze nodded. He looked at the time. Lin Che had already been gone for an hour. He wondered where he had gone at this time. He turned around and looked at Mo Wheeling. The nurse was giving her an injection, and she kept screaming in pain. "It hurts so much. Don't you know how to give injections? Can you be gentler?" He sighed. He thought that Whirlwind had indeed never suffered any injuries. After all, she was the eldest daughter of the Mo family and had been pampered since she was young. But when he remembered that Lin Che had hurt her, she acted as if nothing had happened. She didn't even scream in pain. Perhaps it had something to do with the fact that no one cared about Lin Che since he was young. He waved his hand and called his security personnel. Mobilize the entire city. We must find Madam as soon as possible. Lin Che was really worrying for him, running around like this. When Lin Air drove away, her heart was still full of anger. This Whirlwind had just moved in and she was already looking for trouble for her. There would definitely be a lot of trouble in the future. Thinking about it, she felt that life was hopeless. She had the thought of simply moving out. Out of sight, out of mind. The driving became smoother and smoother. But Lin Che was still a little nervous. As she drove, she saw that Yu Min Min had called. She couldn't help but want to pick up the call. But unexpectedly, she was still driving and in a moment of carelessness, the car tilted to one side. Lin Che threw down the phone and hurriedly went to hold the steering wheel. But she still couldn't stop the car from careening to the side. Lin Che screamed in shock. She felt the car crashing into a low wall and the whole car started to tilt. Lin Che was stunned for a moment. Then she realized that her car was on the bridge. It was swaying unsteadily. It was as if the car would fall if she moved a little. It turned out that she had been driving on the viaduct just now. Now her car had hit a low pier on one side and was blocked by the iron fence above. However, the iron fence had been damaged. Although it couldn't fall down for the time being and was hanging on it, it probably wouldn't last long. Lin Che was scared out of her wits. Looking at the cars going back and forth below her, her heart was thumping wildly. She clutched her chest and said, "I'm dead, I'm dead. Am I really going to die here? I still have a lot of things to do." Someone below naturally called the police in time. The traffic police arrived very quickly. When they saw the situation, they really couldn't help but complain. "Who's up there? Why did they drive there? Hurry up and seal off the viaduct. They seem to be driving a luxury car. It looks like a woman is driving it. A female driver is indeed a killer on the road. She has money to burn. Why would a woman drive a car? She deserves to be hit like this." The people below were discussing how to fix the car so that it wouldn't fall and then save her. However, seeing how the car was swaying, no one dared to go forward rashly. If they bumped into it and the car fell, who would be to blame? It seemed that the person in the car wasn't an ordinary person. They were afraid that they couldn't afford to offend her. If they came looking for them, it would be troublesome. Therefore, the higher-ups weren't in a hurry to save her. Instead, they held a meeting to discuss who should be sent over. In this short while, Lin Che was really anxious. She could hear the sirens of the police cars and ambulances, but she couldn't see anyone rushing over to save her. Lin Che had just thrown her phone away and couldn't find it for a while. At this moment, looking at the situation, Lin Che couldn't call for help no matter how hard she tried. If she really died here, she could only say that it was all fate, but Gu Jingze. When the time came, Gu Jingze would definitely not have to worry so much. If she died, he would be free. Chapter 107. In the hospital. Whirlwind was hooked up to an 4-drip. She looked at Gu Jingze sadly and said, "Jingze, it hurts. Look, has my wound gotten bigger?" Gu Jingze looked down. It was actually just a small scratch. He lowered his head and said to her, "You're fine. Don't be afraid." Whirlwind pouted and said, what if it leaves a scar? I hate scars the most. Look, there's no scar on my leg at all. If it leaves a scar, I'll hate that damned Lin Che to death. Alright, it's just a scratch. There won't be any big scars, he said. Lin Che didn't do it on purpose. Don't always blame her. Anyway, you're so sure that she didn't do it on purpose. I'm saying that she did it on purpose. Otherwise, why would she hit me instead of anyone else? Gu Jingze knew that he couldn't get through to her, so he didn't say anything else. He only said to her, come and watch TV for a while. Don't think too much. Gu Jingze passed the remote control to her. He raised his wrist to look at the time. A while had passed. Why was Lin Che still nowhere to be found? That damned girl. Where did she go? Mo Huiling was bored to death. She took the remote control and started to change the channel. However, as she was changing the channel, she suddenly saw an emergency news. We just received news that a Porsche got stuck on a viaduct due to a car accident, causing a traffic jam. The number of casualties in the car is still unknown. It said that a young woman was driving alone. We still don't know if she was drunk. The scene is currently undergoing emergency rescue, but because the car is in a dangerous position, it's difficult to carry out the rescue plan. Mo Huiling was about to change the channel indifferently when Gu Jingze stopped her. He quietly raised his head and looked at the TV above, his eyes fixed on it. The image flashed across the TV. It was the yellow Porsche that was stuck on the viaduct. Lin Che. Gu Jingze didn't know that he had called out Lin Che's name in a moment of shock. When Mo Huiling heard Lin Che's name, she quickly took a closer look. It was indeed the car that she had seen before. Did Lin Che get into a car accident? Mo Huiling was so happy that she forgot about the pain in her foot. She clapped her hands and felt the pleasure of revenge. She deserves it. Look, this is retribution. Who asked her to bump into me on purpose? Now even the heavens can't stand it and punish her. Gu Jingze lowered his head and frowned at Mo Huiling. Mo Huiling didn't notice Gu Jingze's gloomy expression. She was overjoyed at the thought that Lin Che was in danger and might die soon. It would be great if Lin Che died like this. Then Gu Jingze would be hers again. Mo Huiling raised her head and said, this is what they mean by bringing evil upon oneself. Serves you right. Gu Jingze shook off Mo Huiling's hand that was grabbing his sleeve. Only then did Mo Huiling realize that the person beside her was staring at her with cold eyes. For a moment, Mo Huiling wondered if she had said something nonsense just now. However, she hated Lin Che to begin with. Moreover, Lin Che's car accident wasn't because of her. So what if she said those words? What's wrong, Jingze? She asked in surprise. Gu Jingze looked at her darkly and said, Huiling, how could you say that? Even if she's someone you don't know, she's still alive. She's a person. A person is about to die because of an accident. How can this be something to be happy about? How could you say that she deserves it? Is she really that sinful? I didn't mean it that way. Mo Huiling said, I was just saying. You know that I'm a straightforward person, but I don't have any bad intentions. Gu Jingze was very disappointed. He looked at her deeply and raised his head to look up. His jaw was obviously already tensed up into a straight line. Then he walked out just like that. Hey, Jingze, where are you going? Mo Huiling looked inside angrily. She thought to herself resentfully, serves you right. Serves you right. You'd better fall to your death. You'd better be unrecognizable. Jingze won't even want to look at you anymore. On the bridge. There were many people watching the scene of the car accident. The bureau chief was leisurely giving out instructions. He held a water bottle and looked at the car curiously. Whose car is this? Why haven't I seen it before? It looks like a new car. Could it be that it's from a powerful family? How could it be? Those powerful families have their car plates recorded. We'd definitely take a detour if we saw them. This car might be some nouveau riche. I've never seen it before. At this moment, someone outside sent news. Bureau chief, bad news. There's a group of people outside saying that the person in the car is Madame Goo. They're asking why we haven't saved her yet. Which Goo family? Which Goo family? It's the Goo family in our country, see. Fuck. The bureau chief's water bottle fell to the ground. He didn't have time to look at it. He quickly grabbed the binoculars and looked at the scene of the car accident. Now. Bureau chief, what should we do? Someone beside him asked carefully. What else can we do? The chief turned around and rushed out. Hurry up and save him. If you want to die, then don't. If you don't want to die, then stay here. Hurry up and save him. If anyone dares to dawdle, I'll throw them under the bridge. Outside, the reporters were immediately chased away. Hurry up and leave. We're not allowed to take photos inside. We're not allowed to take photos. Hey, we were allowed to take photos just now. Why aren't we allowed to take photos now? The reporter said in a daze. The reporter wanted to write a report on sensitive and interesting words like the female driver and the accident of the luxury car. Anyway, you're not allowed to take photos or write about it. If you write about it, you'll have to bear the consequences. Don't blame me for not warning you. The reporter was immediately chased away. This time, no one dared to shirk responsibility or play a game of kicking the ball. They went up and used the most advanced equipment to quickly pull the car back. Lin Che originally thought that she was definitely going to die this time. Those people didn't dare to move because they thought that she was hopeless. But after a while, a group of people rushed up and pulled her down. The bureau chief personally came to see her. Ah, Madame Goo, are you injured? Hurry up and get a stretcher. Let's save her first. I'm fine. I'm fine. It's just a scratch, Lin Che hurriedly replied. The people outside looked on curiously. They were just watching the show just now. How did it end so quickly? Someone on the side said, it said that they only found out that the people in the Che Mountain are powerful figures. Those people stopped playing football and quickly got them down. The reporters were chased away too. They're not allowed to take photos anymore. Ah, what kind of big shot is he? He's so powerful that even the bureau chief is afraid of him. But there had always been a lot of rich people in Beast City. The bureau chief was probably used to it. This time, the commotion was so big. It seemed like it was really a super big shot that they couldn't afford to offend. Chapter 108. As Lin Che was being carried out, she saw Gu Jingze walking towards her. He opened the car door and alighted from the car. The wind on the bridge was strong and for a moment, the wind blew against his sleeves. His clothes were unbuttoned, revealing a white shirt inside and a dark blue blazer on the outside. The blazer fluttered in the wind and he looked very carefree. Gu Jingze walked over in a few steps. When someone saw that Gu Jingze had really come, they hurriedly stepped aside. Gu Jingze quickly came to Lin Che's side. Lin Che had just been on the brink of death and had once thought that she would never see Gu Jingze again. She had been so afraid just now, but now that she saw Gu Jingze, she relaxed momentarily and started trembling. Yes, she almost couldn't see Gu Jingze just now. She had almost died. Looking at Gu Jingze, she stretched out her hand. Gu Jingze, looking at Lin Che's pale little face and his lips that had turned blue from fright, she was both angry and anxious. She really wanted to come up and scold her, but looking at Lin Che's current state, she could only turn her hand to grab her wrist and pull her into her arms. Hugging Lin Che for a moment, she felt that her previously unstable heart had calmed down. Although it had only been a few minutes, it felt as if every second felt like a year. Watching the news, he didn't even dare to look at the car hanging from the sky. Just one look and he felt so frustrated that he wanted to jump out of the car so that he could personally save her. But he wasn't Superman and he couldn't fly. He could only hurry and call for help. He had to calm down and not panic first. There was no time to worry or be afraid. At that time, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to save her. Now that he finally saw that she was safe and sound, he started to feel afraid. If she had fallen from here just now, she would have died without a doubt. This damned woman, did she even know what that meant? She actually dared to drive out on her own. She really didn't want to live. If she died, Gu Jingze couldn't imagine what the world would be like without her. Looking at Lin Che's little face, he couldn't bear to scold her. He could only carry her and rush to the hospital. In the car, Lin Che also knew to be afraid. She kept hugging his waist, sat on his body, and hugged him tightly. That feeling actually neutralized the anger in his heart a lot. He looked down at her tightly wrapped hands, and her head was obediently pressed against his chest, motionless, like an injured deer, and instantly became obedient. Smiling, he hugged Lin Che's body tightly and looked ahead, feeling unprecedentedly calm. Soon, they arrived at the hospital. Gu Jingze asked the doctor to quickly examine her. The doctor looked at Lin Che and said, "I don't want there to be any scars." Gu Jingze looked at it and frowned. He lowered his head and said to the doctor, "I don't want it to have a scar." The doctor raised his head and said hurriedly, "Mr. Gu, don't worry. It's just a scratch. There shouldn't be any scars. We'll handle it carefully." As the doctor spoke, he became even more nervous. His hand moved, and Lin Che's thigh shrank. The doctor was shocked and said, "I'm sorry. I must have used too much force." Gu Jingze frowned too. "Be careful, okay?" Lin Che said, "It's okay, it's okay. Why are you so fierce?" She looked at the young and pretty doctor. "Take your time. It's okay. It's just a small wound. It won't hurt. The more nervous you are, the worse it will be." Gu Jingze glared at her. "Small wound?" Lin Che said, "Forget it. It's much better than the aortic hemorrhage. It's just a small wound. When I was learning to ride a bike, I often got scratched like this. It's okay. It'll scab in a few days and won't look like a wound in a year." "A year?" Gu Jingze's face darkened. "Doctor, I don't want it to take a year." The doctor looked at Gu Jingze awkwardly. "Well, it's impossible to not see it at all. It'll probably be a little uneven with the surrounding skin, but it won't be a big wound." Seeing this, Lin Che said hurriedly, "I can cover it with foundation." "Okay, doctor, take your time." Gu Jingze glared at the talkative woman. She still wouldn't shut up at a time like this. Gu Jingze looked at her. "Confiscate the car." Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze in disbelief. "Why?" Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. "You still dare to say why? You're not allowed to drive anymore." I. Was she careless this time? Gu Jingze found it strange. She was completely different from Mo Huiling. Mo Huiling screamed earth-shatteringly over a small wound, but she was so carefree here when she almost died. He really didn't know what her heart was made of. Lin Che said, "You're the one who bought the car for me. It'll be bad if I don't drive it." Lin Che tugged at his sleeve carefully. "I'll be careful in the future. You gave me a present. I don't want it to gather dust in the garage." Hearing her say this, Gu Jing's heart softened. However, thinking of what happened today, he still said sternly, "I'll get you a driver. Anyway, don't ever think about driving again in this lifetime." Lin Che pouted. How domineering. Gu Jingze glared at her. "I shouldn't have bought you a car in the first place." The next time he gave her a present, it would be better to give her something milder. Otherwise, he didn't know how this woman would have played him to death. "Isn't that because you bought it for me?" Lin Che said. Gu Jingze said, "I miscalculated and overestimated your IQ. Now I know that you're not just a road killer. You're a road psycho killer." Lin Che said, "It's not that dangerous." "It's not dangerous." Lin Che thought. Alright, it was a little dangerous, but she didn't have to be so fierce. "I was too excited and forgot to drive, so I couldn't answer the phone." Gu Jingze was thinking about getting her a personal assistant. If he didn't remind her, she would forget everything. Lin Che remembered, "I still need to call Sister Yu." "Hey, why is my phone missing?" Only then did she remember that the phone had disappeared. Gu Jingze passed the phone to Lin Che. "Use mine first." "Oh, okay." Lin Che took it and remembered that she didn't know his number. Gu Jingze glared at her gloomily and said to Qin Hao, who was outside the door, "You have Yu Minmin's number, right?" Qin Hao was an omnipotent person. Lin Che really admired him for getting whatever he wanted. Hearing Gu Jingze's question, she quickly gave him the number. Lin Che took Gu Jingze's phone and quickly called Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin picked up the phone and asked curiously, "Hello?" Chapter 109. "It's me, Sister Yu," she said. Yu Minmin exploded when she heard Lin Che's voice. "Hey, what's wrong with you, Lin Che? If I see you, I'll definitely kill you. Why didn't you answer the phone? The company is trying to kill me. I've been looking for you everywhere. I almost turned B City upside down." Hearing Yu Minmin's angry voice, Lin Che closed his eyes and listened to her roar before saying, "I almost died, and it was because of you." "What?" Yu Minmin stopped and said. Lin Che said, "It's your fault for calling me. I was driving at the time, and then Lin Che gave a brief account of what happened. When Yu Minmin heard this, she exclaimed, "Are you serious?" Yu Minmin said gloomily, "When did you learn to drive? I didn't know you were driving." "I'm sorry. How are you? Are you in the hospital? I'll go over and see you. I'll tell someone at the company to forget about the celebration party and give you some consolation money." Lin Che said, Okay. I'm not blaming you. You don't have X-ray vision. How could you know I was driving?" "I knew I was driving. I'm still a beginner. I shouldn't have answered the phone when I heard it ring." "Okay, you're used to being muddle-headed. Hey, where's your phone? What's with this number?" "I used Gu Jingze's phone," Lin Che said. On the other side, Yu Minmin was holding the phone. She looked at it and exclaimed in surprise, "No way. This is Gu Jingze's phone number. Why are you so loud?" "My ears are going to fall off," Lin Che said, rubbing his ears. Yu Minmin said in surprise, "I know Gu Jingze's phone number." "No way, I have Gu Jingze's phone number. How much do you think this number can be sold for?" 200,000 yuan per person. "Will people buy it?" "Of course they will. People will line up to buy it, Yu Minmin said exaggeratedly. Lin Che said speechlessly, sell it. What are you talking about? Of course I'm joking. But Gu Jing's number is really valuable. I'll save it later. Ah. Lin Che said, you're not really going to sell it, are you? Of course not. Yu Minmin said, even if I want to sell myself, someone has to believe me. If someone sees Gu Jing's name on my phone, they'll think that I'm just randomly looking for a phone number and pretending to be Gu Jing's. Alright. Lin Che told Yu Minmin that he was only lightly injured and that he would be going home soon. Yu Minmin then told her about tomorrow's plans and arrangements, telling her to rest well first and take her time with the rest. Lin Che was indeed frightened out of his wits. At this moment, he needed to go back and take a good rest. After she hung up, Gu Jingze was looking at her. Seeing that the color had returned to her face very quickly, he said to her, stay in the hospital tonight. No way. I've checked everything. I'm fine. I still want to go home. It's too noisy here. I can't sleep. We can go to the VIP ward in case you have something on tonight, Gu Jingze. I really don't want to stay here. I want to go home. Do you want to go home? Gu Jingze was still a little hesitant. After all, she had been in a serious car accident. However, Lin Che pulled him and kept saying, I want to go home, Gu Jingze. It's so good to go home. We can do whatever we want. It's too boring here. Our home, these 3 words suddenly made Gu Jingze feel a little different. Home was too unfamiliar to Gu Jingze. To him, it was the honorary title of family that he was familiar with. But he had never thought of a small home for 2 people. Looking helplessly at Lin Che, who was acting coquettishly, he said, all right, go home. Rest when you're home. Don't try to cause trouble again. Yes, I will. Lin Che immediately made a yes sir gesture. Gu Jing's tense face was instantly tickled. Gu Jingze and Lin Che walked home. Just then, Gu Jingze saw a call from Mo Huiling. Lin Che saw the flashing number. Gu Jingze looked at it and didn't want to pick it up. However, Lin Che raised an eyebrow and said, hurry up and pick it up. Miss Mo will be angry later. They were so close now. What if she got angry and rushed over? Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. If he didn't pick it up, it would be very awkward. He might as well pick it up generously. Anyway, there was nothing he couldn't say. Thus, Gu Jingze picked up the phone. As soon as the call went through, Mo Huiling asked immediately, how is it, Jingze? Why did the news stop? Is Miss Lin okay? Gu Jingze said, she's fine. Lin Che is on the way home with me. She's fine. Ah. Really? That's great. I was worried that there would be no news from Miss Lin. Although Mo Huiling's words sounded comforting, Gu Jingze didn't know if it was because of her harsh words, but he felt that Mo Huiling was feeling sorry for Lin Che. He knew that Mo Huiling must not like Lin Che, but she shouldn't have gone overboard. Even if she didn't like Lin Che, she shouldn't have cursed him to death. Gu Jingze said, okay, I'll hang up if there's nothing else. Hey, Jingze, aren't you coming to the hospital? Mo Huiling asked quickly. Gu Jingze asked curiously, why are you still in the hospital? Mo Huiling said pitifully, she had a car accident. Of course she has to stay in the hospital for observation. Otherwise, what if something happens to her tonight? Gu Jingze took a deep breath and said, okay then. Have a good rest in the hospital. Lin Che is in shock, so I won't go to the hospital. What? Mo Huiling shouted in surprise. Gu Jingze said, after all, she had such a big car accident and almost died there. Okay, I'll hang up now. Gu Jingze said and hung up the phone. Lin Che didn't expect Gu Jingze to say that. She couldn't help but look at Gu Jingze and said, "Won't Miss Mo be angry if you don't go with her?" Gu Jingze said, "What's there to be angry about? She only has a bruise on her ankle. It's nothing serious." "A bruise on her ankle? Is it because of me?" "Yes." Lin Che looked at him and said, "Then Miss Mo must hate me." She thought that Mo Huiling must have said a lot of bad things about her since she was so angry. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and said, "Yes, she said you hit her on purpose." Lin Che said speechlessly, She was the one who threw herself at me." I was shocked. Gu Jingze glanced at the wound on her body and sighed. "I wanted to ask you what happened, but seeing your driving skills and how you got yourself into this state, I don't think I need to ask." Lin Che was stunned. "What do you mean?" Gu Jingze patted her head and said, "With your driving skills, you must have hit her by accident." Chapter 110. Lin Che said helplessly, "I bumped into her because she ran over like a madwoman. I don't know what's wrong with her. She's a lady from a respectable family." Gu Jingze said, "She has been a little crazy lately." Lin Che said, "All right then. I'd better stay away from her in case she talks about me again." Gu Jingze said, "Okay. Anyway, you won't have a chance to drive when you get home. Don't worry. This won't happen again." When they got home, Lin Che washed up and lay on the bed to sleep. Gu Jingze quickly got on the bed as well. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze and said, "Hey, can't you sleep outside tonight? I almost died just now. Can't you give me some privacy?" Gu Jingze lifted the blanket and got under it. He supported his head with one hand and lay on his side, looking at her. "You just got into an accident. You'll have nightmares if you sleep alone at night." "How is that possible? I'm very lucky that I didn't die. I'm very happy. Why would I have nightmares? This is called post-traumatic stress. With your IQ, of course you wouldn't know what it means. You just escaped death, so it's easy for you to have this problem. You might still be excited and don't feel it. You'll know when you completely relax." Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze doubtfully. Was it real or not? She couldn't help but believe it, but she also felt that something was wrong. Just then, Gu Jingze came up and hugged Lin Che. Lin Che let out an "aw" and jumped in fright. He took the opportunity to lie down with him. Gu Jingze hugged her tightly. Lin Che struggled in surprise. "What are you doing, Gu Jingze? You pervert. Let go of me, or I'll scream." Gu Jingze wrapped his arms around her tightly and whispered in her ear, "Shoo, don't move. Hugging me like this will reduce your stress." It's said that cattle farms want the beef to be loose, so when they kill the cattle, they put the cattle into a machine and squeeze it hard to make the cattle feel safe. Then, it won't struggle. Don't move. I'll hug you like this. I promise you won't have nightmares at night." "Really?" Lin Che stopped and asked. Gu Jingze said, "Of course it's true. I'm doing this for your own good." Lin Che relaxed. He could feel the tightness of his embrace, making him feel as though every cell in his body was comforted. He felt much more relaxed. Perhaps he was really doing this for her own good. She must have misunderstood that he had evil intentions. As he thought about this, Lin Che leaned against his chest and really did slowly fall asleep. Gu Jingze smiled and lowered his head to look at the silly girl. He rubbed against her back, found a comfortable position, and fell asleep. The next day, Lin Che woke up and saw Gu Jingze walking in. "I didn't have nightmares last night, did I?" Lin Che said as he rubbed his head. Gu Jingzi said, I did. Really? How come I don't remember? Lin Che indeed felt quite comfortable. He didn't feel like he had a nightmare at all. Of course, everyone dreams. It's just that 97% of the nightmares are forgotten. Is that so? Lin Che stared at Gu Jingzi's face, but he couldn't see any special expression on his face. Gu Jingzi said, of course. You kept kicking me when you had nightmares. It took me a lot of effort to hold you down. Okay. I got you a new phone. Gu Jingzi interrupted her question and handed a phone to Lin Che. Lin Che looked at the brand new phone and remembered that she had thrown her own phone away yesterday. She was stunned and raised her hand to take the phone. She looked at Gu Jingzi's calm and composed face. She didn't expect Gu Jingzi to be so attentive that he would remember a small matter that she had casually mentioned. Lin Che looked up and said emotionally, thank you. Gu Jingzi looked at her phone. Okay, I'll help you set it up. She sat down and he watched as she pressed on the phone. I've replaced my old SIM card and some of my phone numbers. What do you mean by some of my phone numbers? Lin Che indeed felt that there were a lot fewer people in her phone book. Gu Jingzi sat on the side and said calmly, oh, I've deleted the names of those who don't look useful. Lin Che was stunned for a moment before she raised her head and exclaimed, Gu Jingzi, what do you mean by deleted? Who did you delete from my phone? Gu Jingzi sat at the side with a calm and composed expression. He raised his head and looked forward without saying a word, but it was obvious from his expression that it was a matter of course. Lin Che looked around and quickly realized that something was different. Gu Jingzi had deleted many of her people. She could no longer find Qin Qing's name in her phone. Many directors' names were also gone. Some of the male actors' names that she knew were also gone. Even Gu Jingyu's phone number had been deleted. Gu Jingzi. What's wrong with you? Lin Che said angrily, those are all my work numbers. How could you delete them for me? Gu Jingzi said, leave the work to your manager. You and your manager should have a good division of labor, so you don't need to worry about these things. You probably kept these numbers for yourself when you didn't have a manager in the past. But now that you don't have to worry about work, these numbers should be deleted. Lin Che said, then Qin. Gu Jingzi's gaze sharpened. Why do you keep her fiancé? Okay. I'll set up my number for you. It's the shortcut key 1. If anything happens, you can just dial it. Okay. Lin Che looked at him gloomily. Gu Jingzi thought for a moment and said, it's not good for you to save my number as Gu Jingzi's. If others see it, our relationship will be exposed. Then what should I save it as? Lin Che thought that it was right. It must be strange to see Gu Jingzi's name directly. Gu Jingzi took her phone and said, I'll change your name. Gu Jingzi quickly changed her name. Then, looking at the name on the screen, he nodded in satisfaction and returned the phone to Lin Che. Lin Che looked down and took the phone. It clearly stated that he had changed his name to Dearest Hubby. Lin Che looked up and said speechlessly, Gu Jingzi, what's wrong with you? Isn't this more obvious? Seeing that Lin Che was going to change it, Gu Jingzi pressed down on Lin Che's phone. They don't know that this number is mine. At most, they know that you have a boyfriend. Don't people call their boyfriends hubby now? No, that's too disgusting. Gu Jingzi's face darkened. What's so disgusting about it? Am I not your husband? I didn't mean that, but we're not that kind of. What kind of husband? Your name is on my marriage certificate. What kind of husband am I? You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.